Proctor unbeaten 50 makes Essex sweat. Essex gave it a fair old crack last time at Edgbaston, but the sheer weight of runs accrued by the Bears, backed up by their bowlers, denied them the fight back they were looking for. Northamptonshire, meanwhile, had managed to deny Yorkshire the draw, but had largely been on the back foot, so the clash at the Cloud County Ground was an opportunity for both for improvement. But it was the hosts that got off to the better start. Vasconcelos out to the third ball of the match, caught by Critchley off Cook. That proved to be a bit of a false dawn for Essex though. Emilio Gay joined Will Young, and the pair built a platform for Northamptonshire, and in the process they put 50 runs on for the second wicket after 122 balls together. And they continued, still there, all the way through to the break. The score 79 for 1. Young had put on a gritty 90 against Yorkshire and was once again proving to be a tricky customer. The shot for 2 off Stacchetti, seeing 3 figures go up on the scoreboard, and gave him reason to wave his bat once again, up to 50 off 112 balls. Just when Essex needed a wicket, Snater delivered. Gay out for 35, caught by Sir Alistair Cook. As it so often does, one brought 2. The set man Young out LBW to Cook for 63. Keogh stuck with Proctor long enough to put 150 on the board for the home side, but he'd fall to a spectacular Critchley effort, spring-heeled as he dove low to his left to take the sharp caught and bowled chance. Tee taken with the fall of the wicket, the score 160 for 4. Light was starting to become an issue, but Essex didn't mind. The score still below 200 when Walter had Zaib trapped in front for 16. Lewis McManus dropped Walter into the leg side for a single. That took Northamptonshire to 200. But attention turns to the other end. Cook found the edge, but it scooted between fielders. Proctor up to 50 off 134. A gritty showing was paying dividends. But another partner would soon fall by the wayside. McManus outcaught by Harmer for 7. Snater with the wicket. An opening for Essex. Another wicket fell. Tom Taylor outcaught by Harmer off Stacchetti for 7. Northamptonshire would reach the close with Proctor unbeaten on 60 and Kelly yet to get off the mark from his 8 balls. The score at the end of day 1, 233 for 7. Essex won't yet be too concerned. They only need 3 more wickets before they can have their go with the bat. But Northamptonshire showed their mettle, led by Young 63 and Proctor's unbeaten half-century. There are bonus points up for grabs for both sides, and the hosts will be keen to claim as many as possible when they return to the middle.
So Sam, Northants are 233 for 7 after being put into bat. What's your assessment at the end of the first day?
Yeah, I think it's probably a pretty even day's cricket. I think it was a tough day. Both sides fought really hard. It's nice to pick up that early wicket, but they battled back hard and we had to fight the whole way throughout the day. I think we controlled the rate pretty well, which is what we're really happy with, on a pretty slow surface at the end of the day. So I think at the minute it's probably pretty evenly poised. We'll be pleased with our day's work, but got to go bang bang in the morning, try and clean that tail up as few as we possibly can, and then really kick on with the bat.
From where we were watching, it looked like a lot of balls were finding the edge and not carrying slips or going through the gap to third man. Do you feel like you're a bit unlucky as a bowling unit?
Definitely, yeah. I think it's just one of those days. I think we all bowled really well. Steck especially, I think he could have easily on another day got 4 or 5. He bowled beautifully all day. Snates as well, and the spinners too. It's just one of those things in cricket. You can have those days where you beat the bat or you take the edges. I think the fact that the pitch was pretty slow, to be fair, probably accounted for a few of those more playing misses, and the edges not carrying. I think on a pitch with more pace in it, I think you'd have probably seen a lot more of those carry and probably a lower score. But yeah, I think everyone fought hard and we were pleased the way we bowled.
Yeah, you mentioned the pitch there. What do you feel like a pass score is, and what would you like to restrict Northants to?
It's a tough question. I don't know. You can't really judge, I don't think, until both teams have batted on a surface. I think in the morning we'd like to just keep restricting the rate. We've created chances throughout the day, so we can keep those runs dried up. Obviously Proctor's played well. We'd like to get rid of him early, and then hopefully sort of run through those last 2 as quick as we possibly can and get batting.
So it's the 4th match of the season after 1 win, 1 draw and 1 loss. What's your thoughts on the season so far, and how important is it to start adding some wins to the board?
Yeah, I think it was obviously in the last couple of years of COVID, it feels like a bit of a reset year. And I think if you look at every team on paper, every team's so strong. And I think, like you say, 1 win, 1 draw, 1 loss, it shows that anyone can really beat anyone. And I don't think it's going to be a season necessarily where one team runs away with it with 10 wins, as obviously in previous years, because I think the standard is so good and the teams are all so close. Obviously, we'd like to keep adding wins and trying to put as many wins on the board as quickly as we possibly can. And as we are as a unit, we're attacking, we're always trying to win games. But I think it's one of those, even if you have a loss, we've obviously not been used to losing the last few years, but it's how you bounce back from that and try and win every session. So yeah, it'd be nice to probably put another win on the board early, and that's what we're gonna try and do this week. But we're not getting too worried or looking too far ahead. It's just treating session by session, game by game.
Because they had the best of the bowling conditions yesterday morning. Northamptonshire could be buoyed by the fact they got to 100 for 1, but they may be disappointed.
Yeah,
players didn't go on to get a major contribution.
Absolutely, yes. Morning, Glenn. Morning, everybody. Yes, I think talking to Rob Keogh last night, I think the feeling was that they'd done reasonably well. As you say, the century partnership between Young and Gay was excellent stuff from the Northamptonshire point of view. I think after that there are a few partnerships that started to build with Keogh and Zabe, and then they were snuffed out, and Essex will be happy with that. Talking to Northamptonshire's head coach John Sadler this morning, I think they were hoping that if they could get it up to around about 270, 280, they'll feel that they're very much in this game. That the word from those that were batted yesterday was that it was still doing a bit even at the back end of the day. It was also swinging because, of course, it was overcast for most of the day, and it's certainly overcast here at Chelmsford this morning. So Northamptonshire's point of view, in fact, John Sadler said, if I'm being really greedy, I'd like 300. But he said 270, 280, I think we would feel that we've had a reasonable day. But of course, as we were saying last night, it's the sort of situation where if Essex could nip the last three out quickly, bowl Northamptonshire out for under 250, then they will definitely be on top. If Northamptonshire could somehow get it up to 300 or even beyond, then they'll feel that they're in a very strong position. So it's fascinatingly poised. It was an attritional day yesterday. It wasn't a great deal of crash bang wallop, but it was absorbing stuff, and plenty more of the same today, hopefully.
Yeah, speaking to Sam Cook last night to get the Essex perspective, and I said after ball 3, did you think you were going to maybe have a good morning? And he said, well, no, we'd sort of assessed the surface. We knew the surface was slow. It was about putting the ball in the right areas. And he said, and if we couldn't take wickets, we always target the run rate to keep the run rate down. He said, and I think we've succeeded in that, and obviously chipped away at it during the day without getting those sort of clusters of wickets. And that's credit obviously to what Northamptonshire did as well, and the way they went about things. Northamptonshire, they didn't give anything away. They gave no quarter. They didn't give an inch. And Proctor's obviously anchored this quite nicely as well with his 60 from 164 deliveries. He's out there now with Matthew Kelly. Those of a certain vintage will know it's not the Matthew Kelly who used to present Game for a Laugh.
And we've got the school party in as well over the far side of the ground already.
Oh, yeah.
Giving voice.
Oh yeah, fine voice over there in the public stands. Over away to our left-hand side, they had schools day at Lord's yesterday.
Yes.
Good to see the school children in today. So here we are, ball 1 then of day 2. It is Snater in and bowling to Proctor. Just works that one into the onside, and there is no run, where Paul Walter picks up the ball for Essex. Took a wicket yesterday, and actually a bonus wicket it proved to be in the end for Essex, because he's very much sort of third string bowler these days, as we were discussing. He's turned himself into more of a batsman. But
yeah, the wickets of Keogh and Zabe that Matt Critchley and Paul Walter took really were bonus wickets for Essex, and they'll be delighted about that. Frustrating for Northamptonshire.
We'll be updating BBC Essex listeners in the 11 o'clock news as Snater comes in once again, and Proctor just lines that one up and then takes the bat out of the way, and it's through to Adam Wheater behind the stumps for Essex. And they discovered after about the sort of first hour and 20 minutes yesterday, the wicketkeeper and slips, that they did need to be slightly further up. A couple of edges dropped well in front. They weren't catchable opportunities. They were well in front had they been a yard or so further forward, but they did have to take those couple of steps up, because the ball was dying a little once it went past the stumps. And just to give further evidence to the fact that this is a slowish surface. The Snater is in once again, bowling to Proctor, who goes into that crouched position just as the bowler releases, and he pushes into the offside for no run.
Yes, the batters to come, Gareth Berg, who's already, of course, made useful runs this year in the first match of the season against Gloucestershire, and Ben Sanderson, who can hang around a bit. Matt Kelly has an 89 as his best score in first-class cricket out in Australia, and did make some useful runs. In fact, finished up with 42 in the previous match against Yorkshire in that long grind to safety.
Here's Snater in again. 2 wickets so far in this innings for him. That's on middle and leg and worked into the onside. Walter tidies up again, and there's no run. Good accurate stuff this from Snater early on. It's very, very similar conditions to what we had when play started yesterday. Overcast, but the cloud cover is relatively high, and it is very chilly inside the county ground, or indeed right across Essex it is today as well. As I was heading out in the very early hours of this morning, there was the odd spot of rain in the air as well, but that's not forecast for today. The Snater turns, running away from us from this river end, those long locks flowing under the bandana. Across Proctor it goes, and he leaves that one alone. Through to Wheater again. We're in the 98th over of this innings. Had a bonus couple of overs yesterday.
I think the forecast I was seeing, Glenn, was suggesting it might actually be a little bit warmer tomorrow. They're talking about sort of 15 degrees for Chelmsford tomorrow. It'd be tropical.
There we go, just going to update the BBC Essex listeners now. Yes, good morning, Victoria. We've just seen the opening over completed by Shane Snater on day 2, and Luke Proctor's just nudged it behind square for the first run of the day. So Northamptonshire have now moved on to 234 for 7. Very similar conditions to what we had when play started yesterday. It's overcast, but the cloud cover is relatively high. There's a slight chill in the air as well. But Essex desperate to eke out these final 3 Northamptonshire wickets. Northamptonshire very keen to get towards that 300 mark. 234 for 7 after the first over of the day.
And commentary continues via the BBC Sport website and app.
So we're back with you once again, and Hayes close end looks like Sam Cook, Andrew.
It is, yeah. It's going to be Sam Cook to bowl the first over from the far end of the ground as we look out from our commentary position. Hayes close end with 3 slips and a gully in place. He's going to be bowling to Proctor, the single off the last ball of the previous over. Keeping the bowling for Luke Proctor, who went past a personal milestone yesterday, 5,000 first-class runs. Some of those for Lancashire, of course, latterly for Northamptonshire. And Sam Cook bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Proctor. The first ball is nudged away down to long leg. How many times have we said that in the last few seasons when Luke Proctor's at the crease? And he picks up another single, takes Proctor to 62 and Northamptonshire to 235 for 7, brings Matt Kelly down to the striker's end for the first time this morning.
So can I put you on the spot then? You say he's gone past 5,000 first-class runs. What's the sort of division of that between Lancashire and Northamptonshire, and his average as well?
I can tell you that in a second.
He's done such a good job here.
He's done a super job, and here's Kelly facing his first ball of the morning from Sam Cook, and it's outside the off stump, and Adam Wheater didn't take it cleanly. It was a nasty one to take just on the half volley, and it bears out what Glenn was saying in the previous over about the odd one dying, but as a result they're able to come through for a bye. So 236 for 7, and yeah, I think you're right, and I think it's going to be quite crucial when Northamptonshire bowl, particularly with Berg and Sanderson, neither of whom are exactly express pace, but who move the ball around, that they get the slips in absolutely the right place. Okay, Luke Proctor is facing that delivery from Sam Cook, and better carry there. That zipped off the pitch a little bit more and slapped into the gloves of Adam Wheater, but Proctor deciding he didn't need to play it. So heading into this match, obviously this doesn't include the runs from yesterday. 66 matches for Lancashire, 2,870 runs at 30.5. For Northamptonshire, heading into this match, 46. This is his 47th match for Northamptonshire, just over 2,000 runs, average of 33. And Proctor is beaten by that ball. That's a beauty from Cook outside the off stump, getting into his work now from round the wicket. And that just bounced a little bit left, the left-handed Proctor, and goes through to Wheater, but Proctor was committed to the stroke. He's made 4 first-class hundreds, 3 of them for Lancashire, just the 1 for Northamptonshire, past 50. This is the 28th time in first-class cricket. So add to that his wickets. Very, very handy cricketer to have around. Here's Cook in again, bowls to Proctor, and he's aiming to play that away on the onside, and it bounced a little bit again and took him, I think, on the thigh pad. Bounced out on the offside for Feroz Kushi, who had a busy day yesterday. He seemed to be pretty much everywhere in the field, showing excellent energy, and he just comes in from his position at backward point to field. 3 slips and a gully in place, then Kushi at backward point. There's no third man. Big gap through the covers, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. As Cook is in again, round the wicket, bowls to Proctor, who steers that down into the gully. Fielded there by Nick Brown. End of the over. Northamptonshire 236 for 7. Proctor has made 62. Kelly yet to get off the mark. Yeah, Luke Proctor made his first-class debut for Lancashire way back in 2010. Came to Northamptonshire 2017 on loan. And as I mentioned, I think yesterday, Northampton needed somebody to open the batting in a bit of an emergency. He did so. He got runs in a couple of games and was signed for 2018. And I know David Ripley always felt that was one of his better signings.
Shane Snater to resume from this river end, in and bowling to Kelly, and Kelly just from the crease plays defensively back to the bowler, and his follow through 236 for 7. More people just heading in through the entrance gates, and some up in the members' hospitality on the second tier of seats over on the far side of the ground, away to our right hand side.
Yeah, it's a good crowd again, Glenn, considering the conditions are a little bit cheerless this morning, supplemented, as we say, by the school party over the far side. There's more coming in.
Yeah, more coming in. Good day for the teachers, this as well,
yes.
Isn't it? Or go to the cricket for the day. 236 for 7. Snater into Kelly. Oh, struck on the pad there. Suspicions of, an inside edge on that. And so the start of the appeal was very quickly strangled by Snater. His arm half went up in the air and then he quickly withdrew it.
That said, I bet there are a few forms to fill in before they can get that number of youngsters into a cricket ground.
Hopefully they'll enjoy their day as well. I say it's not the warmest, but they're under cover over there as well, and they'll enjoy their day. Snater turns, running away from us. In now, quite a gentle approach that he has, and goes past the outside edge of Kelly's bat. One arm goes up in the slips from Nick Brown, and no harm done though. So bbcessexcricket@gmail.com if you want to drop us an email today, and thanks for all your correspondence yesterday. And you can tweet us at BBC Essex Sport. Andrew?
Yes, if you want to get hold of me through Twitter, it's at oldmanrad, R-A-D-D at the end. And it'd be good to hear from you.
Here's Snater again. Kelly yet to get off the mark and just plays defensively into the offside. And there's that man Kushi swooping in to collect the ball, tosses it into Wheater. And then around the field it goes to the skipper Tom Wesley.
I think my favourite message yesterday was the one when Northamptonshire went past 45 yesterday morning for just the one wicket, and suggesting that they'd already laid the bogey of Chelmsford last year when they were pulled out for 45, which was their lowest championship total since 1946, when they were bowled out by Gloucestershire at Peterborough for a paltry figure.
This next one from Snater has Kelly playing defensively from the crease once again. Tall man, Matthew Kelly. Probably not quite as tall as Paul Walter, but nevertheless tall. The run rate's under 2.5, which is what we were talking to Sam Cook about last night, saying look, if we can't get wickets, we'll just keep the run rate down so they don't get away from us, is the way he phrased it. I don't think anyone's going to get away from anybody on this pitch, if we're being perfectly honest with you.
No, it's hard to see.
The Snater is in again and running away from us and into Kelly. 3 slips waiting, and Kelly shows good judgment outside his off stump. Don Topley's second job of the day, after setting up all the equipment for us at the end of that over, it's 236 for 7, is to get the teas and coffees on the go. And good news, we have proper milk, I think. He's got his thumbs up, yes, so it'd be a better cup of coffee than what I made and was ashamed to have made Andrew yesterday morning.
A nation rejoices. Yeah, it was interesting. You talk about the run rate there, Glenn, and again, Northamptonshire, Rob Keogh was saying last night that I made the point that there does seem to be a little bit more steel in the Northamptonshire batting this year so far. Obviously early days, but particularly in that draw against Yorkshire, to bat 4 sessions was something that I can think of Northamptonshire sides of the recent past not being probably in the right mindset to do. Come back to that in a second as Cook starts his over to Proctor, and that's steered away through backward point. It's a chase for Kushi, quickly to the ball, sliding stop, and keeps it to a single. One more to Proctor, 63 to him. And Northamptonshire up to 237 for 7. And he said, yes, in years gone by, Northamptonshire felt that the right thing to do was always to look to attack and to be positive. And he said, I think the realisation has dawned that particularly in Division 1, when you're up against generally better attacks, sometimes you do need to go at 2.5 and over rather than 4.5 and over. And if they've worked that out already, then that's a good sign. Right-handed Kelly facing this ball from Cook and drives it up to mid-off without great timing. And there's no run. Still the 3 slips and a gully in place for Kelly. backward point. Still this big gap inviting the drive through the covers, then mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And fielder down there in front of the main scoreboard at long leg, down to our left. Still the crowd drifts in. As Cook is in again, bowls to Kelly, and I've talked about that gap through the extra cover region. Well, he's just found it to perfection, and that's races away for 4, and the first boundary of the morning. And it gets Kelly off the mark. He goes to 4, and Northamptonshire up to 241 for 7. It was in the slot, and Kelly played it pretty well.
He had a little sight of the previous ball, didn't he, where Cook just put it up a little bit further, and it wasn't quite the half volley length that one was.
He's in again, bowls to Kelly. I talked about that gap through the extra cover region. Well, he's just found it to perfection, and that's races away for 4. And the first, he shared an important partnership during that long haul to safety against Yorkshire. That ball's outside the off stump. Again, decent carry, but Kelly letting it go. He put on, just looking at my notes, 78 with Lewis McManus at the closing stages of that effort. It was out just before the end, just to keep it interesting for another couple of overs, but in the end undone by Matthew Revis, who's Yorkshire all-rounder. Has impressed me. First time I'd seen him in that match, and he looked a super prospect, bat and ball. Here's Cook in again, bowls to Kelly, pushes that down to backward point where it's fielded by Shane Snater, and there's no run. Looks to be another school party, I think, coming in, possibly going round to this side of the ground, so perhaps they'll be sitting down underneath us.
I'm sure they'll get a little bit of maybe some cricket, some softball cricket or something on the outfield during the intervals as well. Normally happens.
It was terrific when we had the school party in last year, because Sir Alistair Cook took the time to go and have a chat with them, which I'm sure absolutely made their day. Man back on the hook now, deep square, and that's hit high up on the thigh pad, and half an appeal as it jagged back in from outside the off stump. Took the time to go and have a chat with them, which I'm sure absolutely made their day on it as well. There was no appeal. Square to speak hit high end of the over, 241 for 7. Kelly off the mark with that boundary, he's 4, and Proctor is 63, and Cook, who's been excellent, has bowled 24 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 45. For my money, Glenn, I think him and Mark Stackerty yesterday were a pick of the Essex bowlers.
Yeah, I spoke to Sam Cook about Mark Stackerty as well, and I said, please see him get his reward, and he said, I think that's the best I've seen him bowl all season. He said it was just outstanding, but he said you can bowl worse than that and come off with a 5-for, and he said he's bowled so well, and just didn't quite get the rewards, but he did get a wicket towards the end of the day. Snater's underway once again, 241 for 7 on Proctor. Entirely short what that was in the end. He crept across his stumps, then dangled a bat at it, and then drew it back inside the line. Just to go back to that, without wanting to continue to poke at open wounds, to go back to that game here last season when it finished.
Poke away, Glenn. Go on.
It finished, shall we say, early.
It did.
And there was a big party of school children in, and they didn't get to see the cricket, the day's cricket they wanted to see, but they had plenty of time on the outfield with their PE teachers and playing a little bit of cricket. More on that in a second. As Snater turns away from us into the crouching Proctor. Proctor plays defensively out to the onside, and there's no run, and the game had been finished for probably around about half an hour or so, and just saw Sir Alistair Cook wander out and wander across, and he spent a good 25 minutes, half an hour with them, chatting to them, and just watching their coaching drills and talking to their teachers and that, and okay, from the outside it might not look a lot, but that will mean everything to them.
Absolutely,
and obviously, he's spending his time. He could have just got in his car and gone, early finish, excellent, I'll go off home. But he didn't do that, and obviously trying to get the next generation of cricketers through. Here's Snater in once again, full outside the off stump, but well wide, and Proctor not going to be drawn into that, and through to Wheater for no run.
Yes, I have mentioned this a time or two before, but my very first day at Wantage Road, which was 50 years ago next month, watching Northamptonshire play Hampshire in the county championship in 1972, and my first interaction with one of my cricketing heroes was with D.S. Steele. David, I'll come back to that in a sec.
Here's Snater. 3 slips in the gully into Proctor, and Proctor, slow ball from Snater, and Proctor just pushes out to the offside, no run.
And nobody had told me that it was a very bad thing to do, to go and ask a player for their autograph when they were coming off the field for tea. So I went and asked David Steele for his autograph when he came off the field for tea, and He said, "Not now, son," and just sort of carried on into the pavilion. And I have mentioned to David a time or two since that he could have put me off the game for life, but fortunately it didn't. And it's rather strange the way things come out, that 45 years later I was writing a book with him. So it's odd the way things happen.
This next one from Snater into Proctor has Proctor driving, and that will roll away for 4 runs. I say roll away, it'll run away for 4 runs. Lovely shot from Proctor. It's up there in the slot though for driving through the extra cover area. 245 for 7.
Yeah, I think this is the way Northamptonshire have got to play it, isn't it? If the ball is up there, we talk about the need to be careful and circumspect, and the way things not do anything rash. But if the ball's up there, and we've seen it
Proctor driving, and that will roll away for 4 runs. I say roll away, it'll run away for 4 runs. Lovely shot from Proctor. It's up there in the slot though for driving through the extra cover area.
300 that John Sadler said was him being greedy. Yeah, I think this is the way Northamptonshire have got to play it, isn't it? If the ball is up there, we talk about the need to be.
From the bowling so far this morning, can Snater remedy that? Well, went with that short delivery down the leg side, which Proctor goes to duck under, but I don't think he needed to really in the end, and that is the end of an over, which won't live long in the memory of Shane Snater. And it is 245 for 7, 67 to Proctor, who's just continued to go about his work nice and quietly, and Kelly has that 1 boundary to his name.
We were talking yesterday, I think it's when I was on with Don, Glenn, they were saying, we were talking about the last year, and again, let's poke at that one again, and the fact that Northamptonshire basically surrendered in 4 sessions, and we were talking then about whether there was any scarring, if you like, from that particular performance and that experience, and I said, I think there probably is to an extent. And talking to Rob Keogh about it last night, he said, you'd stop a little bit short of scarring, but he said it's in our mind, obviously, and the fact also, he said how well Simon Harmer bowled yesterday, and he said, he regards him as one of the very best spin bowlers in the world, which I don't think any of us would argue with, and he said to manage to keep him out for the whole day was another little tick in the box. 2 slips in the gully now as Cook comes into bowl to Kelly, and again it jags back in and hits Kelly, let's say, around the thigh pad. I think it was yes, he's just gone off for a little walk in the general direction of the square leg umpire, just to take a few deep breaths to Kelly, and again it jagged amidships. Yes, Kelly struck amidships.
That's all you need. If you're a cricket follower, that's all you need to know.
Yes,
and if you're a male cricket follower, it's just a little crossing of the legs.
In the general direction of the square leg umpire, tears to the eyes. So 2 slips in the gully, a backward point, and extra cover in there now, but a big gap through mid-off as Cook comes in, bowls, and it's pushed away through that gap at mid-off, right on cue by Kelly. And they just settle for a single. There might have been 2 if they'd gone very quickly, but presumably keen to see Proctor take as much of the bowling as possible, so they settle for a single. Takes Kelly up to 5, and Northamptonshire up to 246 for 7, 4 runs away from a second batting bonus point.
And for those of you concerned that it might have been the Queen Mary docking in the background, that was Don blowing his nose.
A 3rd slip goes in for Proctor. Round the wicket comes Cook, and that's nibbled away, squirted down through the gully area by Luke Proctor, who comes through for a 2nd run. Going to chase down there towards the main scoreboard by Faraz Kushi. Quickly to the ball, but an easy 2 for Proctor, who goes to 69, and Northamptonshire up to 248 for 7. Not quite in the realms of having sort of 2 or 3 gullies for Proctor as they did for the late Jim Yardley, who probably Don played against, played for Northamptonshire before that for Worcestershire, who seemed to score an awful lot of runs through there in the 70s and 80s. Cook again in, and Proctor aiming to turn that away through square leg. He's struck again, I think, on the thigh pad, and it rolls out into the offside, fielded by Cushy coming in from backward point, and there's no run. My favourite stories about Jim Yardley was playing against Rodney Hogg in a tour match against Australia in 81, and playing and missing, squirt to gully, play and miss. And Rodney Hogg said, do you play for the first team regular then, mate? And the response is priceless as Cook comes in. Bowls to Proctor, is in behind that, pushes it up towards mid-off, doesn't get that far. And Cook fields off his own bowling. And Jim said, well, if I told you I didn't, would you bowl a bit slower, please? was a lovely character. Sadly lost him a few years ago, but he was the one who came in after the famous 5 that Northamptonshire had of Cook, Larkins, Williams, Lamb, Willie, and it was usually Yardley at 6, and if a few of those failed, he'd be called upon to do a little rescue act, which he often did. Here's Cook in again, bowling to Proctor, and again pushing it up to mid-off, does get this far on this occasion, and that's the end of another over. Cook's 25th of the innings, 25 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 48. Proctor is 69, Kelly is 5. Northamptonshire, who resumed this morning on 233 for 7, now 248 for 7.
Yeah, gone along nice and quietly this morning. There's been nothing there to seriously threaten them. And you mentioned the 300 that they've talked about being greedy. Well, just go about their business and don't give it away. It certainly is there, unless Essex can find something with this ball. It took the new ball yesterday evening from Wesley's directing proceedings while Shane Snater does his bootlaces up. And left wristband is sort of up on the forearm of Snater, that white bandana that he's got. And he's ready to get things going immediately. And here he is now, in and bowling to Matt Kelly, 248 for 7, and Kelly playing down into the ground. It goes wide of gully, and Nick Brown just leaves Feroz Kushi to hair after the ball, and they come back for a couple of runs. That's the 250 up for Northamptonshire.
Yes, another point, second point. Whether, I suppose time might become an issue now on the number of overs, because of course they need to get the bonus points in within 110 overs, and we're in the 104th now. So getting another batting point, 300, they need to put the hammer down a little bit, but they'll still be looking for 300, I'm sure.
Here's Snater, bowling down the leg side and taken by Wheater for no addition to the score, 250 for 7. I guess it's what's more important, the extra bonus point or getting beyond that 300, and then maybe some after that. Yeah,
I think I would be amazed if the thinking wasn't that okay, we've got the 2 batting bonus points, and now, okay, let's just concentrate on getting up to 300, however long it takes. I think that will be far more in their minds.
Snater tossing the ball from hand to hand as he turns at the end of his mark and is in. And bowling right arm over to Kelly short, and Kelly pulls that one away straight into the hands of the man at mid-off, and that's all rather disappointing from Matthew Kelly, and it's a little bit, I think, of an anti-climax, because he looked quite nice, looked quite solid out there, but he's just dollied one from a Shane Snater short ball straight into the hands of mid-wicket, and Essex have their 8th wicket of this Northamptonshire innings, 250 for 8.
Yeah, seriously soft dismissal, I think you call that, and it's interesting. I was looking at the scorecard now. It's 3 batsmen in a row been dismissed for 7. Lewis McManus for 7, Tom Taylor for 7, and Matthew Kelly for 7. And I suppose again we were saying in the previous over that if the ball is there to be hit, they're going to try and put it away, and it certainly was there to be hit. It was a short ball. It invited the stroke, and Kelly just didn't get hold of it. Probably held it a little bit high up in the bat, and as you say, easiest of catches to mid-wicket. So
Critchley taking the catch.
Yeah, so Kelly goes, and the 12th man comes on with a drink for Luke Proctor as Gareth Berg comes out to the crease. 12th man Simon Kerrigan, he's got the dreaded blue bib on today, tells us he's on drinks duty. As I say, Gareth Berg made some very important runs for Northamptonshire in the first game of the season against Gloucestershire, when they were in a spot of bother, and he made 66 very important runs, added 137 with Rob Keogh for the Northamptonshire 8th wicket, and he will know obviously what his job is now, which is pretty much to, at least for now, to bat for Luke Proctor and make sure that Northamptonshire do get up, as we say, towards that 300 mark. Just Ben Sanderson to come.
Yeah, so Gareth Berg is in. He can put bat to ball, but surely just out there to support Luke Proctor, you would think.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Just looking at that catch once again of Critchley, just went to his left about sort of chest height, so it's pretty comfortable for him, but I can't quite see if he's wearing someone else's jumper out there, but no, he has got the number 20 on his back, because momentarily it looked like a 23. There's just the wrinkles in there. Maybe needs to run an iron over it. Here's Snater in and bowling to Berg then outside the off stump, and it's through to Wheater, 250 for 8. And Snater now has 3 for the innings, 3 for 54 with 2 deliveries to go of his 23rd over. Bowled very nicely. And has had a good year and a bit in the red ball game as well. Took a little time to settle into the red ball side, regular in the white ball side of the game. As the sirens go off again, Snater is in and bowling to Berg, bouncer, and Berg was getting ready to play on the front foot there, so it did take him by surprise, and it's through to Wheater. That's the one for the over.
I did love Gareth Berg's tweet, which we alluded to yesterday. It was just suggesting that in the back end of that game against Yorkshire, he got sledged by one of the Yorkshire bowlers and suggested he probably ought to retire. Well, he's 41 years old, but I tell you, there's still plenty of cricket left in him. No doubt about that.
Snater in again then to finish off this wicket taking over. Full delivery, speared in to Berg, who just drives quietly up to mid-off, where the captain Tom Wesley makes the stop. That is the end of the 104th over. Northamptonshire 250 for 8. The man to go, Kelly, who was caught at mid-wicket, looping one from Snater into the arms of Matt Critchley.
Yes, and conference now between the two seasoned campaigners, which is mostly Gareth Berg having come to the crease now, joining Luke Proctor with another one. I think you put in that category, Ben Sanderson, to come as the more school children arrive at the ground, which is great to see. They're just going to their seats around at the far side of the ground, out to our left. And for now, it's going to be Sam Cook continuing, starting his 26th over, bowling round the wicket. Just 2 slips in now for Proctor, who turns that ball away just in front of square, past the square leg umpire. The man comes in off the boundary. Towering figure of Paul Walter sends in his return, and that's one more to Proctor, who goes into the 70s. 70 to him, and Northamptonshire 251 for 8. So Northamptonshire having picked up a second batting bonus point, but almost immediately afterwards losing the wicket of Matt Kelly, pulling a short ball just short of a length obligingly to mid-wicket. Critchley took the catch. Out for 7, but for him it wasn't lucky. Now for Berg, 3 slips and a gully go in as Cook bowls to him, and Berg on drives nicely but without any great timing. And it goes up to Mark Steckerty up there at mid-on, bowled beautifully yesterday, as Glenn mentioned earlier on, with a very little reward really. Picked up the wicket of Tom Taylor right at the end of the day, and I don't think anybody could begrudge him that. School kids over to our left, giving voice. They're supporting Essex. Here's Cook outside the off stump, left alone by Berg. And I don't know, I just get the impression this season, Glenn, in the 3 matches, the Northamptonshire's 3rd of the year, whether it's become one of those things, but the histrionics, and all sides do it, Northamptonshire as much as opposing teams, that when a ball goes past outside the off stump, not particularly close, and it's left alone, we have to have the 3rd act of Hamlet just to suggest how close it was. Here's Cook in again, bowls to Berg, who's solidly forward in defence. Front foot plays it up to mid-off.
Kidology, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. I know, and I think
does it work?
It's always been there a bit, but it just seems this year as though it's become more pronounced and more histrionic. Maybe not. Maybe my imagination. Just I'm getting old and crotchety, I think.
Elicitano Shrimp is back on the email from southeastern Spain. Says overcast here, gentlemen. Yes, overcast here as well. He says, how does Mr. Proctor manage to sustain such long innings with such a large amount of energy wasted as each ball is delivered?
And that ball is trapped, I think, between bat and pad. And it is indeed. It just pops down off the inside edge into the flap of Gareth Berg's pad. And he's given permission just to hand it over to the fielder, and does so. I think his powers of concentration are are legendary. As I say, you had that terrific innings last season, which Northamptonshire supporters will remember, up at Old Trafford against Lancashire, when I suppose obviously it was a bit of, it was quite nice to put one over on your old county, and he batted pretty much the whole of the last day. He was last man out on a turning pitch in an effort to try and save the match. Here's Cook in again, bowls to Berg, who drives nicely through extra cover, and that's going to run away for 4. There's a mid-off, there's a backward point, and other than that there's a big gap, and Berg managing to find it. So he opens his account with a boundary, as did Matt Kelly just a few moments ago. And Northamptonshire at the end of the over, 255 for 8. Berg is 4, Proctor is 70, and Cook now 26 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 53. Yeah, he's quite prepared to bat long and bat ugly, I think, as they call it. And he's every team, I think I would suggest in county championship cricket, needs a Luke Proctor.
Wickets falling on the second day of the county championship. Elsewhere, Harris Ralph has got a 5 for Yorkshire. Gilchrist, the latest one to go, bowled for Duck. Kent 286 for 9. Kent have lost 2 this morning. Stephen Davies has been run out for Somerset, 366 for 5. And yeah, that's it for this morning so far. But some early breakthroughs there, and we've had the one here as well with the dismissal of Matthew Kelly. Sam Curran's gone for Surrey as well. As Snater starts another over, he's in and bowling to Proctor. Proctor tries to pull that one around the corner. They're going to appeal for something down the leg side here. Snater's gone up. Wheater's joined in.
Presume thought must have flicked the glove, but umpire's having none of it.
We'll get the replay. Kent are all out now, 291 all out. Matt Quinn's gone for 4, the former Essex man. Yeah, Sam Curran out for 64. Surrey 320 for 5. So still no maiden first class century for Sam Curran. Must have had a little flick down the leg side. It doesn't overly look like he was too close to it on the replay. So
no, I don't think so. Talking about Harris Ralph, he was bowling even on a relatively slow pitch at Northampton. He was bowling seriously quick, high 80 miles an hour.
Snater round the wicket into Proctor, and Proctor just works that one behind square on the onside. They'll just jog through for a single. He moves up to 71 and the score to 256 for 8 now.
Yes, they had the old speed gun in operation at Northampton during that match, and it was clocking Harris Ralph at routinely 85, 86 miles an hour, and some deliveries quicker than that, pushing 90 miles an hour. It's a great sight always to see a fast bowler, international fast bowler, operating at that sort of speed, and it's a great test for the batsman.
Snater again, away from us, in and bowling to Berg, and Berg just stands tall in the crease and plays defensively into the gully for no run. Michael on the emails in North London says, I told Gareth Berg how good he was at Middlesex. I was pleased with that. Caught a brilliant cameo knock at New Road when he was batting with the classy Neil Dexter.
Yeah, well, he's had his share of injuries over his career, Gareth Berg, and I think probably one or two Northamptonshire supporters raised an eyebrow when Northamptonshire decided to sign him, but he's been a very, very good acquisition indeed.
This next one from Snater has Berg just covering up in the crease, and there's no run. Kept a little bit low, that one. And there's no run again, 256 for 8. And as I say, the game yesterday afternoon went through a little bit of a holding pattern, and you get the feeling that that's going to be the case until Essex can wheedle out these final 2 Northamptonshire batsmen, and then the game moves on, and we get an idea of the surface once both sides have properly batted.
Yeah, he signed for Northamptonshire at the end of 2019, then aged 38.
Snater into Berg, who pulls the bat inside the line. Well before the ball had gone past the 8, so he lined that one up quite nicely, and it's through to Wheater. Once again, hands in pockets from a couple of the slips at the far end for Essex.
Interestingly, with Berg, he'd actually come to Northamptonshire's attention a long time before that. Back in 2003 and 2004, he played for Kettering Town and then for Findon in the Northamptonshire League, and did turn out for Northamptonshire second, so it just took them 15 years to decide to sign him.
Here's Snater in, and again Berg just stands tall in the crease and plays defensively for no run. And while I say no run, they've come through for a single because Essex were on their heels a little bit there, and Berg didn't spot the single straight away, and then thought, well, we may as well have a run there. 2:57 for 8. That was a little bit lapse from Essex.
It was, and a bit of a bonus run there for Gareth Berg. And yeah, it was. I think at the beginning of last season, I think people were sort of saying, could this be his last year? But he bowled so well, and unfortunately picked up a sort of freak injury in warm-up at Cardiff in July, which meant he wasn't able to play for the rest of the season. But he'd already been offered a contract extension for this year, and he carries on being so useful with bat and with ball as he has been in the opening matches of this campaign. Then I'm sure the powers that be at Northamptonshire will be thinking, well, Darren Stevens can still be playing at 45. Maybe Gareth Berg can as well.
Change of bowling at the Hayes close end.
Yes, we are going to see a bit of Mark Steckerty, who was, I say, outstanding yesterday. His figures 22 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 41 in no way reflect how well he bowled, particularly after lunch. He's starting his work for the day from the Hayes close end, and the first ball is right on the money, around the line of off stump, and Gareth Berg, looking to play it on the onside, just drops down off the thigh pad. Just goes down and has a little prod of the pitch. 3 slips and a gully waiting for the edge. 2:57 for 8.
Somerset subsiding a little bit. Craig Overton's gone first ball. 373 for 7 against Warwickshire. It's a good comeback from Warwickshire.
Oh dear, the punters down at Taunton won't be too happy. Here's Steckerty in again, bowling to Berg. Short of a length, and Berg rocking onto the back foot, punching it down to backward point, where Feroz Cushy fields, and there's no run. Gareth Berg also, of course, has been national coach of the Italian national team, so he has courtesy of an Italian passport.
What level would they be playing in the international game? Like Division
They
3?
played in the
Like
ICC
that?
World Cup Challenge League, didn't they? I think. But here's Steckerty in again, bowls to Berg, who's playing defensive push really up to mid-off, where it's fielded by the Essex captain Tom Westley, and there's no run. I know he's involved with some coaching down in the south of England, down in Hampshire. Obviously thinking about a career after active cricket, but say at the moment he would certainly be one of the very first names on the Red Bull team sheet for Northamptonshire. Here's Steckerty in again, bowls to Berg, and Berg edges, and that's more frustration for Steckerty. It went between third slip and gully, and just watched it pass between the two of them, and it ran away for 4 runs. So a bit of fortune for Gareth Berg, a bit of ill fortune for Mark Steckerty. The result is that Berg goes up to 9, and Northamptonshire to 261 for 8.
Yes, so Italy playing Division 5
Right.
of the World Cricket League. So that'd be the levels they're sort of at. Just have a passing interest in that sort of level of cricket. As Jersey have come close a few times to sort of pushing themselves up on occasion.
Here's Steckerty in again, bowls to Berg, who thought about another expansive drive, thought better of it in the end, and allowed the ball to go through outside off stump into the gloves of Adam Wheater. Still overcast. We did a little bit of sort of watery sunshine yesterday evening, didn't we, for the last couple of hours, but it's pretty overcast at the moment. It feels, I think we mentioned off air very first thing this morning, it feels like a bowling day at the moment. Another one. Here's Steckerty in again, bowling to Berg, and this bounces. Good carry from Steckerty, bit of an effort ball, and Berg has to get his hands and his bat well out of the road, but he does so. Goes through to Wheater, end of the over. Berg is 9, Proctor is 71, and Northamptonshire 261 for 8. Steckerty 23 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 45.
373 for 8 now, Somerset. Lewis Gregory's gone for 3. This is a good comeback from Warwickshire, just going back to that levels that Italy play at. Because I remember being on holiday in Jersey several years ago, and Afghanistan were over there. They were playing some qualifying tournament of some description. There was much excitement on the island. Big crowd up on there for where they play their international cricket. And much excitement there, but they've got quite a few international teams staying over there the year I was over there.
Very nice place to go.
Simon Harmer on early on this second morning with a score at 261 for 8, none for 56 from his 24 overs thus far, and he did put down a caught and bowled opportunity yesterday. Harmer is in and bowling to Proctor, one slip and a forward short leg, and Proctor just pushes back down the wicket for no run.
Yeah, it's proved quite costly that, isn't it? Proctor then on 27 and now on 71. And he sort of held the innings together.
Here's Harmer again. And that's allowed to just turn outside the off stump by Proctor, just judging the line of it. More loop there from Harmer. Chilly morning, so he needs to get the fingers warm. And here's Harmer again. Just holding that one back. An attempted sweep from Proctor as may have hit something, and they're going to come through for something. Leg bye, no, it's a bye. Adam Wheater won't want to see that. No chance really down the leg side. The batsman slightly covering things, and they come through for the single, which Essex probably won't be too displeased about, because it brings Gareth Berg down onto strike, the lower order batsman. Against Harmer, so a little bit of reorganisation with left-hander to right-hander. So Kushi goes out about 3/4 of a way to the mid-wicket boundary, and then there's another helmet coming onto the field as well. Matt Critchley jogging out with it, and he's going to toss his sunglasses to Shane Snater. Helmet on for Critchley, so is he going into leg slip here? Yes he is, so we've got a slip, a leg slip and a forward short leg for Gareth Berg, and a deep mid wicket as well, as Harmer comes in and bowls to him now, and Berg just props forward and plays defensively.
When you think, was it 8 years ago, and he had that shoulder injury, Gareth Berg, when he was playing with Middlesex before he moved on to Hampshire, and people wondering then, is his career over? Well, no, it's not.
Here's Harmer in again, and again Berg very solidly forward onto that one. There is turn, but it's slow turn. And we saw Harmer go through all his variations yesterday. And Harmer is in again and pushes defensively back, does Berg, for no run. Stuart Broad made 45 of 27 deliveries for Nottinghamshire this morning, and they've taken a big lead already against Worcestershire. That's the end of Harmer's over. It's a maiden, 25 overs, none for 56 for him.
Yes, I was a message from a friend of mine last night. I think it's going up to Trent Bridge today to watch that one, and was wondering how much cricket there would be on Saturday, tomorrow. I suppose it's 107 first innings lead there for Nottinghamshire against Worcestershire at Trent Bridge. Middlesex also, you mentioned, going very strongly, 180 for 2, already 30 odd runs ahead of Leicestershire.
Yes, without being rude. Well, I'm going to be rude. You might have to put an asterisk by that, to be perfectly honest with you.
Here's Steckety coming in from the Hayes close end over the wicket to the left-handed Proctor. 2 slips in place, and Proctor's going to pick up a single. Just hurried Luke Proctor a little bit, but he's just able to get a bat on it. Runs out just in front of square. Paul Walter fields, and they come through for the 1 run. Proctor rehearses the stroke, which looks rather more languid than the slightly hurried jab that he actually played to that delivery. Quick ball from Steckety.
Yeah, so Nottinghamshire 266 all out then, and they have a first innings lead of 107 runs. That could be over quickly. That is in Division 2.
Could be, couldn't it? Proctor 72, 263 for 8. 3 slips and a gully now as Steckety bowls to Berg, who on drives pleasantly, but only as far as mid-off, and there's no run. Fielded up there by Sam Cook. Hands in pockets, and who can blame him?
He's got the little hand warmers in there.
Yes, that's they're very much in vogue at this stage of the season, aren't they? It is a chilly morning. There's a few fleeces and body warmers in evidence in the crowd. The spectators sitting down below us in front of our commentary position. Here's Steckety in again, bowls short, very short, to Gareth Berg, and that sails over Gareth Berg's head, and Adam Wheater did well to prevent the possibility of byes. That was a very, very short bouncer, and Luke Proctor's Proctor sort of prodding the pitch about, I don't know, 2 yards from the bowling crease, suggesting that was very, very short.
So scores in Division 1, Surrey 329 for 5 against Gloucestershire, Hampshire 246 all out, Lancashire 76 for 2 in reply.
Steckity to Berg, shapes to play it down the leg side, doesn't make contact, Wheater takes no run.
Somerset 373 for 8 against Warwickshire, which is decent from Somerset, but when you get an idea of where they were yesterday with only a couple of wickets down, that's a slightly disappointing morning for them. Hannon Dalby's taken 4 wickets. Kent 291 all out, they subsided pretty quickly this morning, and Yorkshire yet to score in their reply. In Division 2, Derbyshire 299 for 6 against Glamorgan, Leicestershire 149 all out, Middlesex are 180 for 2.
Essex pressing for their 3rd bowling point, and that's driven by Gareth Berg again, up to Cook at mid-on, and there's no run. They've got 7 balls to do it now. This is the 1 ball to go with 109th over of the innings. And as previously advertised, Worcestershire 159 all out, Nottinghamshire dismissed this morning for 266, and down at Hove, Durham 223 all out, and Sussex 107 for 2. Happy to report there's play in all the county championship matches this morning. Yes, our colleague Adrian Harms put out a picture of Hove this morning. Looked an absolute picture. Cracking the flags down there. Big whoosh by Gareth Berg outside the off stump. That's the only description for that particular stroke. Steckity, hands on hips, not impressed. Didn't make contact, Gareth Berg, and that's the end of the over. 72 to Proctor, 9 to Berg. 263 for 8. We've had 109 overs in the innings, so that does mean that we have just 1 more over to go before bonus points cease to be scored. Northamptonshire are not going to get a 3rd batting bonus point unless something very, very strange happens. They need another 37, but Essex need a wicket in this over to pick up maximum bowling points, 3, 6 and 9 of course. The thing is, Northamptonshire don't look like they're in the mood to give anything away. No, well, I'd go on the attack. Why would they? Yeah. I suppose is the point. Palmer's in, and that's pushed back down to him by Proctor. No addition to the score, 263 for 8. Proctor 28 short of a century. And who's to say he won't get there? Essex's South African Simon Harmer is in again, whirling away, and Proctor just pushes defensively back down to him. And no addition to the score, and the school children are becalmed. Away to our left hand side. Welcome to county cricket. Here's Harmer in again, and Proctor forcing up to mid-on, where Paul Walter just gives it the long barrier, and they come through for a single. 264 for 8, so much changing around as the right-handed Berg comes down on to strike, and they put the leg slip in with Matt Critchley there. Sir Alistair Cook, as ever, stood at regulation first slip. Forward short leg, Shane Snater comes up from the long on boundary, and the captain Tom Wesley, hands in pockets, moves around to a wideish mid-wicket. As Harmer is in now, gives that plenty of flight, plenty of loop, and Berg just pushes out to the offside, and Walter comes in to pick up again. No score, 264 for 8. Harmer examines the ball once again. He's in his 26th over for no reward thus far. He's in and bowling to Berg, and Berg playing defensively for no run. And Wheater comes out from behind the stumps, sporting the helmet as he's standing up. Tosses the ball to Simon Harmer, who you would expect will be on duty with the South African Test side later on this summer in England. He's in, flatter. Berg comes down the wicket, shuffling down, and works it up to Shane Snater and comes through for the single. He was already on the walk, already shuffling, so it was a natural run for him because he was running to the danger end. And that is the end of Simon Harmer's largely uneventful over. 264 for 8. A few words from Andrew, then Don Topley's going to come in for the first time this morning. Yeah, and that's 110 overs gone. So at the end of the 110 overs, 265 for 8. So on as even as far as bonus points are concerned. 2 batting points for Northamptonshire, 2 bowling points for Essex. And now Northamptonshire obviously will just be concentrating on that target of 300 that was mentioned by head coach John Sadler this morning as being, well, as I say, he said that was his greedy ask. He thought 280 would be okay. I suppose the thing is, Don, it's a question of basically scoring as many as they possibly can. Morning to you, Don, by the way.
A very good morning to you, Andrew. I'm glad you survived Chelmsford overnight, and I don't think it's wrong for any coach to be greedy. I certainly would be greedy if I was a coach. You've got sort of the blue sky thoughts, and you've got the reality. And I have to say, I was impressed with the second wicket partnership yesterday, but I've been very impressed with Luke Proctor.
Here's Mark Stackerty starting a fresh over again, bowling short to Gareth Berg, and Berg just ducking underneath it. And Adam Wheater having to make up a lot of ground down the leg side to take, which he does so well, but the ball goes past. Yeah, I had a very pleasant evening in Chelmsford. In my hotel room, I had a little look at the snooker, and then I was reading John Arlett's Journal of the Season for 1960, South African tour here, and
Really?
It's wonderful, evocative stuff.
Do you enjoy reading sort of nostalgia?
Oh, yes.
Older stuff from days gone past?
Oh, yes.
Good.
Here's Stackerty in again, plays down to backward point, fielded by Walter, and there's no one. Having spent best part of 6 months researching my book on George Thompson's, I seemed to spend 6 months in Edwardian England, which was rather. I rather liked it, actually.
Did you?
But
you'd like to have been in that period of time?
I think I would have. Yes, it has been said that I was born out of my era, but yes, I think the era of gentlemen and players, the golden age.
I have to say, and I'll come back to it after this ball.
Here's Stackerty in bowling to Berg, and Berg's solidly in behind that. Pushes up just past the bowler. He only runs up as far as mid-off.
But coming from Northampton, you've got to remember there is a cracking little bookshop square of the wicket in that.
That's right, yes.
I don't know what you call it. Was it the signal box?
We call it the signal box, yeah. It was the score box and the press box for many years.
Back in the day.
Yeah.
But obviously, having played there for many, many years, I remember all the various books that it used to sell.
Here's Stackerty in again, bowling to Berg. Again, just nips that one back off the seam. Hits Berg high up on the thigh pad, runs out on the onside, and there's no run.
It would have to be relatively famous as a bookshop on a county ground throughout the UK.
Yeah, I think so. It's run by the supporters club with Linda and her team. So they'll be open for business. In fact, we've got a bit of a gap now, of course, until Kent play at the county ground on the 19th of May. But rest assured, I'm sure they'll be open for business then.
And I'm sure everyone who's visited the county ground at Northampton knows it.
Here's Stackerty in again, bowls to Berg, and Berg goes off a thick inside edge to the frustration of Stackerty, who seems to have spent quite a long part of this innings either with his hands on his head or his hands on his hips. You can see it's a single there as it runs down towards backward square, and Berg goes to 11 and Northamptonshire to 266 for 8. Yes, they've even got a few of mine in there. I think they may even still have a copy of the official history of the club, which Matthew Engel and I did about 30 years ago now, and they still see a few copies dotting around.
Is book writing is it well paid, or is it
not
very
really
much a love? Or
I think unless you're a big name doing a player biography or autobiography. Here's Stackerty, and again finishing the over by slipping one past outside the outside edge of Proctor's bat. There's little to improve Stackerty's mood, but Proctor survives. 73 to him, 11 to Berg. Northamptonshire 266 for 8. Yes, I mean I'm working on my 7th book now, and yes, it hasn't made me rich and famous, but as people obviously are interested, and I think it's important to chronicle the great history and heritage of our game. But yes, I think it's probably rather different if obviously you're an international or a recently retired international. I'm sure there's a lot of people obviously would then be happy to pay good money to read your thoughts, but
I'm sure Ben Stokes is due to release one fairly shortly, or about to.
Was it? I think I remember when David Gower did his first book. I think he was 22 or something, and people were saying he was perhaps a little young to be doing an autobiography.
Harmer on his way in. This is driven down the ground where they take an easy single. Gareth Berg, the right-handed former Middlesex and indeed Hampshire. And I am going to call him veteran, but listen, he has had a cracking career. Came to the game late. He's taken the singles, 267 for 8. Harmer in again, round the wicket to the left-handed Proctor. Proctor comes forward, plays into the leg side. There is no run. Critchley warming up, interestingly, or is he just keeping warm at mid-wicket, or extra cover rather? Left-hander facing, this is going down the leg side, clip round the corner, it misses the man at forward short leg, goes down to deep backward square, where they rotate the strike. Proctor takes a single to 74, and the total moves to 268 for 8. 3 men round the bat for the right-handed Gareth Berg. Leg slip, forward short leg, and a slip. Harmer bowls, gives it a bit of air. This is driven beautifully into the offside. It goes through mid-off. I don't think it's going to be stopped. And the umpire signals 4. Slightly over pitch, and I have to say Gareth Berg was all over that. He picked up the length so well, so quickly, and just timed it beautifully. Little flourish, great shot, 268 for 8.
You have to say, Don, he's not the world's worst number 10, is he?
Not at all, not at all. Harmer in again, right arm over to the right-hander, leaves it alone. Well left, little bit quicker, but well left. Being particularly watchful was Berg. As you said, a very good number 10, has scored a few decent runs for Middlesex and in particular Hampshire over the years before his, well, I think he moved about 2 or 3 seasons ago to Northamptonshire. This time it's sort of Yorked himself as he comes forward to complete the over. 272 for 8. We have had 111 overs, is it?
112 now.
112 overs in
gone.
total.
So, yeah, 2 bonus points aside so far. 2 bowling points for Essex, 2 batting points for Northamptonshire, but Northamptonshire still keen, as we were saying, to go on and get as many as they can, and I think they'll be, as I say, the 300 is a sort of little mark, I'm sure, that John Sadler has put in their minds, that that will be, I think, a pretty good effort if they would feel, if they've especially being put in, and especially after losing their captain third ball of the morning yesterday.
Well, if we go back to tea, 160 for 4 overnight, 233 for 7. The overnight, I'm sure Essex would have been hoping to bowl them out.
Steckerty starts a fresh over, and again he's got a hand on his head, because I think Proctor was aiming to play that through mid-wicket. It ran away off a little bit of a leading edge out into the covers, and they come through for a single. Proctor to 75, Northamptonshire to 273 for 8, and Steckerty's, you can almost see the sort of the red face rising. He's getting more and more frustrated, but
yes, he was frustrated yesterday, wasn't he?
But it won't worry Luke Proctor in the slightest. He always makes frustrating the opposition into an art form at times, and
it's been nuggety, his innings.
He's played well, hasn't he? 3 slips and a forward short leg in place now for Berg, and Berg's in behind that, pushing it up towards mid-off, and there's no run there. Still overcast morning here at Chelmsford.
Limp flags.
Yes, it is. There's very little breeze. You can just see the 2 county flags.
I'll tell you what might make a difference here, Andrew. And bearing in mind, you guys are 8 down, and this might have an impact a little bit later in the day.
Here's Steckerty, and again outside the off stump. It's a no ball called by the umpire, so 2 more onto the total, 275 for 8.
It wouldn't surprise me if a bit later, or not at this very moment or juncture, but a little later, you might find Northants bowl with the lights on.
Yes.
And look, you know, every little bit of luck happens. You make your own luck. But I think if you did bowl with the lights on, something might just happen, a little bit extra.
This rolls short, Steckerty to Berg, and Berg just ducks underneath it and lets it go through to the keeper. I'm going to ask you just to carry on for a bit, if you would, Don. I just need to update BBC Radio Northampton.
Yeah, on a very successful morning. This partnership is the 10th wicket partnership, Ninth wicket partnership is worth 25 at the moment. 3 slips are waiting. Cook, Harmer, who took 2 good catches, 1 brilliant catch yesterday, and Critchley at third. And it's going to be Steckety on his way in from the Hayes close end. He bowls. This is driven into the offside and it goes up past the bowler. It was in the air, but slightly fortuitous, but nonetheless it was a good club. And he collects 4 as Steckety kicks the turf. Good shot. Not the greatest execution, but fortune favours the brave, and Berg certainly was brave there because it was pitched very much in his half and he had a little go at it. Steckety, that won't change his mood. He's bowled quite nicely, not got much reward. Generally speaking, Steckety's got just the solitary wicket in his 26th over. Steckety round the wicket now to Berg to tighten him up. He bowls. This is down the leg side, slightly wasted. No run. 279. I think that represents a pretty par score. I think Northampton overnight, as I said, they were 233 for 7. So they've lost 1 wicket, and if I take my shoes and socks off, they have scored 46 runs this morning. So that's pretty good in my book. So this first hour is Northampton's. Essex would have liked to have polished them off. 2 slips now for Berg. Berg plays with an open face, bat plays out to a deepish backward point where they take an easy single. Good cricket by these 2 at the crease. 2 experienced professionals, and the left-handed Luke Proctor, he doesn't keep the strike. It's Gareth Berg that does. And Berg, as I say, who's a veteran, seen a lot of cricket throughout his career, came to the game late. People like Andy Moles is somebody else who came to the game quite late. The Warwickshire opener. Light's not a problem. Pretty filled in with high grey cloud. Steckety, 26 overs, 1 for 55. Cook, 26 overs, 2 for 53. Snater has bowled a mass of overs as well. Harmer continues from the River End bowls. He's gone for 64 in his 28th over now. Comes forward, plays into the offside. The wicketkeeper does the fielding. There is no run. Harmer turns quickly, gets through his overs nicely. Right arm over the wicket, a little slower, and the batsman just avoids being bowled. As Berg comes forward, the ball bounces off his back, comes towards the stumps, and it just misses the stumps. Nearly got bowled there, very nearly got bowled. Well bowled. Simon Harmer comes in again, right arm over, driven down the ground. Berg will collect a single as it goes to the Tom Pearce stand, where it is fielded by Shane Snater. 1 more run, 280 for 8.
Yes, oh yeah, there we go, Don. Yeah, back with you, and this handy little partnership building now.
What did you say to the parish of Northamptonshire as Harmer bowls played into the leg side? There is no run.
I said I thought Northamptonshire had a pretty decent first hour.
Cool, have they? Absolutely brilliant. Batted well. These 2 have played really well. Put on 31 now, 32 as Proctor plays into the offside. He goes out to the cover boundary where Farish Kushi does the fielding. 1 more run. The left hand, right hand combination rotate, which brings Berg back on. Essex haven't really stopped the run scoring. Yesterday they did. They didn't allow Northampton to sort of get away a bit. They have this morning in this 9th wicket partnership. It's been invaluable to the visitors. This time short of a length. Berg goes back, plays into the offside, looks for a single, calls no. Rightly, the right decision, didn't take it on, and that concludes the end of the 114th over. Northamptonshire, having been put in, are now 282 for 8.
Yeah, I'm making the point actually when I was on with Glenn earlier. Don, that Rob Keogh was saying last night that Northamptonshire in the past have tended to want to go and be positive with the bat in pretty much all circumstances, and they've worked out now. I think in the Division 1 especially, against better attacks, there are days, and yesterday was one of them, when you've got to say, okay, 2.5 runs and over the day is okay. We bat out the day and we've given ourselves a chance, kept ourselves in the game.
I totally agree.
And I think that's perhaps indicative of the fact that Northamptonshire maybe is a little bit smarter in their approach, and Northamptonshire's record of in Division 1 is not good. They've been in there 3 times. This is the fourth time Northamptonshire have gained promotion, and previous 3 occasions they've come straight back down again after 1 year. And obviously they're very, very keen to avoid that happening this year.
Well, we've known about the conference system for a couple of years during COVID times, and we know it sort of kept the lights on in many respects.
Yes, yeah.
But having Division 1 and Division 2, the best play the best.
Well, here's a change of bowling from the Hayes close end, and it's Matt Critchley coming into the attack, bowling his leg spin to Luke Proctor. First ball is dropped down in the onside for no run. There's a substitute fielder on, I think, is Critchley, and Proctor coming down the wicket, and having got there, just smudges it away into the onside for a single. Shane Snater coming in off the boundary at deep square fields. One more to Proctor. 77 to him, 283 for 8. His method is his own, I think it's probably fair to say, especially against the spinners, Luke Proctor, but very effective. Now a slip and a forward short leg for Berg, as Critchley comes in, bowls just short of a length, and Berg dropping it down to backward point where it's fielded by Simon Harmer, and Proctor seemed quite keen on a single there. I don't think there was one realistically. There's 3 on the offside, saving 1. 2 on the onside as Critchley comes in again, bowls to Berg, plays back down the pitch for Critchley to field off his own bowling, and there's no run. Critchley picked up the wicket of Rob Keogh yesterday with the aid of a brilliant left-handed diving caught and bowled. Big wicket as well in the context, and that's driven up to mid-wicket by Berg, fielded by Cushy, and there's no run. Yeah, Keogh, important player in this side, and 160 for 3. Northamptonshire were just starting to build a little bit of momentum, and that stopped them in their tracks just before tea. Here's Critchley again, bowls to Berg, who drives pleasantly up to mid-off, but Walter is there, and there's no run. End of the over, 77 to Proctor, 22 to Berg. Northamptonshire 283 for 8. The partnership between these two now worth 33 for the 9th wicket.
Well, I think you're absolutely right, and just going back to that point about the conference system, you played a mixture of some decent sides, some middle of the road sides, and perhaps some weaker sides, and I think that was represented in the cricket. Listen, I know the positives of each county potentially could go and win the championship from the beginning of the season. Yeah, that's sort of a decent romantic way of looking at it, as Harmer comes around the wicket to the left-handed batsman, who Proctor plays it down to third man, where he takes 2. He's going to look for the third, but he turns down the third, rightly so. 2 more runs, a sort of cut, late cut really, a delicate late cut, so give the batsman credit for the shot. Harmer gave it just a little bit of width, and they moved to 285 for 8. Harmer in again, slip and a bat pad in on the leg side, and there is no run. I myself enjoy Division 1, whether it's 8 teams or 10 teams, or even the suggestion perhaps of 6 teams, but I enjoy Division 1 and Division 2. This time it's driven back down the wicket, past the bowler, through to mid-on. There is no run, because it brings better teams to do battle, and you sense the intensity as well. Harmer round the wicket to Proctor. Proctor plays into the leg side easily, takes an easy single, manipulates it there, square of the wicket. There is 1 run, 286 for 8. Proctor with 80 now of 208 balls. He has played well. As I said earlier, I was impressed with the second wicket partnership of Gay and your Australian
The Kiwi, Will Young.
The Kiwi, Will Young. I was really impressed, but I've been impressed with Proctor as well. Berg drives down the ground easily, drives back past Harmer for a single to the Tom Pearce stand where there is a fielder beneath us, out of sight. This is comfortable with the two spinners on just at this moment. It's comfortable for Northamptonshire. A little bit of a worry for Essex with this 9th wicket pair. Harmer in again, short, quicker, and that's come off the thigh pad. It's been well caught, but there was no bat on it. Umpire calls over, and the score remains 286 for 8.
Yeah, certainly, as I say, Northamptonshire coming to Division 1 for the first time in 8 years this season, and the first 2 matches, I mean, we've had some absolutely corking cricket. The Gloucestershire match, we had 3 high-quality innings from James Bracey and Ryan Higgins of Gloucestershire, and from Rob Keogh of Northamptonshire, and then an exciting chase on the afternoon when either side could have won, and in the end it was a draw. And then you talk about intensity, and we touched on this yesterday during the Northamptonshire's match against Yorkshire, when you had Harris Ralph bowling at high 80 miles an hour against Will Young. His Critchley starts a fresh over, bowls just short of a length, played on the bounce to forward short leg by Berg, and there's no run. Then, you know, if you're looking for intensity, you're looking for quality of cricket, there you've got it. Ralph, Pakistan international.
Very much so.
Young, New Zealand international. And this is, again, just propped off the pad by Berg, as Critchley just trying to break this partnership. Loops again to Nick Brown under the lid at forward short leg. Critchley already back at the end of his mark. Bowles flights that one up to Berg, who meets it on the full, drives it up to mid-on. But there's no run. So, yeah, it's been good stuff. And I mean, yesterday, it wouldn't have pleased those that enjoy the crash bang of T20. Here's Critchley in bowling, again, full roundabout at a half volley length and driven by Berg out to deep cover. There's a good bit of fielding out there by Shane Snater, who had to make a lot of ground around in front of the secondary scoreboard here, but they're able to come through for single. Pleasant looking shot by Berg, 24 to him, 288 for 8. And I found, yes, it was absorbing stuff. It was good cricket, and this is what we want. Here's Critchley in again, bowls to Proctor, who comes across his stumps and looking to try and fiddle that away through mid-wicket, doesn't manage to beat the fielder. Just on the edge of the square, and there's no run. Here's Critchley in again, bowling outside the off-stump. Proctor lets it go through outside the off-stump into the gloves of Adam Wheater. End of another over. Proctor is 80, Berg is 24. And Northamptonshire 288 for 8. I think there is a sub on, isn't there, Don? I think
that 65?
Yeah, it is.
65. I'm possibly guessing.
Just trying to work who's not actually who's not actually on the field.
What I was going to say is, just to back up your comments just a moment ago, Essex are hosting Yorkshire next week here. So, you know, listen, we talk about there's a game a week at the moment, and the result is you play a 4-day game, finish on the Sunday, you have a rest day Monday, a practice day Tuesday, a travel day technically Wednesday, and you go again Thursday. So Yorkshire are coming here to play on the pitch 2 over next week. You guys are at Surrey.
We're at Surrey, yes, that's right.
That's right. Harmer's in, bowls, little slower, played off the back foot with an open face bat into the offside, and they just take an easy single there against Harmer. It's all too easy just at the moment. Essex need to tighten up or do something just to stop Northamptonshire putting on some easy runs. 289 for 8.
The sub is Ben Allison.
Ben Allison, seamer, as this time Harmer's clipped into the leg side. I'm just interested. This is my own take, my own thoughts. I'm just interested to see or to observe, is he bowling a little too slowly? Because they can play him off the back foot, which is more comfortable for these two batsmen, rather than just a little bit quicker, making him think. And that's my own thoughts. The right-handed Berg is facing now with a slip and a forward short leg bowls, and it is a little bit quicker. and there is no run. So there's a lot of intense cricket coming up again next week, and if I might be as bold to advertise some cricket on Bank Holiday Monday, which is Harmer coming in, bowls, driven into the offside, there is no run. That's Suffolk are hosting a T20 at Copdock and Old Eyes. I think they're playing 2 T20s against Hertfordshire in the national counties, the old minor counties. They're playing on Monday, Bank Holiday Monday at Copdock, which is played into the offside. They look for a quick single, good bit of fielding, and I have to say that the left-handed batsman that is Proctor at the non-strikers turned his partner down, rightly so, as there was no run. 290 for 8. So that's very important to Suffolk. I do believe it's free entry for anyone listening. Copdock and Old Eyes, which is just off the A12 on the way to Ipswich, 3/4 probably in between Colchester and Ipswich, 3/4 of the way up the A12, and it's free entry to see Suffolk play Hertfordshire in 2 T20s.
Well, it's going to be Matt Critchley to continue from the far end, the Hayes close end, with a slip and a leg slip bowling to the left-handed Proctor, who plays that just behind square, eludes Simon Harmer, who's on there on the 45, saving one, goes out to deep square where Shane Snater comes in off the boundary to field. One more to Proctor. He goes to 82 and Northamptonshire to 291 for 8. Yeah, while we're on the subject of Bank Holiday Monday, I can give a little bit of an advert as well, as Critchley comes in, bowls
Safe
to Berg, who goes aerial, and he's given that pretty much the kitchen sink, and it's gone all the way for 6. It's gone for 6 away over deep mid-wicket. And, well, Gareth Berg, if the ball is up there, he's going to put it away, and he's a good enough player to do that. And he goes up to 31 and Northamptonshire to 297 for 8. The ball is thrown back, I think, from the general direction of the school party over to our left. Yes, Northamptonshire's women, who have played 4-1-4 so far this season. They've got two matches on Monday, which I'll give you details of in a second. Critchley in bowls to Berg, forward defensive, up to Nick Brown under the helmet at forward short leg. They're playing Leicestershire, so it's the old enemy, at Geddington, lovely ground, Geddington Cricket Ground, not too far from Kettering. 2 T20 matches. Here's Critchley bowling short, and Berg on the back foot punches it up to mid-wicket, fielded by Cushy. And there's no run. First, I think, at 11 o'clock, second, round about 3. But, yeah, Northamptonshire had a terrific start to the season. 2 wins against Oxfordshire, 2 wins against Lincolnshire. Flighted up, Critchley to Berg. Berg drives, fielded at extra cover. And there's no run. So, yeah, if you want to go along and watch some cricket on Bank Holiday Monday, that could be an option for you. Critchley in again, bowls outside the off stump.
Googly.
The Google, which I'm not sure that Gareth Berg picked. He let it go through outside the off stump, and Adam Wheater took it dangerously close to the off stump, I think it's fair to say. Nevertheless, he survives. 31 to Berg, 82 to Proctor. Northamptonshire 297 for 8. The partnership worth 47 for the 9th wicket. And,
I'd be bringing on a seamer for me. This is too easy.
it is a little bit, isn't it? Yeah.
For Northamptonshire.
And the leg spinner is always, especially when he hasn't bowled that much this year, he's always going to bowl the odd bad ball by definition. And and it's not as though you're bowling to a rabbit at number 10. You've got Gareth Berg, who's got first class hundreds, and as I say, if he does bowl a bad ball, Berg is good enough to put it away.
Well, we welcome any interactions with the audience this morning. Email us at bbcessexcricket@gmail.com or tweet us at BBC Essex Sport, at oldmanrad, or even myself at Toppers Senior. We'd like to receive any interactions about anything.
I've got one here for you, Toppers. You'll enjoy this. Paul Rumans, as mentioned, it was lovely on the estuary this morning. Kettles on, Old Man Rad and Toppers Senior on the cricket live stream in the cabin. How Fridays should be done. There you go. Glad you're enjoying the commentary.
Does that mean he's fallen asleep, or is he excited? But it's going to be Cook, as I asked, to replace the spinner with a seamer. Cook starts and he bowls a decent first ball, short of a length, but equal to the task. We see Proctor go back and across and just plays it off the back foot into the offside, no run. Yes, good morning to you, sir. In the estuary, does it say what estuary?
No, I suspect it's not the Nen estuary, because
Well, I was going to say there's the Stour estuary, the Orwell estuary, Deben estuary, that they're the sort of ones around Suffolk. This time it's played into the leg side. Cook is manipulated there. Good looking shot, not too square, played well by Proctor. Proctor 82 not out. And I was impressed with Will Young yesterday and Emilio Gay, but I'm going to have to say as well, I've been really impressed with this pugnacious knock of 82 by Luke Proctor. He crouches down, awkward looking stance, he goes lower as well.
You've got to say also, Don, it was quite a good idea in terms of Northamptonshire's the powers that be. Obviously the head coach John Sadler and captain Ricardo Vasconcelos, I'm sure, would have had a say in this, but Save Zabe, having started the season at number 4 and just struggled a little bit, and they've decided, he thought, okay, let's put Proctor in at 4, and we did say at the time it seemed a sensible decision in terms of the shape and the balance of the batting lineup, and it's been fully justified here to put to bat Proctor at 4.
Going back to estuaries.
Go on then.
As Cook bowls, and this time Berg comes forward, plays a 4 defensive back to the bowler. There is no run. My researcher, you won't be surprised.
Your high-powered research unit, yes.
Researcher stroke chauffeur. No hat, I might add, no hat. Suggests a backwater estuary. Now I don't know if that's the name. Blackwater estuary. Not the black. He suggests backwater, as this is played outside, bowled outside off stump through to the keeper.
I just assumed it was Thames estuary, but I may be wrong.
What was his name again? Can you
Paul.
remember?
Paul. Was Paul, I think.
Paul, please get in touch. Whether it was the Blackwater, backwater, or what estuary. I like my geography, I was okay at geography and maths, so I could get to the game and I knew when to declare. English history, who wants to know about dates? English not so good, but in comes Cook. Cook bowls, that's a decent ball that just nips back. And played well by Berg into the leg side for the end of the over. No run, 298 for 8. Berg has 31 significant runs. And we've got Proctor with 83 not out, splendid knock, and these two have now put on 48 for the 9th wicket partnership. This is quite significant in this game, and they've played really well. And as we approach 12:30, the first hour and a half has got to be Northamptonshire. So well played to. Well, I was going to call them the Steelbacks. I'm not allowed to call them the Steelbacks yet.
No, that's right. No. This is strictly speaking only the Steelbacks in white
Shall
ball
I say
cricket.
to the county that possesses a rose?
County of Spires and Squire. It is Critchley starting a fresh over, and that's on driven by Proctor. Loopy delivery, and there's a man, Paul Walter, back there at deepish mid-on, and they're able to come through for a single. One more to Proctor, 84 to him, 299 for 8. Yes, the Tudor Rose is the badge of Northamptonshire, but also known as the county of Spires and Squires.
I didn't know that.
There's Critchley in again. That's driven nicely by Berg. Crisp stroke, but there's a man just in there on the drive at short extra. Goes straight to him. Just a slip and a forward short leg. The close catchers. Mid-off and mid-on, both deep, and Berg trying to drive again through the offside. Doesn't time it at all, goes off a thick inside edge, rolls up on the onside of the pitch for Brown to field at forward short leg. And there's no run. Here's Critchley again, bowls that one a little bit quicker, and Berg's in behind it, playing it back down the pitch. Talking of leg spinners, Northamptonshire have given a 2-month rookie contract to Alex Russell, the leg spinner from Herefordshire, who's highly thought of, is Critchley in again, bowls short, and Berg able to rock back and just punch that away out to the man sweeping on the cover boundary. They pick up a single, and that's the 300 up for Northamptonshire. It's also the 50 partnership for the 9th wicket, so Northamptonshire 300 for 8. Gareth Berg up to 32. So John Sadler this morning saying 300 to be greedy. Well, he's got his 300. Here's Critchley in again, round the wicket to Proctor. Pushes up on the offside. Cushy fields, and there's no run. End of the over. The 50 partnership coming off 60 balls, so decent time. 300 for 8, 84 to Proctor, 32 to Berg. Yes, he's been playing for Northamptonshire's second 11. Has picked up some wickets, picked up 3 in the second innings yesterday when Northamptonshire beat Leicestershire at Kibworth, and they've got a little 2-month rookie deal to have a good look at him.
Good.
And,
tell me, is he a minor counties or national counties? So is he in their pathway?
Yeah, I believe so.
Did he go to school at in one of the schools in Northamptonshire?
No, he's been playing for Herefordshire.
Has he?
He's a Herefordshire boy, but
interested to see how he's been recommended to Northampton.
Born, I think, in South Wales, I believe, and played. I think he's played some cricket at Swansea Cricket Club.
Cook, away from us, from the river end, bowls a decent delivery. Berg comes forward on this easy paced pitch and just plays nonchalantly to the leg side. There is no run. Easy pace pitch here at Chelmsford.
I thought to mention it because I was just John Sadler was confirming it to me this morning, and then Swansea Cricket Club have just tweeted and say everyone at the club wanted to congratulate Alex Russell on the short-term deal with Northamptonshire. We will be your biggest supporters and watching your progress, which is good to hear.
Top draw. Good luck to him as he is on the bottom rung of a very important ladder. Cook bowls. This is played into the leg side. There is no run. Nice straight back from Berg. There was an former international leg spinner here yesterday.
Right.
Robin Hobbs.
Oh yeah, RNS Hobbs.
Yes, he wrote a book or two.
Yes, he could. I remember seeing him my first summer of sort of watching England play on the telly. 1971, he was playing for England that year.
Some cracking stories.
Got that incredible, was it 44-minute 100 against Australia here?
He did indeed. As this time there's clipped a little bit too straight from Cook. He takes a single, does Berg. Left hand, right hand combination, rotate. And another single to Northamptonshire. So this wicket partnership now is worth 51.
Yeah. I think actually Alex Russell was saying I think he might be here today. I think he might be doing sort of sharing the 12th man duties, I believe. So I'm hoping I might actually might get a chance to have a little chat with him later, which I should be quite keen to do.
Robin Hobbs is actually a cracking person to talk to about leg spin. He really is. Just to spend 10 minutes in his company is good value. This time it's clipped into the leg side by the left-handed Proctor. Good looking shot, but he finds the fielder at square leg. There is no run. All gone quite quiet, but I'm much happier seeing Essex bowl a seamer here. Perhaps all the seamers bowling really now. They should. The idea or investigation putting the two spinners on, I certainly didn't really work. I think you have to bowl it a little bit quicker as a spin bowler on this wicket. Cook bowls, this squares Proctor up, well played, well negotiated. Again, it's a slowish wicket, so he had time to change his shot, re-evaluate the movement and play the ball square of the wicket along the floor. Well batted, well bowled, good cricket.
Yes, there's not a lot of pace on offer, is there really? Especially with the ball being, 42 overs old now.
Cook on his way in, passes the umpire. Away from us, he bowls. Outside off stump, well bowled, well left, through to the keeper. And that concludes the end of Cook's over, 301 for 8. And for me, Northamptonshire have done so well in this hour and a half.
Yeah, they've had a good morning, haven't they, Don? 68 runs added, just 1 wicket down.
Andrew, if you could have a little bit of luck, all right, and your coach has suggested he likes being greedy, well, he's probably reassessed and said, I want a bit more. So he can afford to be greedy. He said he'll probably want 325 minimum. But wouldn't he like to bowl with the lights on just a little bit later, if it does get a little bit darker? Because, you know, if it gets a bit darker, it's not going to move away very quickly. There is no wind at all here at Chelmsford.
No, it is very still, isn't it? As Critchley starts a fresh over from the Hayes close end, and Gareth Berg again looking to play a sort of expansive drive over extra cover, despite the fact that the man at extra cover is the tallest man on the field. Paul Walter doesn't make contact, goes through to Adam Wheater. There's a slip and a forward short leg, still the close field, and that's just a little bit shorter of a length, and Berg is able to play that little punch shot that he favours, and there's a run round for Paul Walter to field, as a result of which they pick up a single. Berg to 34, Northamptonshire to 302 for 8. Partnership now worth 52 for the 9th wicket. Slip on a leg slip for Proctor. Proctor turns it round the corner, only as far as Simon Harmer, who's in there at backward square leg, saving the one. Proctor faced 222 balls for his 84 runs. Quicker ball from Critchley. Proctor on the back foot plays it again to Harmer at backward square, and there's no runs. Big excited chatter over the far end of the ground, where we've got the school party, quite a big school party in one of the covered stands on the far side of the ground. Here's Critchley in again, bowls to Proctor on or just outside the line of leg stump, plays it up to mid-wicket where Paul Walter is now fielding, and there's no run. Cook at slip, Brown at leg slip. As Critchley in again, bowls that beats Proctor outside the off stump. Good ball from Matt Critchley. Moral success for the bowler. End of the over, 302 for 8. Proctor is 84, Berg is 34. The partnership worth 52. Critchley's bowled 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 33. That was the wicket of Rob Keogh around tea time yesterday.
Thanks to Dino, who contacted us. He was looking forward to rolling Northamptonshire over this morning. Well, it certainly hasn't panned out that way. Tom Wesley will be doing a little bit of head scratching as he's collected the 1 wicket from the overnight score. The overnight score, to be reminded again, was
233 for 7.
233 for 7, and they've gone on and look, you know, it's 60, 69, something like that. Yeah, overnight. They're good runs for the 9th wicket partnership. So head scratching for Essex. Cook's going to come back in again to bowl, and he's moving away from us as he goes past the umpire. He's at the crease, he bowls. This is driven into the offside by Berg, powerfully driven to mid-off to Wesley. There is no run. Good looking shot, but alas, no runs.
Just bring you up to date while this over's in progress, because Sam Cook does take a little while to walk back. What's happening elsewhere? At Bristol, Surrey have moved on to 369 for 7 against Gloucestershire. At Southampton, Hampshire all out for 246. Lancashire in trouble, 101 for 6 in reply.
Cook in. This is square into the offside. Not exactly where he wanted to play it, but a decent ball. But it takes a single because it splits the fielders on the offside. So 1 more run to Berg, 1 more run to Northamptonshire, 303 for 8.
At Taunton, Somerset pressing on, 409 for 8 against Warwickshire. At Headingley, Kent all out for 291 early this morning. Yorkshire just started their reply. They're 9 for no wicket. Glenn mentioned earlier that they may be over today at Trent Bridge, and they may well be, because Worcestershire in their second innings are 23 for 3 against Nottinghamshire. They're still 84 runs behind, and they've already lost 3 second innings wickets.
Cook round the wicket to the left-handed Proctor, who leaves it alone from outside off stump, no run.
I was saying a friend of mine was going to that match today and just had bad vibes about how long it was going to go on for. Luke Fletcher's picked up 2 wickets and Stuart Broad's got the other one.
Mr. Bracegirdle will be happy.
He will. He'll be very happy indeed. Punching the air, no doubt. At Derby, Derbyshire, 344 for 7 against Glamorgan. And at Lords, replying to the Leicestershire total of 149 all out, Middlesex 218 for 5.
Cook in bowls, it's a bouncer, and it's gone into the floor to a rather strange fielding position. If I said to you it's square leg but quite close, it's not a short square leg, but it's a square leg that is catching 1, 2, 3, the 4 strips over. It's not a silly square leg.
Almost a sort of a leg gully almost, isn't it? But,
Very
but
square.
But a little bit deeper, yeah, that's right.
Very square leg gully. Cook in again. It was a dot ball. This is played more sensibly, straight back to the bowler on the front foot. There is no run.
And the only other match is the one down at Hove. Durham 223 all out, and Somerset in reply 138 for 3. So that's Sussex, beg your pardon. So that's
at Hove.
At Hove, yeah. So that's where we are around the country.
And you're listening to Essex versus Northamptonshire. Andrew Radd, Don Topley, Glenn Speller bringing you ball-by-ball coverage. BBC Essex and BBC Radio Northampton. As this ball sails down the leg side, and it bounces quite considerably, but it's quite a difficult take, and I think it's hurt Adam Wheater's right thumb, as it sails down to fine leg for a bye, of which concludes the end of the over. One more run, 304 for 8. Yes, it's been all Northamptonshire this morning. It's been a cracking morning for them, as the away team has invested in. Look, Essex have bowled okay, but it's been quiet. Nothing's really happened. The seamers have, for me, looked a little more dangerous than the spinners. But well played to Northamptonshire. They've provided some very resilient and productive batting.
I've got a question for you in a second, Don, as Matt Critchley starts another over, bowling to Luke Proctor with a slip and a leg slip. Proctor just drops it down on the offside. Wheater comes from behind the stumps to field, and there's no run. You know this ground obviously better than anybody. How long would it tend to be before the lights come on? Because it's pretty murky at the moment.
Yeah.
Here's Critchley on again, and Proctor comes down the wicket, and he's hoisted that away over deep mid-wicket. 1 bounce for 4.
Sensible.
So again, it was a good option. There was nobody. There was a long on or a deep mid on, and a huge yawning gap then round to deep square where Shane Snater's fielding. So Proctor spotted the gap, came down the pitch, and picks up 4 runs. 88 to Luke Proctor, 308 for 8 Northamptonshire. The partnership up to 58. Here's Critchley in again, bowls to Proctor, just dead bats that back down the pitch for Critchley to field. I ask because certainly at Northampton in the game against Gloucestershire, the lights were on sometimes fairly early in the day, sort of midday, when it got a little bit gloomy. Here's Critchley again, and again it's defensively pushed down the pitch by Proctor, and there's no run. And obviously the umpires have to say when they want them on, but I just wonder whether there's a precedent here for them being on. It's quite a decent seeing ground, isn't it? There's no sort of not too many dark trees around or anything like that.
Can I describe that ball? You describe that ball.
Just that's Critchley just turning that one around the corner to Harmer at backward square, and there's no run.
Can I diplomatically suggest something?
Go on then.
We have one window that's open, which is my one.
Yes. And that's turned away by Proctor, and he is going to pick up a single down to deep backward square, fielded by Snater. 1 more onto the total. I know what you're going to say. 89 at the end of the over. 89 to Proctor, 309 for 8. The windows are tinted.
Yes.
But I still think it's actually a little bit gloomy, because I think that one's tinted and that one's not. Anyway, it does look a little bit gloomy. But
it's probably a little marginally more gloomy than it was, say, a quarter of an hour ago.
Yeah.
I would tend to say the lights are not required at the moment, but I do think, and I agree with you, and I raised it, an hour ago, I do believe the lights will be on perhaps a bit later this afternoon.
Paul Walter, and it's interesting because Paul Walter's having a little limber up, and I'm just one of the seamers.
Yeah.
Suspect one of the seamers, because obviously you've got Sam Cook from this end. I haven't seen Snaters on the field. Is Mark Steckerty still on the on the park. I was just
He
looking around
wears
to see
number
if
6.
looking around to see if I could see him, or whether the sub's still on.
He
Anyway,
wears number 6. It's going to be Cook round the wicket to the left-handed Proctor. Proctor plays into the leg side. It's well fielded at that funny short square leg, not necessarily catching, but it's Critchley there who's in a specific fielding position. As I say, 1, 2, 3, 4 strips over, catching square of the wicket, just behind square. But I do think this afternoon, and one would assume that's when Northamptonshire bowl, the lights might be on. As Cook round the wicket comes roaring in, it's short, it's pulled, and that's going to run away for 4. That's well pulled by Luke Proctor, who just hung back on this slow wicket, waited, and played the cross-back shot, and he executed it brilliantly, kept it along, rolled his hands, kept it along the floor, and he moves to 93 runs. He's faced 237 balls. It's been an impressive knock, especially this 9th wicket partnership that has now moved to 63, of which 63 of the runs, well, Berg has scored 35 of them. Cook, will this be quicker? Will it be pitched up? It's pitched up, and this time Proctor comes forward and plays an immaculate forward defensive. He's played really well. He's low in the crease. He waits for the ball. He has a little bit of a flourish with 1 or 2 of the shots, even a forward defensive. But my word, he's played so well. Northamptonshire will be proud of this man's contribution. Cook on his way again. Arms are pumping. Away from us. He bowls a bouncer. This is pulled again. There's a man back, 2 men back this time, but he hits it finer, or it's maybe got a little bit more pace on it as it comes off the splice to conventional fine leg where they take just the single. Berg is back on strike, 314 for 8.
I was just looking at Northamptonshire partnerships against Essex for these last couple of wickets, and it reminds me of that the last time Northamptonshire beat Essex in the Championship at Northampton in 2013, when Northamptonshire in all sorts of trouble, and the last 2 wickets put on over 200.
Cook in, decent ball. Berg plays it so easily on the front foot, and there is no run. 2 slips and a gully are still waiting with Berg facing.
Yeah, I remember being in the commentary box for that one. Northamptonshire winning in the end quite comfortably,
Was that here?
No, it was at Northampton, and Northamptonshire were 171 for 8 and finished up getting 399 all out. The last 2 wickets put on 228.
God, who was that?
Thanks to David Willey, Stephen Crook and Trent Copeland.
Copeland, yes. This time Cook bowls. It's quite full. It's driven by Berg up to mid-on, where Snater's the fielding, end of the over, 314 for 8. Can you just go through the scores?
Yeah, I can.
Of that game,
Essex batted first and were all out for 183, of which Graham Napier made 73 not out, 4 wickets for Stephen Crook. Northamptonshire, say in reply, 171 for 8, finished up getting up to 399 all out. David Willey made 76, Stephen Crook 88 not out, Trent Copeland 70. Last pair put on 107, and then Essex bowled out in their second innings for 207 with 5 wickets for David Willey. Ravi Bopara got 40, Tom Westley 38, but Northamptonshire winning by an innings and 9.
Can you go through the Essex bowling lineup?
Yep, it was.
Hoddy Masters?
We had Rees was playing. Rees opened the bowling with who was there? Timal Mills. Then
Right.
Graham Napier, Maurice Chambers, Ravi Bopara and Tom Westley. And here is Paul Walter, who's been limbering up for a while. He's coming on from the Hayes close end. First ball is short and it's paddled away round the corner by Luke Proctor for a single, down to deep backward square, fielded by Harmer. Proctor to 95. And Northamptonshire up to 315 for 8. Napier picked up 6 for 93 in that Northamptonshire only innings in which they were called upon to bat. Bopara just bowled 3 overs and Westley 5, so it was Topley are.
Yep.
Mills, Napier and Chambers who did most of the bowling. Here's Walter in again bowling to Gareth Berg, and we were saying there's not much pace in this pitch, and that just stood up and looked at Gareth Berg a bit, and he just decided to play it defensively. Slip in the gully. Sir Alistair Cook at slip. Nick Brown in the gully.
Am I allowed to set you some homework?
You can if you want.
How many
the dog
players,
might eat it though. That's the trouble.
What year was that?
2013.
So we're only talking 9 seasons ago.
Yeah. Here's Walter in again bowling short to Berg. Ducks underneath it. Goes into the gloves of Adam Wheater.
Just as an interesting question, how many of those 22, one are still playing for either county, okay? Or, and the second question to it is, how many of those 22 are actually still playing within the game? So
that's a good question.
Because you've just mentioned Willie.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you the Northamptonshire ones easily enough. Here's Walter in bowls to Berg, who drives up to extra cover, and there's no run. The Northamptonshire side was Stephen Peters, the captain, who's obviously retired. Kyle Kurtzer, I think still is he still playing
Scotland?
Up in Scotland?
Yeah, not playing professional cricket in England.
David Sales, who's retired,
Yep.
his son's playing. Alex Wakely, who's retired.
Yep.
Rob Newton, who's retired. Andrew
Yep.
Hall, who's retired. James Middlebrook, who's on the umpires list.
Yep.
Break offers. Walter comes in, bowls to Berg, who's in behind that, playing defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. David Willey, of course, who is still playing.
So that's one.
David Murphy, who's retired from the game, has taken up a legal job.
Wicket-keeper.
Stephen Crook, who's retired, and Trent Copeland, who's now on the telly quite a lot, presenting.
Still playing for Western Australia.
Yeah, but does quite a lot of presentation on the telly these days, doesn't he?
He does, and he's good at it.
He is. The Essex side, as Walter comes in and bowls to Berg, who drives down the pitch. Think about a single. Is it going to beat mid-off? No, it's not.
Fielded.
Well fielded out there by mid-off, and there's no run, and that's the end of the over. Proctor is 95, Berg 35, Northamptonshire 315 for 8. Walter's bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 13. The Essex side, Tom Wesley obviously is.
So that's the only one at the moment who's still playing it in the two sides.
Rob Quinney.
Yeah, he was an Australian.
He's an Aussie, wasn't he?
Victoria.
Ben Folkes, who's obviously still playing.
4th one, yeah.
Ravi Bopara.
5.
Mark Patini, I think
Who's
is finished now.
Batting consultant here at Essex.
James Foster.
England wicket keeping.
Greg Smith. I don't think he's
playing minor national counties for Cornwall.
Graham Napier.
At the Royal Hospital School.
Yeah. Maurice Chambers.
No longer playing.
Reese, who's obviously still playing.
6.
And Tamal Mills.
7. As Harmer bowls, this is played into the offside on the front foot, and there is no run. So from 9 years ago, out of that fixture, 7 lads are still plying their trade in the professional game. Okay. Harmer in again, plays it forward, does Proctor with a dead bat, and it goes nowhere, and rightly so. Nick Brown has to come and do the fielding right beneath the batsman's eye line. Harmer in again, a little bit quicker outside off stump through to the keeper, no run.
But interestingly, in one case, of course, in the case of David Sales, his son is now playing for Northamptonshire. James.
He's a seamer, isn't he?
Yeah, batsman who's seen, played in the under-19s World Cup during the winter.
As Harmer bowls outside off stump through to the keeper, no run.
Played 3 championship matches at the end of last season. Made the winning hit against Surrey. And got his maiden 50 against Durham.
I presume he's taken his father's nickname.
Mini Jumble, yes.
As this time Harmer bowls a quicker delivery, but equal to the task. Luke Proctor comes forward, smothers a spin, plays it back to Harmer, no run. Harmer, will he bowl a maiden? This could be his 10th maiden of 31 overs. Comes in, he bowls, is driven back to the bowler on his follow through, and the umpire calls over. So he's bowled 31 overs, 10 maidens, 0 for 72. It's not often Harmer bowls 31 overs and remains wicketless.
Yeah, it's one of the points, I think Glenn and I were talking about it very early on this morning, that one of the points that Rob Keogh was making last night when I was having a chat with him was that one of the things that satisfied them was the fact that they'd managed to keep out, in Rob Keogh's description, one of the very best spin bowlers in the world at the moment, actually preventing him from taking a wicket all day, and so there's lots of little pluses that Northamptonshire took out of yesterday's cricket. And
he looked far more dangerous than yesterday.
Yeah.
Today they have played him very easily.
Here's Walter starting another over from the Hayes close end. Bowls to Berg, turns that down to long leg, where it's fielded by Snater coming in off the boundary in front of the main scoreboard, and comfortable single accrues, takes Berg to 36, and Northamptonshire up to 316 for 8. Partnership now worth 66 for the 9th wicket.
Just interested, if I could talk to Wesley. Steckerty is out there, but I'm just wondering whether Essex would have thought, well, we could have done with Porter or an extra seamer today now.
Here's Walter in again, bowls to Proctor, who turns that down just behind square on the onside. Well fielded by Matt Critchley coming in off the boundary, keeps it to a single. Proctor edging ever closer to 3 figures, 96 to Luke Proctor now. Northamptonshire 317 for 8. I'm sure he'll remember this innings fondly, not least it took him past 5,000 first class runs. But if he could convert it into 100, make it that much sweeter. Here's Berg on strike, facing the left arm seam of Walter, and he works that away pleasantly, just wide of the man at deep mid-on, as a result of which they're able to come through for a couple of runs. 2 more to Berg, 38 to him, 319 for 8. Long boundary over that side of the ground. Yeah, Northamptonshire, of course, going in with 5 frontline seamers: Berg, Sanderson, Kelly, Taylor and Proctor, with the spin of Keogh and safe Zabe if they need it. Here's Walter, and again bowls to Berg, drives pleasantly up to mid-off, but there's no run. Fielded out there by Mark Steckerty.
This is all too easy for me at the moment. This really is. It's a bit of a concern from the overnight score of 233 for 7.
86 runs added in the session so far, of which there's about 6-7 minutes to go till lunch. Walter in again, on driven by Berg, and very well fielded in there at mid-wicket by Faraz Kushi, who's been excellent since ball 1 yesterday in the field. 39 to Berg, 320 for 8. The partnership creeps up to 70.
Have you had a comeback from that estuary question?
No, not as yet. No.
Oh, is he gone for lunch? Is he turned off?
Might have had an early lunch.
I thought he was enjoying the commentary.
Here's Walter in again, bowls, and that's just on the hip of Luke Proctor, and he works it around the corner. Characteristic Proctor stroke. Also gives him the bowling, because he picks up a single down to Shane Snater on the long leg boundary. Proctor to 97 and Northamptonshire to 321 for 8.
Have you got a 1 o'clock?
I have got a 1 o'clock piece,
right,
but
I'm going to invite you to carry on.
That's very kind. Thank you.
The reason being, because one of your fellas is very close to 100, and I think it would be entirely appropriate for you to perhaps call it, should he get there.
Appreciate that, Don. Thank you very much. Well,
carry on.
I hope he does, obviously, from a Northamptonshire point of view. I hope he does, because I think a supporter of either side would say he's worked incredibly hard for it. He's on 97. Simon Harmer with a slip and a forward short leg, bowling from this river end, round the wicket, flights that up to Proctor, who drives. They're coming through for a very quick single. The throw goes to the striker's end, to which Gareth Berg was running. But Paul Walter's throw just a little bit wide. I think they'd have got home anyway, but 1 more to Proctor, 98 to him now.
Has he? How many hundreds has he got?
He's made 4 first-class hundreds, of which just the one for Northamptonshire, and that was at Edgbaston 2 years ago. Extraordinary days cricket when him and Adam Rossington batted for the entire final day of the match to save the game for Northamptonshire.
I'd certainly happily call him in a very creditable way, pugnacious.
Yeah, absolutely.
I really
he
would.
loves it. He loves a scrap. Loves a cricketing scrap. Here's Harmer bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Berg, who props forward. It goes off a little mixture of bat and pad. There is a forward short leg, Nick Brown, but it went wide of him safely enough.
I think we talked about him yesterday, and we said I like cricketers of character.
He certainly has that in bag loads, I would suggest. And here's Harmer bowling again to Berg, pushes out on the offside. Wheater comes from behind the stumps to field, and there's no run. Be this over and probably one more, I would imagine. 3 balls gone in this one.
Well, Glenn will come back in to do the 1 o'clock update, I'm sure, as the
It all runs like a
players
smooth,
leave
well-oiled
the
machine.
crease.
Quicker ball from Harmer, and that's paddled round the corner by Gareth Berg. And that was telegraphed a little bit, to be perfectly honest. It was very short, it was down the leg side, and really all Berg had to do was get some bat on it, which he did, and it ran away for 4. 43 to Berg.
Poor ball.
Northamptonshire. Yeah, it was, especially from a bowler of Harmer's undoubted class. Anyway, 326 for 8. Just trying something different, I suppose, but but it was, as I say, it really sat up and asked to be hit, and Berg hit it. 326 for 8.
Getting closer to a 100-run partnership.
Yeah, it's 76 the stand. Flighted up that ball from Harmer, and Berg pushing forward. Just drops down out into the offside. And Sam Cook down there comes in from backward point to field, and there's no run. Still overcast as we head towards lunchtime here at Chelmsford. Here's Harmer in again, bowls that to Berg, who's watchfully in behind it, just pushing it out on the offside. And there's no run. End of the over. Berg is 43, Proctor 98, 326 for 8. We have, I would imagine, 1 over to go before the break, and he would just dearly love to get the 100 before lunch, wouldn't he?
Well, his lunch will go down a lot better if he did than if he didn't, and he had to worry about the nervous 90s and whether he's going to have a bit of curry, maybe a vegetarian,
they're having
a sandwich.
Having a chat out there now, Berg and Proctor, say 2 of the battle-hardened veterans of this side. And it is going to be Matt Critchley who's going to bowl.
He's got a man at long on, deep square leg. I mean, they're the ones he's got to be careful of hauling out to.
Yeah,
they're going to stop the 2, aren't they?
Where's Proctor going to be looking? There's a slip and a leg slip, and that's short of a length, and it's worked into the onside by Proctor. It's only going to be a single. Takes him to 99. Shane Snater. Fields coming out from the shadow of the pavilion, if there were any shadows, which there aren't because it's very cloudy still. 327 for 8. Proctor is 99, but he's off strike. 5 balls to go in the over. Critchley coming in bowling to Berg, who's working that into the onside. Cushy fields at mid-wicket, and there's no run. I suppose Berg would probably like to get off strike and give Proctor a chance to complete the 100 before lunch. Here's Critchley in again, and Berg sweeps, and he's going to do just that as he picks up a single down to deep backward square. And it takes Berg to 44 and Northamptonshire to 328 for 8. Proctor on 99.
With 3 balls
balls to go before lunch.
Will he do it?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, saving 1. Here's Critchley in bowls to Proctor, who's calm as you like, plays back at least outwardly, drops it down on the onside for Wheater to come round from behind the stumps to collect. 2 balls to go before lunch. Here's Critchley in again, bowls to Proctor, who works that just in front of square. Snater's there, fielding next to the square leg umpire, and there's no single there. So 1 ball to go in the session. Proctor on 99. Here's Critchley, comes in, bowls to him, and he's worked it down round the corner, and it's fielded by Simon Harmer at backward square leg, and so Luke Proctor goes into lunch, 99 not out. Gareth Berg on 44, and Northamptonshire into the break at 328 for 8. And I'll hand you over to Glenn Speller, who'll be updating listeners to BBC Radio Essex. I shall go and do the same to BBC Radio Northampton.
Thank you, Andrew. So lunch here then, 3:28 for 8 Northamptonshire. I'll update the BBC Essex listeners in the 1 o'clock news, and then we'll rejoin you just before 1:40. What was the overnight score? 2-3-3. Thank you. Welcome back to the County Ground in Chelmsford for the second afternoon session of this Division 1 match between Essex and Northamptonshire. Glenn Speller, Andrew Radd and Don Topley talking you through the action for the rest of the day. The Essex fielders are heading back out. Northamptonshire 328 for 8, and Luke Proctor, he's on the precipice, the very edge. His toes are over the edge towards a century. He's 99 not out, Andrew.
Yeah, I think he played really, really well, and I would think that whichever team you support, then you wouldn't begrudge him one more run at least to get to 3 figures. As I say, he's only made one previous century for Northamptonshire, but this has been a very, very valuable innings, and entirely justifying, as we were saying earlier, Glenn, the decision to put him up to number 4 for this particular game. Just having a little bit of a rethink, as I say, safe save, put in at 4 for the first couple of games, which is where I think Adam Rossington, they had earmarked for him had he stayed at Northamptonshire. But yeah, Luke Proctor, as you say, on the precipice, 99 not out. One thing I would say, I think it's brightened up a little bit.
Really?
I think it's a little bit brighter than it was before lunch. Maybe it's just the mood, because Northamptonshire had a decent first session, so perhaps I'm seeing things. Anyway, 95 runs scored in the pre-lunch session by Northamptonshire for the loss of just the 1 wicket. Matt Kelly holding out at mid-wicket off Shane Snater for 7. Here's Simon Harmer starting proceedings from this river end, bowling to Berg, who's playing it back down the pitch for Harmer not to field cleanly off his own bowling. It's a slip and a forward short leg. 328 for 8. Proctor 99. Berg 44. Partnership worth 78. Harmer in again, bowling to Berg, who's reaching for that, pushing it out into the covers. And it's Harmer himself who runs across the field, and there's no run. In addition to the slip in the forward short leg, there's Tom Westley, the Essex captain, at a very short, straight, silly mid-on. His left foot almost on the cut surface as Harmer comes in, flights that up to Berg, who drives pleasantly up past mid-off. It's running out towards the boundary. It's a chase for Paul Walter, and I don't think he's quite going to get there. He's not. It goes over the boundary for 4. So first runs of the afternoon for Northamptonshire, 332 for 8.
Somerset 458 all out. Mini collapse has cost them maximum batting points today, and Nottinghamshire are going to beat Worcestershire. Nottinghamshire 266 all out in Division 2. Worcestershire made 159, and they're 37 for 4
Crumbs.
in their second innings.
That has a 2-day finish written all over it, doesn't it? 48 then to Berg. Here's Harmer in again, bowling to him, and he just pushes that down to backward point, fielded by Sam Cook, and there's no run. Harmer into his 33rd over, and still looking for his first wicket of the innings, which is unusual for Harmer. He's been such a key player for Essex for a while, and now of course back in Test cricket, driven back down the pitch by Berg, fielded on the bounce by Harmer, and there's no run. Shane Snater fielding down in front of us, in front of the Tom Pearce stand, was getting ready to run round in case Harmer had missed it, but he didn't. Next ball is flighted up again by Harmer, played down on the bounce to forward short leg by Berg. End of the over, 48 to Berg. Northamptonshire 332 for 8, and Luke Proctor will face the bowling on 99. Harmer's bowled 33 overs, now 10 maidens, no wicket for 81. 5 wickets for Oliver Hammond-Dalby against Somerset, 5 for 89. Elsewhere in Division 1, Surrey 398 for 7 against Gloucestershire. Hampshire 246 all out. Lancashire 130 for 7 in 7
reply.
down, 6 down last time I looked.
Kent 291 all out against Yorkshire. Yorkshire 23 for 2. Division 2, Derbyshire 360 for 8 against Glamorgan. Middlesex 248 for 5 against Leicestershire's 149 all out. Nottinghamshire I've just mentioned, and Sussex 155 for 3 compared to Durham's 223 all out. Here we go.
Mark Steckerty back in the attack, running in from the Hayes close end. Proctor on 99, and he's pushed forward to that. Now I don't think, has he got a little bit of bat on it? It bounced before it got to slip. And it is a bye. Didn't think he got any bat on it.
That would have all been rather an
that would have been a huge anticlimax.
The umpire not signalled byes there.
It was. It wasn't quite what the manner that we were hoping for. Anyway, it's one more onto the total. 333 for 8. So triple Nelson, double Nelson struck yesterday, didn't it? With the wicket of, trying to think who got out. McManus, wasn't it? It was out, 6th out at 222. So can triple Nelson do the job for Essex here with Steketee, into his 27th over, 1 for 55, but he's bowled beautifully. 2 slips and a gully, bowls to Berg on his leg stump, turned away by Berg, and he's going to get just a single down there to long leg. So the field again changes over for the left-handed Proctor, takes Berg to 49. His contribution shouldn't be overlooked, although obviously the focus very much on Proctor as he nears this century. 334 for 8. 2 slips and a gully. Proctor on 99, faced 254 balls so far. Steketee runs in, bowls to Proctor, and Proctor playing defensively, pushing it out on the offside, fielded by Feroz Kushi in there at extra cover, and there's no run.
I've heard a discussion about this on Test Match Special about the race to get off naught, nicking a quick single, and the race to get off 99, nicking quick singles here and there, and what difference does it make? Well, actually, psychologically and mentally, an awful lot.
Yes, I think that's certainly the case. Here's Proctor on 99, facing Steketee, and Proctor turns it, and that's it. He's going to get a single, turns it away just behind square on the onside. In fact, they're going to come back for a couple just to make sure. And a century for Luke Proctor, his 5th in first-class cricket, his 2nd for Northamptonshire. He takes off his maroon helmet and acknowledges the applause of his teammates down to our right. And a very popular century in the dressing room, I'm sure. He's congratulated as well by Gareth Berg, who puts an arm round him and says well played. And Luke Proctor, 101 not out off 256 balls. What a valuable innings this has been for his side. 336 for 8, 2 balls left in the over. Steketee comes in, bowls to him outside the off stump. Proctor lets it go through. The partnership now worth 86 for the 9th wicket. And as we mentioned earlier with Don, you'd have to say Gareth Berg is not the worst man to have coming in at number 10 that you could imagine. Man with obviously first-class hundreds to his credit.
Batting 1 place higher than normal, did you say, Luke Proctor, in this game?
Yeah, well, batting probably 1, maybe 2 places higher. Here's Steketee in again, bowls outside the off stump to Proctor, who shoulders arms, lets it go through to the keeper. And that's the end of the over. 336 for 8. Proctor to 101. Berg is 49. Thanks very much indeed for giving me the chance to be on and talk Luke Proctor through to a well-deserved century. Yes, to answer your question, Glenn, he would have been batting probably at 6 because they would have Zabe at 4, Keogh at 5, and then Proctor at 6. So 2 places higher than he would have been normally. But John Sadler obviously thinking that was a good move to put Proctor up to 4. As I say, I like it. I think it just balances the top order nicely. And certainly, one imagines he may have made that spot his own for a bit. And Matt Critchley coming back into the attack.
Yeah, Essex desperate. Desperate to get these 2 wickets. We won't know, as the old adage goes, we won't know about where this game is going until both sides have batted. But the evidence is that the surface isn't offering that much. Any turn is slow. The bounce is quite low on occasions. It's not easy to take wickets. It's not easy to score runs either, at a rate you would want to either. Matt Critchley then from the River End, bowling to Berg, who's 1 short of a half century himself. So we might have another milestone for Northamptonshire in a couple of moments' time. Still the 1 slip in and the forward short leg. Here goes Critchley in and bowling to Berg. Berg gives it the full drive. It squirts out on the offside, squarer than he was aiming, but he goes through to 50 from 107 deliveries. And while Luke Proctor was going about things quietly and edged his way up to 100, no one sort of noticed that Gareth Berg had got himself up to 50 either.
No, absolutely right. Just looking at Proctor's strike rate, first 50 came off 134 balls, second 50 came off 122 balls, so not a great deal of difference, but Northamptonshire won't be remotely worried about that. Partnership creeps up to 87.
So Critchley will come round the wicket now to the left-handed Proctor. Do we think Proctor will open up now, or just keep going about things? I guess going about things the same as he is, as he goes for a reverse sweep, because he's got Berg down there with him, and that's gone down to the, well, what turns into the vacant fine leg boundary on the reverse sweep, or the third man boundary if you've been standing and playing normally as a left-hander, and the score goes up to 341 for 8.
It'd be interesting to see how he does go about it now, but really you wouldn't think they need to do anything a lot different. They scored 95 in the 2 hours before lunch, which is not bad going, particularly considering the fact that 7 and then 8 wickets down.
This next one is worked out to Feroz Kushi, who's 3/4 away to the boundary on the leg side, and they pick up another single, 342 for 8. And the thing about it is, while you might think the game's in a bit of a holding pattern, which I've mentioned a couple of times, Essex need to be careful they don't take the eye off things here, because Northamptonshire could get up towards 400, let alone over the 300 they already are now. This one's driven back to Critchley for no addition to the score.
Yeah, it's interesting about expectations, isn't it? We were talking this morning about, well, 280 or 300 if you're being greedy, and now we're talking about even 400 gets a mention.
This next one is out to the onside in front of square by Berg, and another single accrues, 343 for 8. And Essex just the one success so far today. Matt Taylor dollied up a pull shot straight into Matt Critchley's hands off Shane Snater at mid-wicket. Critchley round the wicket to the left-handed Proctor, nurdles that one into the onside, and there perhaps shouldn't have been a single there, but slightly on his heels, the man behind square, and they come through for the single. That's the end of the over. 344 for 8 is the score.
I think we were on together yesterday, Glenn, when Simon Harmer dropped that return catch offered by Luke Proctor when he'd made 27, and I think we said then, not a terribly original thought, but Northamptonshire, Proctor in particular, will be looking to try and make Essex pay for it. Well, 80 runs later, he's still there, and so Simon Harmer, almost bizarre to relate that he still hasn't taken a wicket in this innings, which is so unusual. Anyway, here's Mark Steckety, who's picked up the 1 but could easily have had 3 or 4. 2 slips in a gully in place, bowling round the wicket to Proctor. Very full, and almost sneaks that one under the bat. Proctor just managed to get a little toe end on it, and it runs up to Cushy at extra cover, and there's no run. Still a good sized crowd, particularly in the Tom Pearce stand over to our right. Spectators well muffled up, as you might imagine. It's a chilly late April afternoon here in Chelmsford. Got a few Essex caps and bobble hats in evidence. Still some excited noise from the school party over to our left as Steckety comes in, bowls again on the hip of Luke Proctor, and he will turn it round the corner all day and pick up a run. If you let him, he goes to 108, and Northamptonshire to 345 for 8. The partnership now worth 95 between these two for the 9th wicket.
256 balls for Luke Proctor's century. His 5th first-class century?
5th first-class century, 2nd for Northamptonshire. Made, I say, 112 not out against Warwickshire at Edgbaston 2 years ago, 2020, when he and Adam Rossington batted throughout the last day's play to save the match. Berg on strike as Steckety comes in, bowls to him, and Berg on the back foot playing that up to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yeah, the school party who had a fun on the outfield, some sort of coaching drills I think, and they're all on the outfield and enjoying themselves during lunchtime, which is very good to see. Well, they will have enjoyed their day, I'm sure, whatever happens, but I'm sure they'd love to still be here when Sir Alistair goes in to bat a bit later to start the Essex reply. Northamptonshire still batting for now though, and Gareth Berg rock-like in defence, playing that up to Cushy at extra cover, and there's no run. 51 to Berg, who made a very valuable contribution in Northamptonshire's first championship match of the season, made 66 off 117 balls, putting on 137 for the 8th wicket with Rob Keogh in the first match against Gloucestershire.
Thanks to David for his email. Says, afternoon chaps, listening in the physio office on my lunch break at the hospital, hoping Northants can pile them on. Keep up the good work.
Well, they haven't done too badly. Here's Berg, and that's a full stroke again. He was looking to play that up to mid-on. It just went off a thick outside edge out into the covers where Cushy fields, and Steckety once again, not for the first time in this innings and probably not for the last, shows his exasperation with life, the universe and everything.
Stewart on the email says, afternoon, Wellingborough Old Grammarians second 11 go to Rothwell tomorrow for their first game of the season in Division 8 of the Northamptonshire League. We have an opening partnership with a combined age of 114, so no quick singles.
Here's Steckety in bowls to Berg, who clips that nicely up to mid-wicket but doesn't manage to beat the dive of Nick Brown. End of another over, 51 to Berg, 108 to Proctor, 345 for 8 Northamptonshire, the partnership worth 95. Yep, the OGs play there on the Mad Mile in Wellingborough.
He goes on to say, I've just dusted off my kit and found it shrunk a size over the winter. It's the same every year, says Stuart. Good luck to everyone wherever you're playing, and look after those knees.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, well, I'm sure so the Northamptonshire League, the top division started last weekend, and the lower division starting tomorrow. So our seconds of my club play and third team play tomorrow. First team played last week and had a win to start the season, which was very pleasing. Critchley back into the attack.
Yeah, going to continue here, bowling to Proctor, 108 not out, so obviously 4 short of equalling his best for Northamptonshire. Critchley around the wicket to him, leg slip in here, bowls whipped away by Proctor, but no addition to the score. Diving, tumbling stop by Paul Walter at mid-wicket. Getting low down there, the big man. bbcscricket@gmail.com if you want to email us, incidentally. Critchley's in. Once again, down the wicket comes Proctor and hits that one away over mid-on, who was 2/3 of the way to the fence. Couple of bounces and away it goes for 4 runs. So he has now equalled his best for Northamptonshire. 349 for 8. He's got 112 and Berg has 51.
Yes, they've. I think you signalled it pretty well there, Glenn. I think obviously just thinking to get a little bit of a move on and pile on as many as they can and get bowling while the cloud cover is there. Partnership up to 99 now for the 9th wicket.
Yeah, all the little milestones just beginning to tick over for Northamptonshire here. Critchley has the ball back in his hand. Is in, flatter to Proctor, who just works that one just behind square on the onside, and will come through for the single. And that's the 350 up for Northamptonshire. It's not exactly come along at a rate of knots. We're halfway through the 136th over, but it's in this game with so much time to go, not how long it's going to take to get them, just get them.
And the 100 partnership.
Tick that one off as well. Critchley over the wicket now to Berg, gives that a little bit of flight, a little bit slower, and Berg driving all the way along the carpet up to long on, where Shane Snater comes in to collect 351 for 8.
Northamptonshire's highest 9th wicket partnership against Essex, 111. The match we were talking about before lunch, David Willey and Stephen Crook at Northampton in 2013.
Critchley in again, worked away. Think about the single as it goes past forward short leg, but Cushy is there to prevent that. Piece of fielding again from the youngster. Critchley examines the ball. How's he going to prize out another one here? He's got the 1 wicket so far in this innings. He's in now. And on the sweep this time, Proctor rolls up that front pad. And there's no run. End of the over. Simon Harmer comes and picks up for Critchley, who collects his sweater off the umpire. And 136 overs gone now in this Northamptonshire innings. And they are 351 for 8.
Yes, it's a remarkable match there 9 years ago when I say Northamptonshire's last 2 wickets added 228 and went from 171 for 8 to 399 all out. Yeah, that Northamptonshire won promotion and ahead of their, up until this season, their last year in Division 1, because they were there in 2014.
Have you got a 2 o'clock to do?
I have got a 2 o'clock to do.
Right. Do a little bit of musical chairs because this is where it gets complicated. So I've got to go off and have a quick chat with somebody. You've got to go off and do your 2 o'clock. So Don's going to sit himself down as Steckety comes in.
Steckity coming in from the Hayes close end, bowls to Berg, who's playing that in textbook fashion, head over the ball, steers it down to backward point.
So shall I go first?
Go on then.
I'll go first, and I'll see you in a little while. And Donald.
So we'll play a game of musical chairs here in the commentary box. Northamptonshire inching up to, well, I think they've already got a decent, a competitive total anyway, 351 for 8, but still a bit of power to add. As Steckity comes in and bowls short to Gareth Berg, who ducks underneath it, left his bat there in the sort of submarine periscope fashion, but fortunately for him, it didn't make contact with him. There's the 2 slips in, there's a forward short leg. Stays at 351 for 8, Berg on 52. These two coming together at 250 for 8 in the 104th over, when Matt Kelly was out to Snater. Here's Steckity in again, bowling to Berg, way wide down the leg side, and it's going to go running away down for 4 byes, down to fine leg in front of us. It was a dive by Adam Wheater, but he would have done very, very well to stop it. He's now rather ruefully examining his left hand, and it's 4 more onto the total, 355 for 8. Afternoon toppers.
Good afternoon, Andrew. Nice to join you again, but my word, this is a testing time for Essex and their bowlers. What's it worth? 105 runs, this 9th wicket partnership.
Steckity in again, bowls again down the leg side to Berg, who doesn't have anything to do with it, and Wheater takes that cleanly this time, and no run accrues. I'll leave you to commentate the last couple of balls of the over, because I just need to update BBC Radio Northampton. It says, it's all happening. It's like it's like the Clapham Junction of cricket broadcasting at the moment, with lots of junctions going on. Right. I'll leave it to you for a second.
Well, you're going to announce to your parish
I shall
that there's been a centurion.
I'll be making the joyful announcement.
Steckity, is he going to bowl straight? He does. It's a bouncer, straight. He simply ducks under it. Does Gareth Berg, and he's ducked under many a bouncer during his long career. Came to the game late, as I said this morning, played for Middlesex and then Hampshire for a good number of years. Part of their winning one-day formula, Hampshire. Probably got quite an array of cricket medals, one-day medals, T20 medals, etc. Steckity charging in, 2 slips, it's a short ball. But all of these balls this over have been quite short, but it's certainly quite slow in the middle, not responsive. End of the over, 355 for 8. Still quite light here at the Cloud FM County Ground. Day 2, Essex versus Northamptonshire. And you're listening to Don Topley, Andrew Radd and Glenn Speller, bringing you live ball-by-ball coverage of this Division 1 encounter. Critchley about to commence a new over from around the wicket to the shorter Luke Proctor, batting left-handed. Slip and a leg slip waiting in place. Wesley just chatting to his bowler. Umpire's ready. Batsman's ready. In comes Critchley. Critchley bowls. This is lapped to the man at 45. He's saving one. He's not back, so there is no run. We could call that 45, as in 45 degrees of a 90-degree right angle behind square. This time he comes down the wicket. Does Proctor, plays it back to the bowler on his follow-through. Almost yorks himself. No run. Decent crowd here at Chelmsford, and I'm pleased to say not too windy, therefore not too cold. Critchley bowls again down the wicket. He goes with the spin and he gets caught by the very tall Paul Walter. He finally gets dismissed. It's hit the tallest man on the park and he takes it just above his head, and he's finally been dismissed as Proctor. Proctor has been caught by Paul Walter off the bowling of Critchley for 113, and the score is 355 for 8. And you can hear the applause. A number of people are standing. His teammates are applauding him in from the adjacent marquee, and he gets to the boundary rope and indeed the steps, raises his bat and off he goes. Well played, Luke Proctor. Great knock, important knock in the grand scheme of this game. Frustrated Essex no end, and he'll remember his, I think it is his 5th century of his career. I think it was. I look at Andrew nods. I'm sure he may be his man to interview tonight, and what an interview it will be.
Yeah, it could well be, I suspect. Yes, it's been a hugely valuable innings for his side. I mean, he specialises in gritting out, sort of innings and nuggety innings, and yeah, there he's done absolutely what he had to do, and as I say, justifying the decision. We were talking about this earlier, to put him up to number 4, up a couple of places in the order, and now Ben Sanderson comes to the middle, and if he gets a chance, I imagine Gareth Berg now probably will go for his shots. Not that he's been exactly reluctant to in any case, but I think we may see even more so now.
Critchley over the wicket to the right-handed Sanderson. This time's played into the leg side. They look for a quick single and they take it as it goes through past the legs of Brown, the man at bat pad on the leg side. Sanderson is up and running. 356 for 9.
Just looking up the details of Proctor's innings, faced 271 balls, batted just under 6 hours, 10 fours.
Critchley in slower, it's lapped in, and he's been... I thought he was caught, no, he has gone over his head for 4. He's slog swept it. What I call a modern day shot from a modern day player. Slog sweep, goes over the head, might have just parried it, did Simon Harmer at mid-wicket.
So he's done himself not a lot of good by the look of that.
And it's gone for 4. So 4 more to Berg.
He's down on his haunches. I think he's all right. There's 1 or 2 of his teammates, including Sir Alistair Cook, going over just to express their sympathy. But he's all right, and they're going back to their fielding positions. But as I say, I think Gareth Berg now will certainly look to take this on.
He will do indeed. He's ready, Berg, who's played nicely. This time it's a lap behind square. He gets his front pad into the offside and plays it behind square. Steckety does the fielding at deep square leg, and Berg sensibly keeps the strike, moves to 57, 361 for 9.
Yeah, and we were saying earlier, Don, that the Simon Harmer having bowled all these overs in this innings without picking up a wicket, and of course the nearest he came to picking up a wicket was when he dropped caught and bowled when Proctor was on 27, and well, he certainly made Simon Harmer and Essex pay for that. And now Northamptonshire, I think it's just a question of trying to eke out as many as they can here, and then I imagine the 2 that are out there batting at the moment are going to be bowling fairly soon.
Very much so. Just a quick word, this is very important for our geographers.
Oh yes.
We had the answer for that estuary.
Oh yes.
All right, and Alex Swan came to us with the answer, and he says, I've just got to find it before the delivery is bold.
Welland estuary, right, wasn't it, in Lincolnshire?
Read the tweet, estuary. The question is the River Welland in Lincolnshire, and as Steckety comes into bowl, it's a bouncer through, and I'll let you take on the commentary. But please, could you introduce the Welland estuary?
I don't think I can. I don't know it personally. I know the River Welland as it passes through Northamptonshire, and the Welland Valley was one of the loveliest parts of our lovely county. Up in the north there, some great views and lovely walking, but then presumably it heads off into Lincolnshire, and what it does then, well, who knows. Slip in place as Steckety comes in, bowls short again to Berg, who ducks underneath that, goes through to Wheater.
Thank you to Mr. Swan for contributing that. The Welland estuary. Other estuaries are available too, in true BBC policy.
Absolutely.
And we mentioned those beautiful Suffolk estuaries as well. But he's
yes.
on his boat, I gather.
So I gather, yeah.
So hopefully he's continued to listen. He's further journeying down the Welland River and hopefully having a wonderful afternoon.
Here's Steckity in again, bowls to Berg, who gets up on his toes, plays this just behind square, and they're going to pick up a single. There are two men back on the leg side, and it's Sam Cook who picks up, sends in his return, and Gareth Berg up to 58, and Northamptonshire up to 362 for 9. And I suppose those of us, again, Glenn was apologising this morning for sort of opening the old wounds of what happened last year, but it is worth mentioning, and I'm sure Northamptonshire supporters, it won't have escaped their attention, that Northamptonshire have batted in this first innings longer now than the entire match lasted here at Chelmsford last year, which was over, of course, in 4 sessions, and now they're into a 5th session of this innings as Steckity comes in, bowls to Sanderson, who's playing that down to backward point. Snater fields, and there's no run. Can hang around, Ben Sanderson, like a lot of tail enders, very proud of his batting prowess.
Definitely.
But I wouldn't put Gareth Berg into the category of a tail ender, to be honest. As I say, he has first class hundreds to his credit, and if there's a better number 10 around in County Championship at the moment, I'd be interested to know who it is. Here's Steckity in again, bowls. That's a good attempted Yorker by Steckity, but Sanderson manages to dig it out and gets a single as it goes out to wide mid-on. Sanderson up to 2, and Northamptonshire up to 363 for 9. Yeah, just to recap those final stats for Luke Proctor: 357 minutes, 271 balls, 10 fours. The partnership between him and Berg added 105 in 34 overs for the 9th wicket. Steckity in again, bowls to Berg, who steps back and cuts, but doesn't really get hold of it. It goes on the bounce to Shane Snater at backward point, end of the over. Berg is 58, Sanderson 2, Northamptonshire 363 for 9. Steckity's bowled now 30 overs, 9 maidens, 1 for 61.
We've seen only 4-day cricket so far in the county season, and understandably so just at the moment, but the bowlers do look a little jaded, maybe aching a little bit, as this is the 4th Essex game. It's only the 3rd Northamptonshire game, but it's playing weekly with this, you end up having a day off, a practice day, a travel day, and you go again. Look, it is quite demanding, this 4-day cricket, playing it in succession. I know it's very different to how we used to be back in the 80s. This time Critchley bowls, and he bowls a decent delivery, which is missed playing onto the leg side. It hits the pads, goes out on the offside. There is no run.
Yes, because then of course you'd have a championship match and often a Sunday league in the middle of it.
Yeah, very different today. This time it's played on the front foot, smartly, sensibly, into the leg side. There is no run. I'm going to be honest with you, because obviously I have an involvement with a modern day cricketer today, but played the game myself for a long time. This is a slog sweep which he's got away with, and it goes for 4. It's a bit of a hack, but there's no man back, which is why it was so safe, and I'm afraid there's 4 more runs to Sanderson, who moves to 6.
I'll tell you one thing, Don. If Ben Sanderson takes 5 wickets today, if I go to interview him at the end of the day, that's what he'll want to talk about, hitting a 4.
Will he? Okay. Critchley on his way in, right arm over the wicket, leg spin. This is cut into the offside where there is no run. Look, Andrew, what's so different going back to Jim Griffiths? Can I use him as an example?
Good man.
What a cracking county bowler he was. Ghost Mallender did so well at Northants. This time's driven out to mid-on, where he's quite deep, so Wesley allows the single through to him. He's not going to stop the one there. Look, compared to bowlers today, The bowlers today are finely tuned race animals. We weren't. We were bowlers first, athletes second, and we were only athletes if we had time to be an athlete or had the inclination to go to the gym, if and when we had a bit of time off. All right, we bowled and bowled and bowled. This time
that's coming
hit
into us.
Towards us, and it's hit for 6 as it bounces off the Tom Pearce stand. That was just down the wicket, makes a good connection, gets to the pitch. He doesn't try to muscle it too hard, times it beautifully, and it's 4 more runs, 6 more runs to Gareth Berg, who moves to 64. Northamptonshire 374 for 9. What a cracking shot.
It was a cracking shot, and I tell you what, there's now been 2 catches gone down in this innings. There's the Simon Harmer drop at when Proctor was 27. The gentleman down there in a sun hat that put that one down, just in the seats down in front of us. So he'll be in for naughty boy nets in the morning.
You were even excited then. You thought it was actually.
I thought it was coming in.
Our way.
I thought it was coming in here. It was. It landed just about 3 or 4 rows in front of us, but it was a good hit by Gareth Berg. 374 for 9.
It really was.
Steckerty about to start his 31st over of the innings.
And I don't mean that in any derogative way about being finely tuned race animals today.
2 slips in a gully, and that's, oh my goodness, Ben Sanderson went to pull, it went off a top edge, and this is going to improve Mark Steckerty's mood very little. It's disappeared over third man for 4.
Yes.
Sanderson to 11, 378 for 9. You can imagine the Northamptonshire changing room are going to be loving this.
Yes.
The two Sanderson and Berg having a chat, and as I say, Bergerson, as we now call them.
Yes.
That's the sort of a joint description for their opening bowling attack. I have to tell you, Don, and listeners who were with us during the previous couple of Northamptonshire matches will be aware of this, but obviously some will not, is Steckerty in again, and Sanderson giving himself a little room, shall we say, kindly, to play that. It just bounced off his bit of bat and pad down on the offside, and there's no run. Gareth Berg has been on to me for the last few weeks about whether he and Ben Sanderson are the oldest opening bowling pair in Northamptonshire history. The answer is no.
Oh, really?
Not by a long way, but come back to that in a second as Steckerty comes in, bowls to Sanderson, who cuts, and he's going to get a single. It's half stopped by Nick Brown, who managed to get a hand to it in the gully and probably saved a couple of runs. As it was, they came through for just the single. Sanderson to 12, Northamptonshire to 379 for 9. That said, the ones that you can easily find that were a lot older were one-offs, and probably week in, week out, these two are certainly one of the more experienced opening bowling partnerships, shall we say. We did find Northamptonshire's oldest, we think, was back in 1947, which I'll come on to in a second, as Steckerty comes in, bowls to Berg, who just feathers that down. There's no gully there. There's a third man back on the boundary, Simon Harmer, in front of the Tom Pearce stand, so they're able to come through for a single. Ironic applause, I think, down from a gentleman down below us.
Yeah.
1 more to Berg, 65 to him, 380 for 9. 1947, Northamptonshire had an injury crisis, and Jack Mercer, who was then coach and was 52 years old, played his 1 first-class appearance for Northamptonshire and opened the bowling.
Did he?
I'll come back to in a second as Steckerty comes in, bowls to Sanderson, who flays that to backward point, again giving himself a bit of room. Fielded on the bounce by Shane Snater, and there's no run. And he opened the bowling with Jack Timms, better known as a batsman, who did bowl a bit in his younger days, and he was by then 40. So you had a combined new ball pairing of 92 years old. But that was a one-off, as I say, in 1947, because Jack Mercer played a little bit of cricket for Sussex and played most of his career with Glamorgan between the wars, and just that one appearance in 1947. Steckerty in again, bowls to Sanderson, who looks to drive, doesn't time it, goes back to Steckerty, who fields off his own bowling. End of the over, Sanderson 12, Berg 65, Northamptonshire 380 for 9. But as a regular opening bowling pair, it would be interesting to know around the counties if there's been one in recent years, I mean, again, players tend to play, as you mentioned, for
Stevens.
for reasons that you've mentioned. Yeah, well, we were thinking about Stevens and who might have opened the bowling with him, but we were struggling to think of anybody that would be quite in that sort of.
Has.
Yeah.
Podmore has. They're all relatively young.
Yeah. So, well, if you've got any thoughts on that, or indeed anything else, it was good to hear from you. Then drop us an email or ping us a tweet and let us know what you think. But I'm as certain as I can be that 92 is certainly a Northamptonshire record.
Well, I can only describe Essex's day as lacklustre, I'm afraid. There's been endeavour, there has. Plenty of endeavour as Critchley starts a new over. This is slightly shorter, played to backward point where there is no run. A devoid of wickets really today. They took one fairly early on. Started off with end of play last night, beginning of play was 2:33 for 7.
Here we go
this
again.
This time he goes again and it's gone for 6. It's dead straight over the side screen. That was a wonderful hit that I'm afraid Gareth Berg will enjoy. He moves to 71. Look, he's made 71 in 130 balls and he's certainly made a growing contribution, certainly with the centurion of the day, Luke Proctor, but now he's making his own way. He's hit some lusty blows, has the veteran. What a number 10 he is for Northamptonshire here. Berg waiting again, this time he slog sweeps, he goes for 4 as he splits the two men on the boundary, on the long boundary on the pavilion side. He's got a deep backward square and a deep mid wicket, but it beats both to the brick wall or boundary wall and he collects 4. So 10 in 2 balls, the score moves to 390 for 9. Once again, I've got to repeat that they commenced play this morning on 233 for 7. Short, comes down the ground, this might be out. There's a man under it by the Tom Pearce stand. Tom Wesley finally takes the catch. Critchley gets another wicket and Northamptonshire will be so pleased with their efforts today in making 390 all out, thanks largely to a century from Luke Proctor and then Gareth Berg's 75 runs. It really has elevated Northamptonshire in today's play. So tremendous effort by them. We'll go through the bowling figures in just a minute, but in the meantime I shall just get Andrew Radd to say a few words on Northamptonshire's batting.
Yeah, they have had a good day, and I think is it worth making the observation, Don, that absolutely right what you say. They've done well today, but the platform for that was laid yesterday, and it was the fact that you mentioned it on commentary that it wasn't the most scintillating day's play yesterday. It was absorbing. It was a fascinating day. It was attritional. And Northamptonshire, talking to Rob Keogh last night, they felt they'd had a pretty decent day to get through. When particularly they felt early on it was doing a bit. It was a good toss for Essex to win, and so by being prepared to hang in there yesterday, 233 for 7, scoring at 2.5 and over, they just gave themselves a little bit of a platform. And Luke Proctor, we know what he can do. Gareth Berg, as you rightly say, there's probably not a better number 10 around in county cricket at the moment, and so yes, they've pressed on today. They've added another all out for 390, so they've added 157 runs for the last 3 wickets in best part of a session and a bit. But it was the fact that they were prepared to be a little bit ugly with the bat yesterday has really made that possible, and that, I think, is the big lesson for batting in Division 1, that sometimes bowlers, you said yesterday, bowlers are allowed to bowl well, and there was some excellent bowling from Essex yesterday, and so Northamptonshire had, there was a limit to what they could do if they wanted to still be batting today. They were batting today, conditions perhaps a little bit easier, we'll see. when Berg and Sanderson take to action with the new ball. But I think Northamptonshire have just proved the point, and they've been smart in this game so far.
Certainly today. Well, a quick recap of the scoreboard. Why you can fill in your book or do the necessary accountancy bit. Vasconcelos was the first to go, captain. He was caught. Critchley bowled Cook at third slip for 0 for 1. What a start by Essex. They got to lunch 79 for 1 with Will Young on 31. And with him, Emilio Gay 35 not out. But Gay and Young put on 100 for the second wicket partnership before Emilio Gay was caught by Cook off the bowling of Snater for 35. And Will Young was the next to fall. LBW to Cook for 63. He looked very good, did Will Young, 115 for 3. Then it was Keogh. Caught and bowled Critchley, a super catch for 22, 160 for 4, which left him at T, 160 for 4 with Luke Proctor on 23 not out. That was yesterday afternoon. Safe Yab, excuse me, was LBW Walter for 16. Lewis McManus was caught Harmer, super catch bowled Snater for 7, and Taylor went for 7 too by caught Harmer bowled Steckerty, and the end of the play was 233 for 7 with Proctor now on 60 not out. And he just looked so secure at that particular time of the day. This morning they lost Kelly quite early on for 7, caught Critchley bowled Snater. Proctor was made a stunning century, well played to him. 113 was caught Water bowled Critchley. Critchley took the final wicket of Berg, caught Wesley in the deep, long on for 75, and 390 all out. That represents a very sound score here at Chelmsford. The bowling figures, as I just turn off for a second for a cough. Sorry, I have something in my throat. But the bowling figures, well, little underwhelming for me. And as I said, Essex looked just a little bit lacklustre. I'm not criticising. The wicket's slow, the wicket's quite flat. And the bowlers tried, but they just looked ineffective today, perhaps a little jaded after 3 consecutive county championship matches. Sam Cook, great effort, 30 overs, 2 for 61. Shane Snater, a few less overs, 24 overs, 3 for 56. Mark Steckerty, I thought his endeavours were really good, but he found today quite frustrating. He bowled 31 overs, 1 for 67. Simon Harmer, one of the great spinners of the county game, he's wiled away there for 33 overs. And strangely is wicketless. Today he looked a little ineffective. Yesterday I thought he bowled better, but he was 33 overs, 0 for 81. Critchley took 3 wickets. He I won't say bought his wickets, he had a tremendous caught and bowled and got one in the deep as well. 16.4 overs, 3 for 81. That's sort of pretty way, the normal way leg spinners go about their business. They picked up some wickets, he bought some, and he bowled well at times as well. And Paul Walter filled in with 7 overs, 1 for 19. So, listen, 3 wickets for Snater, 3 wickets for Critchley, 2 for Cook, 1 for Steckerty, great endeavours for him, 1 for Water, but none, interestingly, for Simon Harmer in his 33 overs. So the score remains 390 all out. Not forgetting, Essex put Northamptonshire in and found themselves 140 for tea yesterday, 79 for 1, but importantly 233 for 7 overnight, which means they put on 157 for the last 3 wickets. Have I taken my shoes and socks off correctly there?
You're absolutely right.
157 for the last 3 wickets. And I think that is I can't stress how well or how good those last 3 wickets have been, Andrew Radd, for Northamptonshire.
Yeah, I think it was interesting last year because it was an underwhelming season for Northamptonshire in red ball cricket, and it was remarkable the number of times, if you go back through the scorecards from last year, Northamptonshire had a little bit of engine room last year with Tom Taylor at 7, Wayne Parnell at 8, or the other way round,
Yep.
and Gareth Berg there as well. And the number of times those 3 all-rounders pulled Northamptonshire out of trouble.
Yes.
And if you have, and it's one of the reasons we highlighted it yesterday morning with bringing Taylor in. He didn't get any, he made 7 in this occasion, but he is a more than competent batsman in Championship cricket. If you've got him in the side and you've got Berg down there at number 10, you have got a good depth of batting. And on this occasion, it really has stood Northamptonshire in very good stead. I have to say, on social media, the stroke of Gareth Berg's that finished up about 3 rows in front of us has been picked up, and the caption was "Catch it, old man Radd." And one of my club colleagues from Oundletown, afternoon Jack, thank you for the comment, has said that he thought I would have probably held it one-handed with my eyes closed. Well, I wouldn't have held it with my eyes open, so it's perhaps the best chance I had of catching it. But
I always like when I hear when people are confident of taking one-handed catches, because I've got great admiration for one-handed catches.
Well, we saw one absolute perler in that innings, didn't we? The Matt Critchley caught and bowled to get Rob Keogh yesterday, diving away with his left hand.
And Harmer's catch at slip.
That was a good one as well. But Harmer, of course, did drop Luke Proctor when he made 27, which was quite a costly one.
Correct.
Anyway, we are going to see the start of the Essex reply. Northamptonshire side having the obligatory huddle on the outfield with a few words of exhortation and encouragement from Captain Ricardo Vasconcelos, no doubt, as the Essex openers, Sir Alistair Cook and Nick Brown, make their way out to the middle. It's still pretty gloomy. It just had a little bit of brightness after lunch when we did almost see the sun, but it's gone back behind the clouds again, or the clouds have come in front of the sun again.
Quick update of scores around the country. Gloucestershire, Surrey are 454 for 7. Smith has gone on to 174. He's Folkes' replacement. With him is Jordan Clark on 54. Elsewhere, Hampshire 246 all out. Lancashire 177 for 7. Somerset 4, 5, 8 all out. Warwickshire 25 for 1. And Yorkshire, Kent 291 all out. Yorkshire 39 for 3. Gilchrist has got 2 of them, and I have to say I was quite impressed with him the other day. First time I saw him at Chelmsford in the opening game of the fixture,
and
opening game of the season. They were quite nice.
They were off for a bit, weren't they? I think they're off there now, actually, presumably for rain or light. I think they're off the field at Headingley at the moment.
Match suspended. Well spotted.
Here's Ben Sanderson to bowl the first ball of the Essex first innings, bowling from the Hayes close end with 4 slips in place, bowling to Nick Brown. And the first ball is right on the money from Sanderson, and Brown pushing it up on the onside, fielded by Saif Zaib, who's not in there at forward short leg at the moment, but he has got, well, he's not close in, not the sort of bat panel. He's drifting in there now. He's just about 2 strips across. He's on the coconut matting to protect the strip for the next match.
Okay.
Just in front of square.
Yeah. Got a question for you in a minute.
Vasconcelos at first slip. As Sanderson comes in, bowls to Brown, who turns that down towards fine leg. Runs for him here, and 4 of them to be precise. And rattles into the boundary at the front of the Tom Pearce stand, and Essex are away. 4 for no wicket. 4 to Nick Brown. Yes, go on, Don.
Vasconcelos.
Yes.
Looking around, if my eyesight doesn't deceive me, he's wearing a slightly different type of cap.
Yes, the capped players, we mentioned this yesterday about the whole business of county caps, and Northamptonshire capped players have a braided cap. gold braid on it. That's a good ball from Sanderson, just the line, just outside off stump, just a little bit short of a length, and nips through nicely through into the gloves of Lewis McManus. Yes, so Vasconcelos, you'll see it's like a sort of gold braided cap. So he's a cap player. He gets one of those.
Segments from the top of the
Yes,
hat.
that's right. It's a bit like if you think of Percy Chapman, the old Kent and England captain from the 20s and 30s. You remember him, Don?
Oh, yeah.
He used to wear like a Quidnunk's cap with
Yes.
little segments. Here's Sanderson in again. Bowls to Brown. Appeal for LBW. Suspect it probably pitched outside leg stump, because Ben Sanderson wasn't interested. A bit of interest from behind the stumps, but they didn't really go through with the appeal. Vasconcelos is at first slip, and then we have Will Young at second, where he took that blinding catch on the first appearance for Northamptonshire, the opening minutes of his career with Northamptonshire against Yorkshire. Then Emilio Gay is at third, Tom Taylor at fourth. Here's Sanderson in, bowling to Brown. He's going to get a single as he plays that wide of safe Sabe in there at forward short leg. Fielded there by the century maker, Luke Proctor. Trots round from mid-wicket to field, and one more onto the total. Essex 5 for no wicket, all of those runs to Nick Brown, who has a chat with Sir Alistair, who's just about to face his first ball of the innings.
I haven't seen Sanderson bowl for a little while, and I'd forgotten who's done quite well for Northamptonshire in terms of his county cricket.
Well, he's taken 292 first-class wickets in this is his 75th game for Northamptonshire.
I'll describe him in a minute.
Sanderson in, bowls to Cook, who's playing that up to extra cover, fielded by Rob Keogh, and that's the end of the first over. 5 to Brown. Sir Alistair yet to get off the mark. Essex 5 for no wicket, replying to Northamptonshire's 390 all out. Gareth Berg will start from this river end.
He has a simple action, repetitive, but the one thing you noted straight away, he has quite a low action. Now, he probably does naturally swing the ball, but because he's occasionally a little bit round-armed, a couple of those balls I thought were slightly lower than tall or 12 o'clock, his lower arm, he accentuates his swing a little bit because of his low arm. So that's quite dangerous. So you've got to be a little bit careful. But you can certainly sense when he bowls what I call a ball that is 12 o'clock as opposed to a ball that is at 11 o'clock. Gareth Berg, who runs in very much slower. This time it's going to be 4 runs down to a fine leg. Little too straight as Berg airs on the leg stump, and that is 4 runs to Brown. Brown moves to 9, all 9 runs to Nick Brown.
Yeah, since coming to Northamptonshire, Ben Sanderson's taken 292 wickets at 20.63.
That's a really good average.
Which is a really good average, and the point is also he's stayed fit, so he's missed very few matches since then.
Repetitive action, pretty simple, economic with effort. This time Berg bowls a better ball. It's nice and straight, respected by Brown into the leg side, no run.
16 fifers, 3 10 wickets in an innings. Started off the season with 9 wickets in the match against Gloucestershire.
How many first-class wickets again?
292 for Northamptonshire.
Okay. Actually, that's quite a high percentage of 5-wicket hauls in such a number. 16? That's pretty good.
Yep, so three tens in the match.
Very good indeed. This is clipped into the leg side. It goes across the netting area for 1, 2. That's all it is to Nick Brown. 2 runs, and he still has 100% of the Essex runs. He's on 11, and the total is on 11 without loss.
Yes, against Gloucestershire, Sanderson 4 for 66 and 5 for 66. Okay. And in the last match against Yorkshire, 2 for 40 and no wicket for 45 in the second innings. Gareth Berg, meanwhile, 2 for 39 and 3 for 52 against Gloucestershire. Break off as he comes
bowls, and this is played forward. Correct bat, nice and straight on the front foot, no run, and then he got a fifer against Yorkshire.
Yep, 5 for 58 off 17 overs and 3 balls, 0 for 72 in the second innings.
Okay.
So these two between them have taken a very large proportion of Northamptonshire's wickets so far this season.
And the mid-on, mid-off are sporting those players' caps, as you rightly describe them.
Yep, Keogh and Proctor.
Berg running away from us bowls, a little bit more of an effort, bit of bounce there, staying very tall. Where Sanderson is a little bit round arm, slightly round arm. Gareth Berg is more 12 o'clock type bowler, if you understand my description. So I'm not knocking him for being slightly round arm. Darren Gough could occasionally be round arm. And what I'm trying to suggest is sometimes those round arm bowlers, their swing or away swing to a right hander is accentuated because of their lower arm. Brown plays inside of the line of that ball through to the keeper, end of the second over, 11 without loss.
Yes, Berg and Bergerson have taken 21 of Northamptonshire's 33 wickets so far this season between them. So they are absolutely key to Northamptonshire's success. But as I say, in this match they do have a 5-seam bowler attack with Berg and Sanderson, then Matt Kelly, the Australian, who I imagine they'll probably try and get into the attack fairly soon to give him a go with a new ball, or when the ball is newish at any rate. And then also, of course, Tom Taylor, who's in the side for this match, and Luke Proctor. 4 slips in place as Sanderson comes in and bowls to Cook. Plays that up to Rob Keogh at mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, the braided caps are relatively new innovation, Don. I like them. I know there's sort of there's one of those things that probably divides opinion, but I think they look rather smart. And I think they do sort of, you know, it is recognition, visible recognition of somebody who's done enough in terms of performance and commitment on behalf of the club to earn the county cap. Sanderson in again, bowls to Cook. Decent carry from Sanderson with a new ball that goes into the gloves of Lewis McManus. And the school party still in over the far side of the ground. I'm not sure what time they'll be here until 20 to 3 now in the afternoon. So
surely they won't be here till 6.
I don't think so. No, I think they'll probably be home time well before then. But as long as they're enjoying the day, that's the main thing. They seem to be in good voice. And they're watching Ben Sanderson running in from the Hayes close end, and Cook looking as though he was thinking about leaving that. In the end, it just ran down off the face of the bat into the slip cordon, where it's fielded by Emilio Gay, who's in there at third slip. Yes, it's interesting. Will Young made his debut, say, for Northamptonshire against Yorkshire. He missed the first game, and within the 4th over of his first match, took an absolutely snorting one-handed slip catch to dismiss Adam Lythe and get his name on the score sheet for the first time in Northamptonshire colours, as Sanderson beats Alistair Cook outside the off stump with a bit of movement off the seam and a little bit of bounce. Sanderson started off last season just looking out of sorts, and he can have a slightly sort of hangdog demeanour at times, Ben Sanderson, but he just couldn't get it right. And then against Sussex at Northampton, as he said, it just clicked, and he was back to his old self after that. His Sanderson in again and again, beats Cook with a bit of movement and a bit of bounce, and that again with a new ball carried through, and Lewis McManus taking it round about head height. So a little bit happening out there for the bowlers, as you would expect with the new ball. It will be, I think, very interesting to see at what point they give Matt Kelly a go, because he's used to operating with the new ball out in Australia. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Cook, who pushes that back down the pitch. Sanderson gets a hand to it, tries to deflect it onto the stumps at the non-striker's end, which he fails to do. In any case, Nick Brown was in his ground. End of the over, a maiden for Sanderson. 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 5. And Essex 11 for no wicket, replying to Northamptonshire's 390 all out.
Looking across to Will's mother, that's an area that we used to say where a little bit of the rain came, but I'm not suggesting there is going to be rain. But what I am suggesting is it looks a little darker.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
It's interesting to see what will happen. I hope the lights don't come on. Berg starts again. He comes in. Oh, playing a miss against Nick Brown. That looked a goodish delivery. Hands are on head. Well bowled, sir. Very excited, having seen the wicket and the way he batted. He's just bowled an absolute corker to Essex Nick Brown.
I did see the forecast for Sunday, 4th day of this match, and they were suggesting there might be a little bit of light rain around, possibly first thing.
Not so good. We don't want rain. Berg in, plays on the back foot, does Brown, into the offside where there is no run.
But then the forecast for next week then looked very promising, getting a bit warmer and maybe a little bit brighter. So Northamptonshire will be not too far away from here, being in the capital for 4 days.
You excited about going up to London?
I always like going to the Oval. It's a nice working ground, the Oval, and it should be a good game.
Lovely ground today. This time played on the back foot into the offside. There is no run. Once again, there isn't great pace, not just in the wicket with these two opening bowlers. They're steady. Two contrasting bowlers, one with a lower arm, one with a very tall arm, but both would only be, I would call Berg medium to medium fast, where perhaps Sanderson might be fast medium. Berg in, played into the offside behind square where there is no run, but Berg's bowling nice and straight with his very tall action, trying to extract as much bounce as possible on a true length, maybe with a bit of nibble, maybe with a little bit of swing. Bearded. South African in his blood. Always reminds me as if he was enjoyed a surfboard and things like that. Jeffreys Bay or something like that. What a cracking delivery again as Brown is committed to the shot. He plays the 4 defensive. It beats the baton through to the keeper. Jeffreys Bay is famous for surfing in South Africa.
Yes, I remember having a week there, and
Jeffreys Bay.
Yep, and needless to say, it didn't get him to sea once, but but it's a lovely part of the world.
I'll tell you who was my private bodyboarder coach, and you'll be amazed by this in Jeffreys Bay. None other. This time, Brown plays it down to fine leg for a single. Cook rotates the strike, so end of the over. Brown will keep the strike. None other. This is going to be an absolute surprise. Than Shilderberry.
Oh, right.
The Daily Telegraph.
Daily Telegraph,
He
yes.
is a fantastic bodyboarder.
I think
and he taught me how to do it out there.
I don't know whether he still does. I think Kepler Vessels has a house somewhere down in that part of the world, but
quite possibly.
Of course, great player with Australia and South Africa, and Northamptonshire's director of cricket a few years ago.
Was, and a good boxer.
Here's Sanderson starting a fresh over to Nick Brown, who pushes that back past the bowler but doesn't manage to beat Rob Keogh in there at mid-off, and an archer.
Is he? Didn't know that one.
He was when he was with Northamptonshire. He used to get the old bow and arrow out and the target on the outfield, and
if he played poorly.
That was commented on once or twice. They thought it was well known for being a bit of a strict disciplinarian. I think that's probably not overdoing it. Here's Sanderson, and again bowls to Brown, who rocks onto the front foot once again, plays it up to Keogh at mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah.
Northamptonshire with the 5 seamers, and then, as we say, Rob Keogh, who I think the idea is that I think Northamptonshire are hoping that we're trying to get to Rob Keogh to perhaps. We've always known he's a spinner of the ball and an attacking spinner, but he's proved this year on a couple of occasions that he can actually hold an end quite successfully. Here's Sanderson in again. Once again, only the 3 players involved at the moment. Sanderson bowling, Nick Brown batting, and Rob Keogh at mid-off. And once again, it's Keogh does the fielding. And certainly in the first 2 matches this year for Northamptonshire, he has on occasions come on and just bowled a tight spell, and that's what Northamptonshire need him to do. They know he can sort of bowl a 10 overs 2 for 50 or something and pick up a couple of wickets, but they just need him maybe just to hold an end a little bit more. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Brown, who is caught at second slip by Will Young. Played a little bit firm-footed at that. Sanderson finding the edge, It flew to second slip, and Will Young is pretty good in there, makes no mistake, and Northamptonshire have got the breakthrough they wanted. Brown goes, caught Young, bowled Sanderson for 12, and Essex are 12 for 1.
Well, that's a really good catch. It's a good wicket to take, but Brown will be disappointed. He's sort of flayed at one outside off stump, and unfortunately he's got a decent nick on it. It was being well held. I think it was at third slip from around the wicket. He's really gone at the ball. It's a ball he probably 9 times out of 10 would leave it alone. But unfortunately he's been dismissed, and Essex have lost their first wicket at 12 for 1.
Yeah, well, that's what Ben Sanderson does. I'm just watching the replay of that, which is just about to come up on our screens now. And yeah, Sanderson bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Brown. The ball was fairly wide of off stump, and yeah, you're absolutely right in your reading of that, Don. It was a ball he didn't have to play at. It was well wide of off stump, even given the angle the bowler coming round the wicket. And he just basically fenced at it, and the ball flew right into the midriff of Will Young at second slip, and he took the catch without too much bother. And Essex find themselves an early wicket down, as did Northamptonshire, of course. But Northamptonshire will know from what they've seen in the first 4 sessions that they need to make the new ball count.
Correct.
And that's certainly the case at Northampton. I think the case pretty much everywhere, and I would imagine here at Chelmsford as well. Thought the field shaping up for the right-handed Tom Westley. The Essex captain finds himself at the crease rather earlier than he would have hoped. Now,
she could have left that alone.
4
really
slips in place. Vasconcelos is first, Young second, Gay third, Taylor fourth, and a forward short leg as Sanderson comes in, bowls to Westley, and Westley steers that down wide of fourth slip, and I think he's going to get 4 runs to get off the mark. It's chased down there by Taylor and Vasconcelos. Vasconcelos wins the race, but only to retrieve the ball from the other side of the boundary board, and Westley is away with a boundary, 4 to him, and Essex 16 for 1.
See, Sanderson isn't really fast and nasty. He's effective. He will look to swing it, maybe hit the seam, but his lower arm, which is an asset to him because it accentuates the swing, even if it's not there.
Sanderson in again, bowls to Westley on leg stump, and he works that beautifully through mid-wicket for 4. Back-to-back boundaries for Tom Westley, and he's timed that one beautifully. It was a sumptuous stroke. Sanderson feeding the stroke, Westley putting it away, so he's 8 off 2 balls, and at the end of the over, Essex are 20 for 1. Sanderson's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 13.
Well, thank you indeed to Andrew Radd, who's going to have very much a deserved break after, well, singing out his colleague in many respects, his century. It was a cracking knock earlier in the day, Berg 75, and now he's got his opening bowler a wicket. So well done, Andrew, thank you. Gareth Berg into and nearly carried to second slip from Alistair Cook. My word, there's just a few sighs of relief, worrying moments, and we welcome back Glenn Speller.
Did anybody not see this coming? After Northamptonshire got 390, we were talking about it, saying, obviously it's the scoreboard pressure. Be interesting to see whether the pitch plays the same, because it looks a relatively slow, benign surface, but all sorts of things might suddenly start happening now.
3 slips, Berg's in. This is a genuine play, no miss there from Sir Alistair Cook. That was an absolute corker of a delivery from Gareth Berg. Wow, Essex. This morning when they started play 233 for 7, I naturally thought that the tail would be knocked over and Essex would hope and look to build a platform where they finish the day perhaps ahead My word, they certainly won't be tonight. 20 for 1, ball's doing a little bit. Cook plays into the leg side, gets a quick single.
Me.
That's going to be out if he hits. Oh my word, it's just missed. He's had a shy at the stumps, probably had the best part of 2 stumps to aim at from squarish mid-wicket. But alas, missed, thank goodness, because I do believe Tom Wesley had given up, and that would have been 20 for 2 and a run out. Oh, so Alistair Cook, dare I say it, he's up and running. Perhaps he was a little bit nervous getting off naught.
He sold his captain up the river there, didn't he? Because Tom Wesley maybe not quite so alert to the sharp single. I hadn't been pre-warned, but he was on his heels a little bit there. But Cook was already halfway down the pitch, and so there was no sending him back. And as you say, I think Wesley had pretty much given it up. He wasn't sliding his bat or anything. He knew if that hit, that was out.
Bit of composure, please, gentlemen. Bit of composure. This time it's short, outside off stump, through past the right-handed Wesley, through to the keeper. There is no run. Ooh, heart would have been in her mouths then.
Seemed rather unnecessary as well. I know he hadn't got off the mark yet, but let's face it, this is a guy who's got X amount of centuries for England, captain England to X amount number of test victories, who's got thousands and thousands of runs under his belt. You probably wouldn't think that a single at home to Northamptonshire on a Friday afternoon will matter that much, but maybe just trying to get himself going at the same time.
Berg in, plays off the back foot. Wesley into the offside, there is no run. Yes, gosh. I didn't ask you this morning, we haven't been on comms together. Did you have an okay night's sleep? Were you watching?
I was watching the snooker.
Oh dear.
And then because of course I'd missed the afternoon session, I had to watch a little bit of that as well on the later
Just give me a quick update.
So Ronnie O'Sullivan and John Higgins 4 frames each going into their afternoon session today, and Judd Trump 11-5 up on Mark Williams.
As Berg bowls a decent delivery, Wesley plays it on the back foot. End of, well, a dramatic over in many respects, but I'm pleased to say Essex haven't lost another wicket. They could have easily. 21 for 1.
I was consigned to the back room to watch it though.
Were you?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Apparently there are more important things on in the front room.
Right. Okay. What?
I find that very.
Do you know
what? It was.
Do
you know what? When you've got 2 teenage daughters, it was probably something on YouTube. If I'm being honest with you, probably. Do you know what? It's a waste of time asking because I wouldn't know what it was. What they told me anyway.
No, I struggle with evening television, to be honest.
Sanderson continues from the Hayes close end and pushes back down the pitch to Cook, and there's no run. No, I mean, does anyone under the age of 40 watch television as we used to watch television these days, or even watch television channel? All my daughters seem to watch is stuff on YouTube. My wife now watches it with them, and I have no idea. It's people normally saying, look, I've reorganised my kitchen cupboards and things like that, and they've done like a half-an-hour video on where they've put their jams and things now. Here is Sanderson, and that's past Cook again for no addition to the score, 21 for 1. You think I'm exaggerating, but seriously, these people, or they'll have gone out on a shopping spree and they'll be showing you what they've bought, and you're like, really? Just watch an old episode of The Sweeney, surely, if you're going to watch that.
Well, you'll be pleased to know while you're watching the snooker tonight, it's Friday night, so I will be probably watching
YouTube? No, don't.
No. BBC, Gardener's World.
Good man, Sanderson in again, and Cook just plays defensively from the crease, and there's
Don't
no
ring me
run.
8:30, something like that.
Okay, fine.
All right.
Well, don't ring me either because I'll be watching the snooker.
Hope you enjoy it.
It's BBC Essex and BBC Radio Northampton with you, believe it or not, live from the county ground in Chelmsford. Essex are 21 for 1, replying to Northamptonshire's 390 all out, and of course Andrew will be sampling the nightlife of Chelmsford probably.
He will,
down on the dance floor, throwing the
Gosh.
shapes, that sort of thing.
Yes, gosh.
Sanderson into Cook, or reading a book by John Arlott, I think it was last night, wasn't he? Did he say?
Yeah, that's right. But what nice evening entertainment in Chelmsford.
Yeah. Oh.
Keeps you busy most of the
It's
evening.
the hotbed, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Does he know about The Only Way Is Essex, do you think?
Probably.
Can he
Everyone
not?
does,
He's not listening?
He's not.
The Only Way Is Essex? Oh, he's not quite sure.
No.
Well, enjoy yourself, whatever you get up to tonight.
It's not on YouTube, that's probably why he doesn't know what it is. He's Sanderson in again and bowling to Cook. It's past the outside edge. Should we give him the benefit of the doubt? No, we won't give him the benefit of the doubt of playing inside the line. He played at it, just seeing the replay. BBC Essex Cricket at Gmail if you want to drop us an email, if you really want to drop us an email. Steve says, on the basis of the first 2.5 games, Essex are going to get relegated this season. Blimey, there's a heck of a lot of cricket still to go this season, Steve, and a heck of a lot of cricket to play in this game as well. Yorkshire here next week. This here is Sanderson has got the 1 wicket to fall so far, in again, and Cook again outside the off stump, just plays inside the line and just pulls the bat back from the line of the ball, and that is the end of a testing over. 21 for 1. The breeze has got up a little bit. You see the Northamptonshire flag being slightly ruffled in the wind here. A few people still got their bobble hats on. It's jacket weather, but certainly no more than that.
Good crowd in, Glenn.
As ever at the Chelmsford County Ground.
Good crowd in.
Staunch supporters.
And as you've just highlighted, next week Yorkshire are here. They'll probably bring a few down. And Northamptonshire are at the Oval. Gareth Berg to commence a new over. Score 21 for 1. Right arm over the wicket. He bowls nice and tall. Outside off stump through to the keeper. No run.
And Essex didn't get the breakthroughs they wanted this morning. Just the one. And when they got the one, the other two didn't follow quickly, and it just became a bit of a slog for them while they watched Luke Proctor and Gareth Berg continue to accrue runs. And that's why they're in a little bit of trouble.
In he comes again, bowls, shorter, outside off stump. Pretty similar line, there is no run.
And Nick Brown will be disappointed with his dismissal as well. Playing at one he probably didn't want to. He got plenty on it as well, and it was taken at third slip, much like Ricardo Vasconcelos was way back when yesterday morning. He got plenty on that as well and was also caught in the slip cordon.
Just hasn't happened for Essex today for whatever reason. A little lacklustre. Just my bowlers maybe a bit jaded. Berg's in, straighter. Almost overcompensates, goes into the leg side where there is no run. Yesterday was attritional. I'm not so sure I can call it attritional today.
No, Northamptonshire have taken control, you would argue, of the game.
Yep, very much so. Wicket is still pretty good, slow but pretty good. Berg bowls outside off stump, slightly fuller delivery through to the keeper, no run. School children are still in.
What's kicking out time these days? 3:15, 3:30, so you might find them disappearing at that point.
Don't know what age they are. I think they're primary school children, or maybe year 7. Nothing much older than that. Or in old money, you used to call that first year.
Yes.
Berg, right arm over, bowls. This time it's played on the back foot by Wesley into the offside, no run.
See, if in my day it was your primary school was up to a year when you did reception, then you did up to year 4, so 5 years in first school. Then you do middle school, and you do 4 years there.
Where was this?
This is up in Norfolk, and then
in Norfolk.
Yes, and then you go into high school.
Yes.
Would you do 5 or 4? Blimey, 4. Yeah, 4 at high school, wouldn't you?
Whereabouts in Norfolk?
Just
Berg in, bowls outside off stump, good delivery, no run.
It's probably a part of the world you know, probably Thetford, which is just on the Norfolk-Suffolk border. That's where That's where I grew up. I hail from Essex, but grew up there.
You hail from Essex, where?
Here.
Chelmsford.
Well, not literally here where we're sitting, but yes, Chelmsford. I was born in the hospital, which is now a new housing estate up the road from here. Yes. Long gone. Poor old St John's.
Yes, I remember St John's. Yep.
Because you see, if I'm right, did you not play for Carrow Cricket Club
Correct.
in Norfolk? I thought so.
Up in Norfolk.
Because we used to play Carrow quite a lot.
Which was the Coleman's Mustard Ground, which is now, well, it was a cracking venue, slightly of a spongy pitch.
Sanderson continues from the Hayes close end. That's worked around the corner by Cook, and they just jogged through for a single, 22 for 1, because we used to play Carrow quite a lot.
Who's we?
Thetford Cricket Club. We used to play Carrow every now and then.
You would probably remember Andy Luckhurst.
Yeah, I do remember Andy Luckhurst, Slightly older than me, but I do remember him playing.
He hasn't been particularly well, but if he was listening, we send our very best wishes to him. He was I remember played with him a lot on a Sunday, and he used to pick me up and take me as a young fella. So yes.
Sanderson in, and Wesley shoulders arms, 22 for 1. Many's a good Sunday afternoon spent.
Yeah, I played for Norwich Cavaliers on a Sunday with Andy Luckhurst, but yeah, he played for Thetford. I played for Carrow. Carrow no longer exists. It was, as I said, it was the Coleman's Mustard Ground, which had a beautiful thatch pavilion. They sold it off for building and a superstore. Club cricket's changed a little bit up in Norfolk these days.
Just a bit. Sanderson is in once again. And that's pushed back down the pitch for no run by Wesley since the advent of the East Anglian Premier League, and Swardston, etc., playing in that. He used to win the old Alliance League quite regularly, Swardston, Horsford.
They did.
Thetford used to. I used to play for the seconds at Thetford, but Thetford used to sort of zip between the Premier Division and the next division below. I used to play A-League cricket, which was a slightly different league, as you can imagine.
I never knew that.
Yeah, you see, all that time we spent together.
A little bit there. Let's have a little bit more about your own cricket.
Sanderson's in again, and there's not much to say. Wesley pushes out to the offside, and there's no run. 22 for 1. Bang average top order batsman. Used to bowl a little bit of off spin every now and then.
A little bit of off spin, did you? Okay.
Yeah, badly, but neither of them particularly to good standards.
No, but did you score some runs up there? Take some wickets?
Every now and then.
Where were your favoured pitches up in Norfolk? Can you remember some of them?
Eton Park.
Eton
Park in Norwich.
University.
Yeah.
Old Buckingham.
Do interrupt us if this gets boring. 22 for 1, and Wesley pierced the infield here, but pick up 1. Will they come back for the second? No. And they go through to 23 for 1. Yeah, Eton Park in Norwich used to play quite a lot there. Rocklands, we used to play Rocklands quite a lot as well, way out in the sticks. Tried Grimston, we used to play at Grimston quite a lot too as well. East Harling. Munford used to be the local derby.
Yes, of course.
On the pitch, the ground that's on the roundabout there. Yeah. Used to get around Norfolk of a weekend.
People don't realise. Obviously, I live inside Suffolk these days.
Sanderson in from the Hayes close end, bowling to Cook, and Cook pushes out to the onside for no run.
Going back to that time of era, Norfolk's quite a big county in terms of acreage, but people don't realise that there was a lot of cricket played up in Norfolk, far more than perhaps Suffolk.
Yeah.
There really was. And of course, being a minor county, people were always surprised. So many teams used to go on tour for a long week in Norfolk.
We used to play touring teams quite a lot from Kent.
Yes.
They used to come up from Leeds Castle, Leeds and Broomfield or something. I think they were called. We used to play them quite a lot. Change of bowling at the River End, incidentally, while we're waxing lyrical about Norfolk cricket. But yeah, we used to, and a couple of times we'd play after Norfolk had their week's cricket at Lakenham, and they'll have played Suffolk invariably in the derby. Sometimes we'd find ourselves there on a Sunday, and the stands would all be up. And we'd imagine ourselves playing in front of the packed stands, because they were very, very well supported. Norfolk cricket. It was a really, really, in the Alliance League, a real high standard. But we'd go all over the shop on a Sunday.
Taylor it is to replace Berg. Taylor, right arm over, angled the ball in, and this is played by Wesley into the leg side. I can't stress how much cricket used to be played in Norfolk in the 80s and 90s.
I mean, we would go from Thetford, which is right in the southwest of the county, and we'd find ourselves going up to Cromer to play a game. Even if it was a friendly, we'd be going up there. We played at Overstrand as well. There's Poswick. We used to play at Poswick. Used to play there quite a lot. Norwich Sayhams was another team we used to play, and Norwich Union had a team there who are now known as something different, an insurance company, Aviva they're now known as.
Taylor in down the leg side. They're going to take a leg by as it goes in, and the keeper runs sort of to best part of 20 yards to collect the ball. One leg by. CYEMS.
That's right. Yeah, Norwich
Seams.
Sayums. Used to call them Sayums. That's what we used to call them.
And the lovely sports centre associated with the insurance company was called Pine Banks.
That's right. Very, very, very nice. Very nice ground.
Yes, I've played football
Properly
there
manicured, because they had all their football pitches and everything there, and that was, these big companies would have sports teams that would play across the week, and they'd have really good facilities, good social area, and that afterwards as well. These were good. But I say proper minor counties cricket then.
Round the wicket now to Cook, the left-hander. Taylor bowls. This is punched into the leg side. No run. Again, no great pace, but he's a tall man, Taylor, so he extracts just a little bit of bounce.
You see, we were lucky because it was just an old state comprehensive I attended, but we had a really good sports coach there, and he played cricket for Thetford as well. He was a good coach, and we used to go all over the place playing cricket for our school and getting through to latter stages of the Cup in Norfolk and going up to places like Gresham's, the private school up there near Holt, and seeing how the other half live.
and tell me, were you captain? As Taylor bowls, this time a little late coming forward is Cook, but he's fine. He negotiates it into the leg side, no run.
Captain to school team and captain to district team as
so
well. Yeah.
Do you think as a young fella you owed a lot to that PE teacher or master?
Heavens above, yes.
Because
yeah.
Young sports boys and girls at schools, you do react to somebody that gives you the time, the patience, the opportunity. I did as a youngster. Mr. Duncan, I called him at junior school, and his name was your fella.
24 for 1 Northamptonshire.
As Taylor bowls, and there's an outside edge that falls short of third slip, no run.
Martin Eales, Mr. Eales was his name. Martin
I know
Eales.
him.
You know Martin, do you? Yes.
Still around, still enthusiastic.
Still going. Yeah.
Doesn't teach.
No, but what he had, because he was a very good sports teacher, and he had some good players, cricket and football, and his cricket teams and football teams used to get a long way in various competitions. But obviously he could then feed the better players through to the cricket club and through to the football clubs as well. So the clubs benefited from him as well. He used to play golf with my dad. God rest him.
As Taylor turns, he's moving away from us. At the crease, right arm round the wicket. Cook drives down the wicket, but he only reaches mid on for the end of a decent over from Taylor. Well, 24 for 1. The wicket has gone down. That of Nick Brown. Brown was caught young at second slip off Sanderson for 12. 12 for 1 was the score, and this was after a fantastic morning's cricket for Northamptonshire. 390 all out, 113 to Proctor, 75 for Berg were the main two contributions really. It was splendid to watch. Slightly lacklustre at Essex, and they've got it all to do under just a little bit of pressure here on day 2 of the county championship.
Sanderson continues from the Hayes close end, in and bowling to the Essex captain Tom Wesley. Big shout for LBW here. Just on my naked eye it looked high, and the appeal is rejected, and it's 24 for 1. Thanks to Michael for his email. bbcscricket@gmail.com says this is a very different Northamptonshire from last year. This team have fight, and Essex have definitely got a battle on their hands. It was nice seeing Aaron Beard taking 3 wickets and 2 catches yesterday. Yes, he's on loan at Sussex for the next 3 games at least, the Essex man. Elisitano Shrimper saying it might be time maybe for Nick Brown to have a little bit of a rest after getting out cheaply today. This next one's pushed back defensively for no run, 24 for 1. Well, he get a century in the first game of the season, and
we've forgotten that,
exactly how quickly we forget. And we are only in the 4th game of the season.
Let me have a quick look. Essex batting. Brown, he's had 6 innings, 144 runs, top score of 107. His average was 24, it's slightly less now.
Yeah, but
so he's scored 100. We've got to give him the benefit of the doubt.
He's been this next one in from Sanderson, worked between mid wicket and mid on by Tom Wesley, and they come through just for the single, 25 for 1. I think there's a lot of cricket to be played before we start shuffling around the Essex top order. As an aside, he says, there's a great village cricket YouTube channel called Can You Cricket with on-helmet GoPro action. I'm not sure my teenage daughter will be checking that out on YouTube, but I may have a look at that. It's good fun. Sounds good fun. So Northamptonshire have 4 slips in. And Sanderson's going to come around the wicket to Alistair Cook, who just has the 2 to his name thus far, yet to get going. And he's facing Sanderson now, and Cook on his toes works it into the onside for no run. And Peter on the email says, great work as always. Just following on from your cricket in Norfolk chat, some of the folk listening in Northamptonshire, and Radders, as Andrew Radd, who's sat to our right, might be able to confirm this, will have played in the Sunday Rutland League, which Downham Market used to play in. Yeah, we used to play Downham Market quite a lot as well. Other teams also included Wisbeach and Long Sutton, right on the Norfolk border. Quite a trek from Kettering most weekends. A gorgeous county to play in, but it's a long drive home if you've got a duck. This next one from Cook is pushed back down the pitch for no run. If you've got a duck or taken plenty of runs off your bowling, go well and see you in the press box on Sunday, says Peter. Peter, thanks indeed for getting in touch. Yeah, Downham Market was another place. We were sort of southwest Norfolk, so we were over that side, Downham Market, Dereham, Munford. It's all that, and Swaffham. It was all within easy reach, so you'd find yourselves playing them quite a lot.
The Battley brothers from Dereham. But if I'm right, he mentioned, is it Long Sutton?
Yep. As Sanderson is in once again. Cook on the drive this time, but it's saved by a tumbling mid-off for no run.
There's infamy for that, because there's always traffic queues around. Is it the A17, A something
is
like
it the
that?
Was it the A47?
47, Long Sutton. I think that's the way to go to Norfolk, to Trent Bridge and things like that, and Northampton. And I think there's always some challenges with travelling by car along that road.
And then sometimes we'd encroach into Suffolk, so we'd find ourselves playing Stowmarket, sometimes Beres and Evans. Ampton and Culford was another popular place to go to as well. So you get yourself about. Brandon as well.
Brandon's near Thetford, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
I'm sure Tamale Mills played a little
He did.
time at
That's where he hails from. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. As we get Taylor coming in outside off stump, little bit of bounce, just a bit more within that ball there. For me, it just carried a bit quicker, little bit more effort. It's got loose now, has Taylor. That looked a goodish delivery, but it was left alone by Wesley.
Thanks to Nick for his email. Says it's not boring talking about playing cricket in Norfolk. There's some beautiful places there.
There are, yeah.
I say it was in the years of proper minor counties cricket.
Well, my first experience really of junior club cricket was when my parents moved to Norfolk. We lived in Great Ellingham. Taylor's in, bowls outside off stump through to the keeper, no run. And I'll tell you who I played against for Great Ellingham. This was village cricket, genuine
village cricket, yeah.
And we played Shropham.
Yeah.
You ready for this?
Go on.
The 2 Fashinews brothers played for them.
Well, they were Bernardo's boys, weren't
Correct.
they? And brought up in Norfolk, yeah.
And Shropham Cricket Club, which wasn't too far from Great Ellingham, but they were both playing football. And I remember my brother, myself, played football with them before the game started. I was only about 11. Taylor's in, bowls into the pads, it's clipped off his legs, it goes down to fine leg for a single, well fielded just inside the boundary at fine leg, good throw, and Essex have moved to 26 for 1.
See, I can keep throwing names of places because you're activating my mind now as well. Great Witchingham was another place we used to play quite a lot.
They're in the Premier League today.
Oh, wow, and Sayham Tony was another place, a tiny little place, Sayham Tony, we used to go and play quite a lot. But yeah, Eaton Park, right in the middle of Norwich, I remember going there quite a lot. They were always on, 2 or 3 times we played them a season.
Well, I think Great Witchingham are playing Swordston. Technically they call that the local derby in the East Anglian Premier this weekend. Yeah. Whittam are in the East Anglian Premier,
Yep.
who have gone through the leagues. Taylor bowls. This is played into the leg side. Cook takes an easy single, and it was a good single against Keogh at mid-on. There is one more run, 27 for 1.
See, and we had the Whittam skipper on the Around the Wicket programme on BBC Essex
you?
last week ahead of their first ever East Anglian Premier League
won at the
game.
weekend.
Yeah, good win for them. And it's amazing. Nick Brown's going to play for Whittam this year as well.
They lost the first week, the first league game. They lost just to Sudbury. And in the second league game last Saturday, they won, but I'm afraid I can't tell you who they beat. And they were in limited overs games.
Lovely email in from Nicholas, which I'll get to in a moment.
Taylor on his way in, away from us, a little bit brighter. Decent delivery, comes forward, does Wesley, and there is no run.
Thank you, Nicholas, for your email. It says, afternoon, chaps. Great to hear you chatting about Norfolk cricket. I'm listening here in Holt, which we were talking about a few moments ago, and I'm interested to hear you talking about Gresham School. My daughter is there, and it's still a great cricket school across all ages and both genders. The boys' team are at home to Royal Hospital School, Ipswich, tomorrow, starting at 11 a.m. for anyone looking for a game. Well, you can imagine us, Nicholas, from some state comprehensive urchins from Thetford going up to play Gresham's in a big cup game up there. It was how the other half lived, take my word for it.
Taylor in. Oh, it's been dropped at first slip. That was parried over the bar a la Peter Bonetti. I'm afraid Taylor has been rather unfortunate where Wesley has been fortunate. He's created the chance, it was forced off the back foot, nicked, and it's been parried from first slip over the bar. That would have been an outstanding catch. That would have been to have dismissed Wesley. Wesley survives 35 for 1.
It was a difficult one. It's gone at a million miles an hour. It would have been an outstanding catch, but it was quite a way above his head, and Essex have got away with one there. So 31 for 1 at the end of that over. Yeah, we went up to Gresham's as a comprehensive. Well coached. We were very well coached, and we were good enough players. We were good players, but as you can imagine, going up to Gresham's, manicured outfield. You know, the outfield wasn't used for football as well. There were no bobbles on the outfield whatsoever. As Sanderson, 1 for 16 from his 6th, starts his 7th over, pushed out to the offside, and there's no run. And we had a couple of bowlers who were quick. I mean, they were quick in the nets. You feared facing them, and we were out there, and you heard their opening batsmen talking about our two quick opening bowlers. He's quite quick from that end, but the other one's not really doing anything, and we're in trouble here. It's the first ever time I ever faced a leg spinner, and I hadn't got a clue. Never seen a leg spinner in my life. As Sanderson continues, but yeah, lovely place to play your cricket in Norfolk if you ever get the opportunity. Sanderson in and bowling to Cook. Cook on the drive, it's off the inner part of the face of the bat, out to the onside, and he picks up a single, 32 for 1.
That first 11 ground at Gresham's slight slope, small slope, but you've got the church in the background, some of the school buildings. He's talking about the fixture this weekend between Gresham's and Royal Hospital School. Do you know that dates back, I promise you, to one of the oldest schools fixtures?
Really?
Certainly in southern stroke eastern England. It really is. It dates back a long time. And during my time, we used to play the best part of 13 fixtures between us, A, B and C's.
Sanderson's in again, Wesley shouldering arms, and there's no run, 32 for 1. So that's an 11 a.m. start, so are we talking a 50 over a side game? What are we talking? What time?
For the first team, for the senior boys, it would be 11 o'clock.
Yep.
And I have to say, it did cost me. And I'm not too sure too many of my boys who I used to coach are listening, but I used to buy all of them a McDonald's breakfast. Other burger stores are available.
Sanderson into Wesley, playing defensively into the onside, no run.
But if you're a pupil and Toppers is going to buy you breakfast for getting up to go and play cricket all day, they're chuffed. They are over the moon.
And that is a long schlep from the outskirts of Ipswich all the way up there to Holt.
So half of the teams would go up to play at Gresham's, 6 or 7, and 6 or 7 would come down to on a Saturday. So 13 block fixtures, which was tremendous to see.
This next one has Wesley working it into the onside, slightly uppishly, but in front of the fielder, 32 for 1. Wyndham High and Wyndham College were two of the other teams we used to play as well.
Yes.
Wymondham, as a lot of people pronounce it, but Wyndham.
Yep. Very much, That's right, with a
Good
beautiful
days.
market cross at Wyndham.
That's right.
Beautiful market cross.
Good days. Attleborough was another team we played quite a lot. But
yeah.
good days they were. As I say, there's an awful lot of, you mentioned, there's an awful lot of cricket played in Norfolk, even though it's a minor county. This next one, Wesley's got an inside edge to that one. It's gone behind square on the onside. They'll come through to the single, and it's 33 for 1 now. I'm sure it's the case across a lot of counties that don't have first class cricket, but a lot of people just look, that is the end of the over, 32 for 1. A lot of people just look to the first class counties, say, they must play a lot of cricket there. And we've got a lot of teams here in Essex and likewise in Northamptonshire, but when you start going around Lincolnshire, Norfolk, Suffolk, Cambridgeshire, etc., you find all these places and you'll suddenly come across a cricket pitch.
2 other teams we haven't mentioned.
Go on.
Ingham, which is surrounded by trees. Great. Ingham Wanderers, and also Old Buckingham. That's
we played Old Buckingham quite a lot. One other place we used to go to again was Woolpit, which is just off the A14.
I'll tell you about Woolpit in a minute. As Taylor comes in outside off stump, I like that bowling, angled in, but it was watched by Wesley, allowed to go through to the keeper, no run. Woolpit are hosting the National Counties game between Suffolk and Kent in July.
Right.
In July, and that's a very important day for Woolpit because prior to the 100, prior to the Royal London, it's like a practice game, but it's an official game. And Woolpit have been given the opportunity to host Suffolk, play Kent County Cricket Club. Taylor's in. This is driven into the leg side. There is no run. Where on that particular day, am I right in saying, Glenn, Essex are away, is it against Cambridgeshire?
Cambridgeshire, yes.
At March?
The last time I looked, they hadn't got a venue, but I did hear March mentioned. I think you were having a chat with someone in the last game we were together, and March was mentioned. Because Saffron Walden tends to look towards Cambridgeshire, doesn't it? So they might have looked at playing there as well.
So important for the national counties to have that opportunity to play against the big boys. This time, Taylor bowls a well-directed delivery to Wesley, who comes forward, plays into the offside. Impressed at the moment with the accuracy of Taylor in the last 10 balls or so. Looks to me as if he just angles it in, where somebody like Sanderson just sort of angles it away and accentuates the swing to the right-handed batsman, where Taylor just angles it in. So from a batting perspective, you would look to set them up, and you would look to negotiate them very differently in their game plan. Outside off stump allows it through to the keeper, no run.
Just to go back to that email as well from Peter, who was talking about the Sunday Rutland League, which had Downham Market in it, Wisbeach and Long Sutton, etc. Rutland is the smallest county in terms of land geographically, isn't it?
With Leicestershire and Rutland.
So you can imagine why the Rutland League had to go quite outside its borders to find teams.
Of course, yeah, you can understand that. Yeah. As Taylor starts his run past the umpire, short, pulled, and it goes for 1. Wesley's going to come back for a second. Didn't quite get hold of it, but it was nonetheless well executed. He picked up the length very early doors, cross bat shot. 2 runs, 35 for 1.
Nicholas is back on the emails. We were talking about Gresham School, and he said, in answer to your question, yes, Gresham's against Royal Hospital School is a 50-over match tomorrow, but it's just the first team. The other teams all play 20-over games. For info, as an indication of the quality, the Gresham's first team wicketkeeper batsman is a Northamptonshire Academy player and was 12th man for Northants Firsts in their championship game last weekend.
Gosh, thank you for that. As Taylor bowls, plays out into the offside, and Wesley does a bit of polite gardening, and he even collects and picks the ball up for the opposition. Now, in my day, you would never pick the ball up for the opposition. No. You'd say, you're the fielder, you go and get it, and thank you very much indeed. End of the over, 35 for 1.
So it sounds like that young man from Gresham's had a good upbringing, and he's now involved with Northamptonshire.
I'll tell you another
making
good
his way in the game.
Came from Gresham's, who you would know his father. Are you ready for this? Chris Sutton, who played football for Rangers, was it? Celtic?
Yeah, Rangers, Chelsea. Celtic, Norwich, Chelsea, Blackburn.
Well, when I was involved in coaching Royal Hospital School, he was always there, as he had a son who was a very decent cricketer in the first team, etc., etc.
Change of bowling at the Hayes close end. Matthew Kelly is on, in and bowling to Alistair Cook now. It's on his thigh pad, and they come through for the single, 36 for 1, and it is signalled as a leg by. Scores elsewhere then. Surrey are now 535 for 7 against Gloucestershire. That's sort of been the pattern of Surrey's games this season. They score runs, but they score them really slowly. Hampshire 246 all out. Lancashire have recovered 218 for 8, much like Hampshire recovered from a slow start yesterday. Somerset 458 all out. Warwickshire 64 for 4, and Yorkshire 83 for 3 in reply to Kent's 291 all out. Kelly's at the end of his run in the distance. 3 slips.
Looking forward to
extra
this.
Cover and mid-off.
Looking forward to this indeed.
And he's in and bowling now to the Essex captain Tom Wesley, and Wesley just pushes into the onside for no run. 36 for 1 in the 15th over of the Essex innings.
Yeah, tallish man. Again, having just seen the one ball, maybe just looks to angle the ball back in, trying to hold his line as well. Comes over the top, probably naturally hits the seam easily and well, to see what his fingers are doing and how he keeps the seam up, to see if there's any swing as well. Good
Kelly
pace.
On his way in. 3 slips go to crouching down, and Wesley shoulders arms, and there's no run. 36 for 1. Thanks to Nick, a different Nick, but another Nick on the emails. bbcscricket@gmail.com says, afternoon gents, really enjoying the commentary and the discussion about Norfolk cricket. I'm listening into you via the internet from Wyndham. My ex-school was the Norwich School, Edward VI, which has a lovely ground near the cathedral. Very picturesque, he says. It's very funny when you find people coming. I mean, it happens in any county where the place name's spelt out a certain way, but you don't pronounce it. Do you know where Wymondham is? I said, no, but I know where Wyndham is. 36 for 1. Kelly is in. Wesley, that climbs, but he gets everything out of the way of it, and it's through again, and there's no run.
Keeps his fingers behind the ball, and you can sense that he's very tall, and it's just nice as it comes out of his hands and he extracts a bit of bounce. I think he's making reference to the pitches, or the pitch at lower close towards the cathedral. I think he is. Yeah, where Norwich School is.
Kelly prepares himself again in the distance. Yeah, the school children are departing, I can tell you. Their day is up. Kelly into Wesley, and Wesley pushes forward defensively up to mid-on, and there's no run. Division 2, Derbyshire 368 all out, Glamorgan 55 without loss. Leicestershire 149 all out, Middlesex are 330 for 6. And Nottinghamshire, Worcestershire, this game has moved on a pace. Worcestershire 159 all out, Nottinghamshire 266, Worcestershire 110 for 5, so they lead by 3 runs. And Sussex have taken a first innings lead, Durham 223 all out, Sussex 264 for 4. Kelly in once again to Wesley. Wesley pulls out the drive, quite expansive, and the man at extra cover lets it go. Doesn't let it go through him. It goes through him, and it goes away for 4 runs, and that's the end of the over. And it's 40 for 1.
Yeah, good-looking shot. I'm not going to be too critical of the bowl. It was fairly well pitched up. Trying to swing it, maybe to see if there's any movement in the air. But it was a genuine half volley, which Tom Wesley invested in, and he invested well. It was a good-looking shot, but I'm not going to be too critical of the ball. The bowler was trying to find an edge. Nothing wrong with that. That was probably the first genuine half volley from Matt Kelly. Impressed with his action.
Yeah, Peter's back on the email. Says, just to follow up, you are indeed right about Rutland being the smallest county, although apparently the Isle of Wight is a smaller unitary county when the tide comes in. The Rutland League over the years has brought in teams from Northamptonshire, Lincolnshire, Leicestershire, Rutland, North Bedfordshire, Cambridgeshire and the aforementioned Norfolk. Quite a geographical spread, I think you'll agree. Quite a commitment to play in it as well, I would imagine.
It's going to be Taylor. Taylor goes for an LBW. I can't give that out in a month of Sundays but there was a loose appeal there for an LBW against Cook. Survives, no run.
John in cold grey Suffolk says, afternoon to you both. Talking of Norfolk cricket, the county takes on Suffolk, big derby, in the National Counties 2020 competition on Sunday at Manor Park, where Norfolk play all their county matches. Now, is that Horsford Manor Park?
Yes, correct. That's the new county ground post Lakenham. Cook plays into the leg side. There is one run to mid-wicket, just the one. Sensible running this time.
John carries on, says Manor Park is one of the few, if not the only national county grounds where non-members pay to go in, but the facilities are very good and there's invariably a good attendance. Strangely, the captains of Norfolk and Suffolk both play for Copdock and Old Ipswichians. Enjoying the live stream with your commentary, says John in cold grey Suffolk. Where's cold grey Essex here, to be fair as well, John?
One is Sam Arthurton, formerly of Great Witchingham, now plays for Copdock. And the other captain for Suffolk is Jack Beaumont. Outside off stump through to the keeper, no run. So that is Suffolk is Jack Beaumont and Norfolk is Sam Arthurton. There's your two captains, both playing for Copdock and Old Eyes in the East Anglian Premier.
And that's the ground which is on the old A12, isn't it?
Who are hosting Suffolk on Bank Holiday Monday in the same competition, hosting Suffolk versus Hertfordshire. So Suffolk play Norfolk on Sunday and then Hertfordshire on Monday in the National Counties T20 competition. This time, there's a play and a miss as it goes through to the keeper McManus. He did play at that, did Tom Wesley. Just dragged him outside of off stump, sort of fourth stump line. Thank you for your emails.
Yeah,
clearly
thanks.
A bit of interest in, and I can't stress how much cricket was played in Norfolk in the 80s and 90s. Not as much today, but I think we all accept sadly lots of counties are falling off the cliff for a variety of reasons, lack of players, etc., etc. Is an expensive business, or grounds are no longer what they used to be. Taylor in, bounces short, plays with soft hands. It's parried at third slip to short third man, where Essex and Wesley benefit from a run, 42 for 1.
Yeah, it's a big commitment now to play cricket, isn't it? I mean, I know I played as a young man, but I wouldn't be able to play now with work and family commitments, etc. And you used to play Saturday, Sunday, and you might play a midweek evening game, and you might play midweek during the daytime. If you had a touring side coming up as well, you'd play every opportunity you possibly can. But yeah, you have to kind of accept, like in most things, life has moved on, but there's still a thriving club scene out there.
Taylor, right arm around the wicket to Alistair Cook. He's going for a little shout there. The lads behind the sticks are more interested than the bowler. The umpire says not out. Score 42 for 1. Pretty good over from Taylor, and in particular one cracking delivery. Both bowlers on at the moment, Taylor and Kelly, are impressing me.
Yeah, Cook 5 from 32 deliveries. That one just looked like kept a little bit low as well, that last delivery to him. Off go the school children and their teachers then, heading for the exits. They've had a good day. They got to play on the outfield as well during the lunch break, and they've enjoyed their day's cricket.
I wonder if they had the opportunity to meet any cricketers.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you? Hope that someone would pop round.
Anyone injured or free for 10 minutes?
Good to see them coming to watch proper cricket.
Yeah, absolutely.
So they get a feel for that. So then if they do come to a T20 game or pop off to the 100 or something like that, they get to see all formats. As Kelly starts another over, in from the Hayes close end, and just with soft hands, work behind square on the offside by Wesley, and they'll come through for a single, 43 for 1. Essex replying here to Northamptonshire's 390 all out, anchored by a wonderful century from Luke Proctor and a late innings half century from Gareth Berg.
Well, it's interesting you talk about the young kids and club cricket. I think it's Meteors and All Stars. I think I'm right in saying those kind of initiatives are starting up this weekend. If it's not this weekend, it's the following weekend. So we what is the weekend this weekend? Is it the 1st, 2nd of May?
Yes. as Kelly is in and bowls to Cook. Cook pushes out to the offside and sets off for a single. They actually thought about it and then did run because the two fielders were too busy looking at each other, and the score moves up to 44 for 1.
And I wish everyone well with their clubs and their enthusiasm, with the parents volunteering, with the coaches doing their business, and hope the youngsters enjoy their foray into the junior part of club cricket. We know the hundreds going on, but this is another initiative, all part of trying to get kids into the game and stay within the game. So whether you're helping or running, good luck this weekend with the Meteors and All-Stars.
Kelly in, and Wesley plays defensively for no run. Thank you to Philip on Twitter at BBC Essex Sport from Wolverton Town Cricket Club in Milton Keynes. He says, good afternoon, gents. Wolverton Town Cricket Club in Milton Keynes play Garblesham. Played Garblesham for a number of years. They played around the Northamptonshire area and played us on a Monday. Thanks, says Philip. Now you're going to say Garboldisham.
I am.
If you're from Norfolk, it's Garblesham.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You see?
Lovely.
Yeah.
Lovely accent. Yes.
Now here's Kelly in once again. And bowling, and Wesley again covers up defensively and plays out to the onside for no run. So that was a Norfolk side that used to go touring, so they used to play around the Milton Keynes area and the Northamptonshire area as well. Yes, if you were sort of from outside that area of Norfolk, Garboldisham, and if you're from inside, Garblesham.
I'll give you another one near that area, Mole Barton.
Yep.
But I'm going to ask Andrew, and Andrew's not on air at the moment. He will be. But do you know what? Playing second team cricket, proper second team Northampton cricket, Essex cricket.
Kelly in again, bowling to 3 slips, and Wesley with the outer part of the face of the bat works it into the offside. They both set off for a run and then both turn back, 44 for 1.
And I'm going to ask Andrew, because he will know it and he'll tell me straight away. I can't remember the name of the ground. It's quite a well-known, famous club ground, but the second team used to play. Northampton second team always used to play Essex at this ground every year. Give me a club, a senior club in the Northampton Premier League. Who? Findon? No.
Kelly in once again to Wesley, and Wesley this time picking it up on the onside along the ground. There's a tumbling attempt to stop there. Seemed rather an unnecessary dive, if I'm being honest, and he dives over it and they come through for a cheap single, 45 for 1. Thank you for all your correspondence today. Do keep it coming at BBC Essex Sport on Twitter, BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com, and Old Man Rad on Twitter as well to get in touch with Andrew, who'll rejoin us for commentary. Warwickshire is 75 for 5 against Somerset in that match at Taunton. That after Somerset piled up 458. It could have been a lot more, but they suffered a bit of a collapse late on in that innings. End of the over, and Essex are 44 for 1. I'm not sure they've added on that single from the last ball of the previous over, but no, they haven't, because they've still got it up as Kelly still bowling, but that was the end of the over, and Taylor is back on.
Taylor in, away from us, bowls outside off stump through to the keeper. There is no run.
Nostalgia isn't what it used to be, he says, tongue in cheek. But it is great to hear about all these places still playing cricket, and
it was fine.
It was quite nice. It was quite nice to go back over some of the grounds that we used to play at as well done. So Findon, where would that be? Where would that be in relation to Northampton?
On the outskirts? No,
quite a way away.
It's near Wellingborough.
Near Wellingborough, okay.
Well, we used to travel to Wellingborough as well, but it was always on the old A45. It was quite long. Oh, out, caught at second slip. Wesley has to go. He's angled the ball in as Taylor. He's got his just rewards for me. He's angled it in. Wesley's gone at it. He's driven at it, and it's gone shin high to second slip, and it's been snaffled. That was a terrific bit of bowling, a terrific catch. Essex are in a little spot of bother at 45 for 2, and we have gone to tea.
Yeah, he's gone driving at that one, and again it's reward for Taylor putting it up there, and it's outside edge from Wesley, was going along quite nicely on 25, so that will be tea then. Northamptonshire 390 all out, Essex 45 for 1. I'll be updating the BBC Essex listeners at 4, but Andrew, Don and myself will return after the tea break.
name's Harry McQueen. I'm the lead strength and conditioning coach.
So my name is Chris Clark-Hines. I'm head of athletic development at Essex County Cricket Club.
My name's Aaron Beard. I'm a cricket player at Essex County Cricket Club.
When a player gets injured, we're looking to explore all the avenues to make sure it's a speedy and safe recovery from injury. And nutrition forms a big part of that. And it doesn't matter if it's a muscle injury, tendon injury, a joint injury, a bone injury. All these type of injuries need good nutrition. And what we can find is that by using Wow Hydrate and the collagen protein, that it's really going to give all the basic foundation of nutrition there. So when the players are following their individual daily programs, we at least know that they're getting some good form of collagen protein into their daily diet.
When a club cricketer comes off the field, the first thing they do is run to the bar. Whereas now, with the Well Hydrates, they can use these drinks so easily for the ingredients in the cap. So they can replace all the stuff they've lost like any athlete would do, and it replace all their energy, and they won't be tired for the work that they do in the following days and start the week.
Hydration is a super important consideration for the players. So we know that scoring 100 is around about 10k's worth of distance. So that alongside obviously being in the middle of the summer. So Well Hydrate allows us to replace fluid and electrolytes that are lost during these periods of time to try and avoid any performance decrements that may happen through dehydration.
So I've got two flavours for very different reasons. My favourite protein flavour is the summer fruits. It's the best flavour of the protein range that I get on with. And for electrolytes, when I've been sweating after a hard day in the field and bowling, is the orange one. It goes down the best and doesn't leave any aftertaste like other sports drinks do. It has to be one of the bowlers, I reckon. We get some sweaty bowlers on a hot day in the summer, so I'm going to put a name to Jamie Porter, because there's one drink in particular, he likes the lemon and lime one, and if he doesn't get that one, he's not a happy bunny. So, so if you're doing the substitute duties, you have to take him a nice cold lemon and lime electrolyte to replace all the sweat he does when he's bowling beautifully like he always does.
Welcome back to the county ground here in Chelmsford. The umpires just making their way out to the middle for the final session of this second day. Glenn Speller, Don Topley and Andrew Radd with you for the second day's play. BBC Essex and BBC Radio Northampton. Thank you for all your emails and your tweets, etc. And brought back some good memories, particularly talking about Norfolk cricket, but talking about the Rutland League as well, which Andrew no doubt will refer to when he comes back on in the next couple of moments as well. But thank you for getting in touch. I'll just go through the last couple of emails and tweets on that subject, but do keep them coming. bbcsxcricket@gmail.com, at BBC Essex Sport on Twitter, or at oldmanrad. They're the ways to get in touch with us. But it's been a good chat, and in the meantime the championship game's been going on in front of us. Essex will resume at 45 for 2, so they trail by 345 runs at the moment. Tom Wesley, the captain, going just before tea, out for 25. And no Dan Lawrence, member for Essex, in this game, out with a hamstring injury. Feroz Koushi is in the side for this match, along with Paul Walter as well, making up the top order of this Essex batting lineup. No Adam Rossington for Essex because he's on loan from Northamptonshire, so he's unavailable for this game. And so that's why Essex had to make those 2 changes, as the Northamptonshire fielders make their way out on top of their game and feeling there's an opportunity here, a chance here for them to get through this Essex lineup. So Paul Walter has come in at number 4, which would normally be Dan Lawrence's spot, which means you can only think that Koushi's going to come in at 5 unless Matt Critchley comes in ahead of him. But it is the not inconsiderable figure of Paul Walter who makes his way to the middle. So 2 left-handers out there for Essex, and we've still got 4 balls of Taylor's 5th over to go. 1 for 10 so far for him, having removed the Essex captain. The men to go: Nick Brown for 12 when he'd scored all the runs, that was 12 for 1, and then Wesley when the score was 45 just before tea. 25 from 50 deliveries, and he looked in good nick as well, Tom Wesley, but driving at 1, which was taken well down low at second slip by Will Young. He's taken both the catches now to add to his half century in the first innings for Northamptonshire, and Northamptonshire on top here. And Paul Walter is going to receive his first ball of this innings. 3 slips go down, and in comes Tom Taylor now, in and bowling to Walter, and Walter just plays from the crease into the onside for no run. Bat always looks a bit like a twig in the hands of Paul Walter. Just goes down and does a little bit of gardening. Going to update the BBC Essex listeners in the next few moments into their 4 o'clock news bulletin. Andrew's off doing likewise for the BBC Radio Northampton audience. Don is back alongside me just for this little interlude before Andrew joins you, Don. And
Good afternoon again.
Taylor then in again for this second ball after the tea break. Round the wicket to the left-handed Walter, who shoulders arms. Goes through a good carry though, 45 for 2. And Martin on the emails. Thanks for getting in touch, Martin. Says you were talking about Thetford a little bit earlier on. I was, because that's where I grew up. So it's a great place, home of Dad's Army, he says it is. You've got the Dad's Army Museum there. He says one daughter and her family live in Thetford, and we're frequent visitors there, as well as Necton and other surrounding areas. Well, Necton and Ash Hill's another place where we used to play quite regularly too. Yes, and not only the home of Dad's Army, but Charles Burrell as well, the home of steam engines. The Charles Burrell steam engines hail from there as well. There's a Charles Burrell Museum there too as well. Taylor is in and bowling to Walter, and Walter props forward, and there is no run. And Martin goes on to say Frederick Forsyth wrote The Eagle Has Landed, featuring a watermill in the area, but can you tell me the name of the area and where the mill was, please? Well, the only thing I know about The Eagle Has Landed, Martin, is the film, and the village is a fictional village in Norfolk, but the film was filmed in Oxfordshire, and the watermill is down there somewhere. But as far as the book goes, I'm not sure what watermill is referring to, but the village Studley something, I think the village was called. That's a fictional village, but it was set in Norfolk, but not filmed in Norfolk, if that answers your question, Martin, in a roundabout sort of way. Here's Taylor now. In and bowling to Walter. Oh, and Walter's got an edge to that one. It's low. Along the ground.
I think that's a chance.
Just going to update BBC Essex listeners.
BBC Essex's Glenn Speller has the latest from the county ground.
Yes, and Essex are in a bit of trouble here as well, Nick. They're 45 for 2 in reply to the Northamptonshire mammoth innings of 390, built around a century from Luke Proctor and a late half century in the innings as well from Gareth Berg. Essex have lost Nick Brown for 12, and just before tea as well, they lost the captain, Tom Westley, called at second slip when he was going well on 25. Paul Walters just edged one along the ground to the slips as well. So Essex are right up against it here, 45 for 2 in reply to Northamptonshire's 390 all out. So thank you for all your emails about that. If you want to come back, Martin, and talk a bit more about The Eagle Has Landed and that sort of thing, and then you're welcome to do so. But as I say, the film was filmed in Oxfordshire, and there's a scene as well in the film where they're saying it's based in the Channel Islands towards the end of the film, and that was actually filmed in Cornwall near Newquay.
Gosh,
and,
you know your films.
I know that particular film.
Who had as one sentence and a couple of bits in that film that's associated with cricket, as Sanderson comes around the wicket to Sir Alistair Cook and he plays it into the leg side no run. There is a famous, if I called him a philanthropist, associated with the cricket world, and in between, in particular, the Bunburys.
Right.
Correct. I've given it away now.
Oh, blimey, what's his name?
Go on.
No.
David.
Oh, no.
Not David French.
No.
Not David German. As Sanderson Bowles plays into
David English.
Correct.
Yes. Yeah.
Into the leg side from Sir Alistair Cook. He had one scene in it, one word, but he's always famous about that the Eagle has landed. Yes, he has.
I read the book and then watched the film, and we as a family wondered, where, if that's in Norfolk, where was it filmed? Then we found out it was filmed mainly in some Maple somewhere. That I think the village is called it. I may have to look it up on Maple something. The village is called where it was filmed mainly around. We'll bring Andrew in at the end of this over.
3 slips or 4 slips now. Sanderson Bowles is played by Cook sensibly up to mid-off, no run. I was in The Winds of War. Do you remember The Winds of War?
I do remember
Robert
The Winds of
Mitchell?
War, yes.
Yeah. I was an extra.
As?
There was a cricket scene.
Oh, so you're playing to type?
Yes, yes. Absolutely. And there was a scene at Regent's Park. But the problem, we had to keep shooting the scene because there were modern day jets coming across and birds, and apparently during the World War there were no birds around.
No.
So we had to keep reshooting the scene. Sanderson Bowles is driven into the offside and there is no run. Good looking shot, well bowled, trying to induce the edge there with many behind the bat waiting for Alistair Cook's edge.
And John's back on. He says, just to clear up my last message, we were talking about the captains of Norfolk and Suffolk playing for Copdock. They're the captains of the 3-day sides. Tom Rash is captain of the Suffolk white ball side. I'm not sure who skippers the white ball side in Norfolk. Thank you very much indeed for coming back, John.
I think it is potentially Sam Arthurton. It's going to be right arm over the wicket to Cook. Sanderson Bowles played up to mid-off. An aggressive bit of fielding straight into the keeper. There is no run.
And Wobbly Steve on Twitter says, listening in from Corby, enjoying the coverage and the place names. He said, it's a bit like Nen or Neen, and that debate. It's the former, by the way, Nen. Some cracking little grounds in the villages in this neck of the woods. Rockingham in the castle grounds, to name but one. I'm sure Andrew will probably chit-chat about that when he comes back on in a couple of balls' time.
Sanderson from the Hayes close end. Bowles right arm over and a play and a miss. Had me going there because I thought there might have been a nick for a moment. End of a testing first over after tea, 45 for 2.
Just to tell you, Somerset going well, 458 all out against Warwickshire, the defending champions. Warwickshire are 92 for 6 in reply. Ooh. I shall depart and Andrew shall come in and wax lyrical.
92 for 6, my word. The champions are being tested by the side that have lost 7 championship games on the trot. Somerset have got a total this time. And a very good afternoon, Andrew.
Afternoon, Don.
Have you enjoyed the chat about?
I have, yes.
Findon
Dolben Cricket Club, I think that's the one you were talking about. Gareth Berg is bowling his first over after tea, and outside the off stump, let go by Paul Walter, goes through to Lewis McManus. Yes, interesting chat about Norfolk as well. Of course, Ollie Stone is England player now with Northamptonshire, came to Northamptonshire from Norfolk. Northamptonshire at that stage had a bit of a link with Norfolk, with Rob Newton, of course, also played for Swardston.
Actually, there's quite a few lads on bursary contracts or academy contracts.
Bergen again, appeal for LBW. Now, as that pitched outside leg stump, I think it may have done, and I think that's why the umpire, Nigel Long, has given that not out. It was a decent shout. It might have hit the stumps, but I suspect it probably just pitched outside leg stump. We'll have a little look on the replay, no doubt. Yes, you mentioned, I think, the young wicket-keeper batsman from Gresham's school at Holt, Charlie Hood, who's on the Northamptonshire Academy, as was mentioned. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, I think that probably pitched outside. So I think that's a good decision.
Still a few lads coming through the system who are doing that as well.
Yeah, 3 slips in place, and Berg again firing that one outside off stump, trying to tempt Paul Walter into playing a stroke. He's not to be tempted, and it goes through. Also talking about the Rutland League, my own club, Oundle Town, were founder members of the Rutland in 1982, Rutland District League, and it is still a terrific competition. We pulled out about 3 years ago now, and the point that Glenn was making about the commitment for travelling, that was really the problem. It was some very, very long away trips. Here's Berg in, bowls outside the off stump again. Walter lets it go through, and I think it's partly the problem that obviously for some of the clubs involved with it, I think Sunday is almost their main, the most important match day, more important than Saturdays, and so a club like mine, we're looking to play sort of more of a development side. Obviously you'd go and you'd finish at playing against 3 or 4 minor counties players and an overseas player and all the rest of it, and it did make it a bit of a mismatch. Here's Berg in again outside the off stump, and again Walter letting it go through to Lewis McManus. But there were some long trips from where we are in sort of East Northamptonshire. You were heading out to Grantham in Lincolnshire and Bourne, Wisbeach and March and places like that, and it was a little bit much, and you had to make sure you had, of course, the requisite number of car drivers, so you couldn't put out that younger side. So here's Berg in again, bowls to Berg, just turned round, bowls to Walter rather, just a little bit turned round by that one, pushes it out into the covers, fielded by Taylor. Maiden over to Berg, 5 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 8. So Gareth Berg tidy as ever, having made a major contribution with the bat once again. 75 off 132 balls, 3 6s, 8 4s. Century partnership for the 9th wicket with Luke Proctor, who's 113 was his highest score for Northamptonshire. 45 for 2 it is. Walter yet to get off the mark. Sir Alistair Cook has made 6 off 39 balls.
He's been kept quiet, hasn't he?
He is so far, but he's still there. 4 slips in place as Sanderson comes in again.
In he comes from the Hayes close end. Bowls. This is forced off the back foot, and the bowler does the fielding on his follow through. Yeah, Sanderson, and I was impressed with Kelly and Taylor, and we've seen Berg. Berg started up again, but Berg it's an interesting one. Berg is, when he runs in, it is just genuine medium pace, but he has a little bit of an effort at the crease, and he gets a response with the seam or a bit of bounce. He bowls at 12 o'clock. Sanderson bowls. This time Cook comes forward, just negotiates it on the front foot into the offside, no run. So I can tell you honestly that there is Berg is an awkward customer in terms of it looks innocuous, but suddenly at the crease he explodes, and he's got all his pace. Okay, it's medium pace, but it's all happening at the crease, and he gets a little bit of kiss the deck type bounce from 12 o'clock. Meanwhile, Sanderson bowls. Cook comes forward, plays it to mid-off, no run. Yeah, we had a really interesting discussion with many people, and I'd like to just a quick thank you to the likes of Charles Underwood. He says, really enjoyed the commentary and talking about the wickets at up in Norfolk, or the place names, etc. Are the wickets being prepared a little differently at Chelmsford this season? All credit to Northampton, but our attack seems a little toothless. I'm going to say they batted well, and today it was just a bit lacklustre. Sanderson, and there's a play and a miss. He bowls. Cook goes after it. It's an expansive drive. There's a genuine play and a miss. The slips are interested, but the keeper takes the ball and he's not out. I'm not going to give Essex stick at all, but it looked a bit lacklustre. Nothing much happened, and I'm also going to give credit to the batting team, where this morning there was a strong chance that it could have got rolled over, but they played brilliantly. Cook, this time, more watchful, more patient, plays it up to mid-off, no run. So thank you, Charles Underwood. Hopefully I've explained that. The Christ the Choir says, talk of Robin Hobbs' century versus the Australian makes me wonder if declaration bowling still takes place. 4-day county games making it less of a factor. Absolutely. We used to have a bit of declaration bowling in 3-day cricket, not needed in 4-day cricket. End of. Cook comes forward, plays on the offside for the end of a decent over, a decent play and a miss. Sanderson will be happy with his endeavours that over. He's bowled nicely, 45 for 2.
Yes, it's got to be right that some of the records for fast scoring against declaration bowling will now have the dreaded asterisk in Wisden and in the various works of record, because you can't obviously make a comparison. Mind you, people talk about Percy Fender's 35-minute century in 1920 against Northamptonshire. It wasn't declaration bowling, but Northamptonshire not being very strong at the time, it might just as well have been. Here's Berg, starting a fresh over from this river end, and bowls to Walter and beats him outside the off stump. 3 slips in place, waiting for the nick, and Berg still getting something out of this pitch and out of the new ball, still relatively new ball, just 21 overs old. And Northamptonshire with the 4 frontline seamers plus Luke Proctor, who hasn't had a bowl yet. The other options that they have, probably Rob Keogh with his off spin, maybe safe save with a bit of left arm twirl if needed. Here's Berg bowling to Walter, who's in behind that, pushes it up on the onside, fielded by Matt Kelly coming in from mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Talking of Matt Kelly, we've had a tweet from Chris Saberg, who is involved with the BBL, in particular the Perth Scorchers. He said he's watching good mate Matt Kelly bowling against Alistair Cook. He's enjoying that and enjoying the commentary.
Yeah, bowled a nice little spell before tea, didn't he?
He did, and he's looking forward for Sir Alistair to nick off against him. Well, not too early, please, Chris, but thank you for your...
Berg beats tweet. Walter again outside the off stump, and this is good testing stuff from Berg. Walter having just come to the crease after tea. Northamptonshire striking with the wicket of Tom Westley just on the stroke of tea. He was dropped on 11, difficult chance above his head by just about the shortest man in the Northamptonshire side, Ricardo Vasconcelos. Just tipped it over the bar, but fortunately for Northamptonshire it didn't prove a particularly costly miss. Here's Berg running in again to ball to Walter, who fishes outside the off stump, and he's beaten again, and it goes into the gloves of Lewis McManus. And this is a torrid little spell for Paul Walter.
It's his first game of the season for Essex.
Well, he's faced 14 balls, yet to get off the mark. And I have to say, with all due respect to him, he's been beaten by a good chunk of those. Not easy out there at the moment, and he's still there, which is the main thing. Here's Berg in again, bowls to him, this time much more convincing stroke, pushes out on the offside. And it's fielded by Tom Taylor, sprinting in from extra cover with a burst of energy. And again, there's no run. Northamptonshire 390 all out, having resumed on 233 for 7. Essex, if you're just tuning in, lost Nick Brown caught Young at second slip off Sanderson for 12. That was 12 for 1 in the 5th over, and then, as we mentioned, Wesley out on the stroke of tee, caught again by Young at second slip, this time off Taylor for 25. That was 45 for 2. It's still 45 for 2. Berg comes in, bowls to Walter. That big reach of his pushes out into the covers. Once again, it's fielded by Taylor. End of the over. Another maiden for Berg, who's now bowled 6 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 8. And Essex 45 for 2. And Josh Cobb is coming on the field as 12th man, with Luke Proctor trotting off for some reason, maybe to get his bowling boots on. So Northamptonshire's white ball captain finds himself on the field, wearing his blue Steelbacks cap instead of the red championship cap, and he's going in there at mid-on, having a chat with Ben Sanderson.
We had an email from I've lost it now, Gambo, 65 Gambo, as Sanderson comes in round the wicket to Cook. Cook plays in, I think he squeezed it off back and pad into the offside. There is no run. He says, good afternoon, Andrew and the team. Wolverton. Where, have we mentioned this one?
Yes, I think
Wolverton,
so.
And they start their training tonight at 7:30.
Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah, Phil's a very regular correspondent. Always keeps us up to date with what's happening at Wolverton Town.
Good luck with the juniors tonight. So important in the development of the game. You know, Andrew's a little younger than me, and Glenn's even younger. Sanderson bowls. This is back down the wicket. There's going to be there's not going to be a quick single, as Josh Cobb fields particularly well at mid-on, where he dives and stops the single. And the reason I say that is that I'm probably the senior man in this in terms of age, 58.
I'm 2 years older than you, Don.
You look younger. I've had a very hard paper round. All I'm trying to say is, the future of the game, yes, it's not necessarily me, it's all about the youth and youngsters. And there's an nigger. Cook has gone. Sanderson gets the former England captain out. Alistair Cook is looked annoyed, but that's a cracking wicket, and Essex are in a state here at 45 for 3. A ball that he's played at, he's just nicked through to the keeper. Super bit of bowling. So Alistair Cook was out, and he's been caught by McManus off the bowling of Sanderson for 6 runs. Just looking on the stream again at this dismissal, I'm just looking at the angle. The angle's good. Alistair Cook has played away from his body. Maybe he could have left it. He hasn't. He's nicked it. And Essex, Andrew, are in a spot of bother. Yeah, and I mean, there is no greater Sir Alistair Cook fan than me, believe me, but he just didn't really settle today, did he? And he was just a little bit fretful, and to be fair, I think the 4 Northamptonshire seamers have all hit their straps straight away. They've been on the mark. There was always a feeling, sometimes in the past when you give yourself a couple of overs just to get into it. And I know Chris Liddell, Northamptonshire's bowling coach, is very keen on bowlers really hitting the straps and hitting the right mark from ball 1. I know Northamptonshire's former assistant coach Phil Rowe, who's I'm sure probably listening to Afternoon Rowe if you are, who's a regular on our commentaries at Northampton. He has an aversion to the L word, the loosener. Hates it. Does he?
And to be fair, I think all 4 of the seamers that we've seen so far, right from the start, have put the ball in the right places and have made life hard for the Essex batsman. And Sanderson getting his reward, and I'm sure, as you say, that will please him enormously, as he closes in on 300 first-class wickets for Northamptonshire.
Brilliant.
And, well, he's just this metronomic accuracy that you see from Ben Sanderson. 9.3 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 18, profligate by his standards. Matt Critchley is the new batsman.
4 slips awaiting. Sanderson in, driven down the ground. He walks his shot there. He doesn't take a big enough stride, since he just overbalances and he walks his shot. Nothing too wrong with that. Compensates with good hands, but just got to be a little bit tighter in your early part of your knock. Critchley, who's started his career here well, I'm going to say has gone up the order after his century early in the season. I'm happier with him at 6 than 5, but we are where we are. As Sanderson bowls, this is played into the leg side. He stands tall, he takes a single, which gets Essex off the 45, where they lost two wickets. They take 2 runs, 47 for 3.
Yes, but if you include the 6 first-class wickets that he took for Yorkshire during a brief spell at Yorkshire, that was his 300th wicket in first-class cricket.
Oh, well,
and it's not a bad one to get,
No,
Sir Alistair Cook. But yeah, you need 6 more to get 300 for Northamptonshire. But
300 first-class wickets.
300 first-class wickets,
notable achievement. Well, Critchley standing tall, right-handed, straight-legged. He does stand tall at the crease when he plays his shots, and he plays it up to mid-off for the end of the over. 2 runs came off that over for the loss of the wicket of Sir Alistair Cook, 47 for 3, and we've got 2 new batsmen at the crease, really.
Surrey just dismissed for 603 against Gloucestershire at the Oval. Topley are last man out, leaving Jamie Smith stranded, 234 not out. So well played, Jamie Smith.
How many did Reece get?
I'm afraid he didn't trouble the scorers.
Oh well, that's his pocket money gone.
Although of course he did trouble the scorers. It's one of the pet aversion of scorers, isn't it, that they say if somebody's out for naught they don't trouble. It is bothering.
He'll tell me, it was a great naught.
Probably, yes, a long naught. Well, here's Gareth Berg running in bowling to Paul Walter. 3 slips in place, and Walter is off the mark, turning that one away just behind square on the leg side, and they come through for a single, fielded down there by Kelly. 1 more onto the total. Essex 48 for 3.
Can I ask how many overs Gloucestershire fielded?
I can tell you that they were in the field. Well, Surrey were in the field for 165 overs and 4 balls.
165 overs. That's a long time. That is.
Yeah,
that is
certainly is.
3-ball duck. Yeah, no, that's a long time in the field in the dirt. Well, that really they're committed now then to trying to get the 20 wickets in the next 2.5 days.
Yeah, it's a Route 1 job, isn't it? Bat once and bat once, bat long.
Yep.
Now for the right-handed Critchley, 3 slips in place as Berg runs in and bowls to him. Bowls it up there on middle and leg and whipped away into the onside by Critchley, but fielded by Tom Taylor, who's in there at mid-wicket, and there's no run. There's a long leg, safe Sabe, down there in front of the sponsors area down there. Taylor in there at mid-wicket, Proctor at mid-on, Keogh at mid-off, Kelly at extra cover, Sanderson at backward point. No third man. Berg comes in, bowls to Critchley, and he's nicely across his stumps, playing it up to mid-on, where it's fielded there by Luke Proctor, and there's no run. Of course, you're mentioning about all the many fine cricketers that have come out of Norfolk. Of course, the whole Edrich family were originally from Norfolk, and Peter Parfitt as well. He's a great player for Middlesex and England.
Parfitt for sort of a BBC programme.
Funny man.
Yeah,
very funny man.
Great chap.
Here's Berg, beats Critchley, appeal for a caught behind, not out. I think they were rather more interested behind the wicket than Berg. Berg's appeal seemed to me just a little bit of an afterthought. And indeed, Nigel Long says not out, but it was very close to the finding the edge. This is really tough stuff here for Essex, and they need these two now just to settle in, build a partnership. Another wicket now, and Northamptonshire feel they are in a very, very good position. Here's Berg in again, bowls, and that's beaten Critchley, this time on the inside edge. And that's an absolute beauty from Gareth Berg. I'm not quite sure how you play that, Dom.
No. Well,
that's to shape back in and beaten the inside edge at good pace. And it didn't miss the top of the off stump by very much, watching it on the replay. So Berg's sort of making it talk at the moment, and here he is again. Bowls to Critchley outside the off stump, and Critchley is able to leave that comfortably and does so with an air of relief. It goes into the gloves of McManus. End of another over. Walter is 1, Critchley 2, Essex 48 for 3, having lost Brown for 12, Wesley for 25, and Sir Alistair Cook for 6.
2 quick emails from Charles Underwood. He said he also played football in Norfolk against Justin Fashanu during his time at the University of East Anglia in 74 to 77. David East, the former Essex wicketkeeper and chief executive, was also at the UEA there of course. Happy days, great memories. And also we've had an email here from Wartime Cricket. It says, we're planning on coming along tomorrow.
As Sanderson starts a fresh over and bowls to Walter, he has to go back and gets a little bottom edge on it, goes out to square leg. Sorry, Don.
Yeah, and we're planning on coming along tomorrow as he accidentally has entered himself into a running race in Whittam the day after the match ends, which means a weekend in Essex where there happens to be a match on. He would love to say hello. Well, he might be able to come up and say a quick hello to you, Andrew, but sadly for Glenn and myself, we're not here tomorrow. Sanderson's in, and there's a play and a miss by Walter. Comes forward, the long legs, plays at the ball, but it just misses the off stump, and the bat through to the keeper, no run.
Yep, be good to see John if he's up here. We shall.
Wartime cricket.
Yep, John Broom. I shall certainly be here.
And tomorrow we have in our place Mr. Speller.
It's going to be.
We will tell you. We'll tell you in a minute.
Dick Davis and Paul Newton, I believe.
There you go. Sanderson is in, bowls outside off stump through to the keeper. That just comes back as McManus has taken it onto his right hand side, not forgetting it's Paul Walter facing the left hander. So the ball has moved across after it's gone past the bat.
Getting hold of this sort of information, it's like the sort of ultra decrypts at Bletchley Park, but I did manage to get hold of it because I was had a walk-on part in the BBC Radio Essex cricket show the other night, Around the Wicket with Victoria, and it was mentioned then that those two chaps will be on at the weekend.
Sanderson in, bowls, nice delivery, nice and straight, respected by Walter, back to the bowler, no run. So thank you for all those correspondence today. Great to chat a bit of cricket, anything cricket, schools, clubs, district, county twos, old players, whatever it is to do with a great game that we all love.
And you talk about national counties, Don. It's worth mentioning also that our good friend Alex Wakely, former Northamptonshire captain, he is due to make his national counties comeback for Bedfordshire this weekend.
Is he? This is driven back to the bowler, slightly miscued, looking for an expansive offside drive, but only could just drag it back straight back to the bowler for no run.
They're due to be playing some T20 matches against Oxfordshire at Wormsley, and Alex is in the squad. So the first time he's featured for them apparently for Beds since 2009. Made his debut for them as a 15-year-old back in 2004.
Sanderson around the wicket, 4 slips waiting outside off stump, well left alone by Walter. End of the over. Essex, a slow here, but it's fine. They're in a position of recovery really. 48 for 3 here at Chelmsford.
Retired from the professional game last year, and was heard quite frequently on commentary.
Good.
BBC Cricket Online last year, and hopefully he'll be joining us for at least a day or two of the Kent match, which is coming up at Northampton starting on May the 19th, and hopefully Alex will be part of our team for that one.
Is that the last set of county matches before the T20s?
That's correct, yes, that's absolutely right. Here's Gareth Berg starting a fresh over to Matt Critchley. Critchley playing that up to Proctor at mid-on, and there's no run. Yes, there's, as I say, Northamptonshire have now got, having played the first 2 games at home, have now got 3 in a row away from home, here at Chelmsford, then away to Surrey at the Oval next week, and the following week away to the champions Warwickshire at Edgbaston.
I will see you at the Oval.
Right, yes, I shall be there.
I will be doing 2 days here against Yorkshire, and then I'll pop down to have a little look at the Oval. Good
Berg
shot.
bowls full to Critchley, and it's driven nicely up to mid-off, and Berg, I think, just taking a little bit of the way off it. I think otherwise it would have been 4, because he hit it beautifully, but it allowed Rob Keogh time to come round and field, but they still come through for a single. So Critchley is 3 and Essex 49 for 3, and then yes, Northamptonshire finish off this run of this first series of championship matches against Kent at Northampton, starting on the 19th, and then the T20 starts a week later. Here's Berg in again, bowling to the left-handed. Walter plays it into the onside, and Matt Kelly quickly to the ball at mid-wicket, fields, and there's no run. I think Northamptonshire start from memory T20 against the Bears at Edgbaston, so a couple of trips to Edgbaston coming up in quite quick order. And then I think I'm at I think it's the 29th, we're at Trent Bridge, which is the 50th anniversary of my first day watching Northamptonshire play cricket. So
Lovely.
here's Berg in again, bowls outside the off stump. Walter lets it go through. I suppose it would have been ideal to have had the anniversary at Northampton rather than at Trent Bridge, but there we go. It's just the way the fixtures have fallen. Yeah, 29th of May 1972. Whit Bank Holiday Monday. Northamptonshire versus Hampshire. Steady old Hampshire side with Richards and Greenwich at the top of the order.
Yeah, brilliant.
And
who was your hero growing up then? Come on.
Well, I'll tell you in a second as Berg comes in. Appeal for LBW, very full, not out, says umpire Nigel Long. And again, I just wonder, it was rather fuller than the one before, which possibly made it a more convincing shout. The one previously, I think, definitely pitched outside leg stump.
Just
that
outside
one,
leg?
yeah, may just have pitched outside leg, may also have just been swinging down. I'll have a look at the replay when it comes up on the screen in just a second. Yeah, I had a few. In the early 70s, I was I suppose watching England play on telly as Berg comes in, bowls again to Walter, who's playing forward defensive back down the pitch. Berg fields in his follow through, end of the over, 3 to Critchley, 1 to Walter. Essex 49 for 3. Berg now 8 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 10. So I suppose the England captain at the time, Ray Illingworth, John Edrich, people like that. But my first real cricket hero was the one I mentioned earlier, having asked him for his autograph on my first day there, David Steele. DS, a great man who may well be listening again this afternoon.
Does he listening?
If you are David, yes, he may well be. So if you are David, very good to reminisce.
Sanderson, 4 slips waiting. He bowls outside off stump through to the keeper.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of doing a book with David 3 or 4 years ago, and it was fascinating to listen to his stories of his career, not just with Northamptonshire, but before that playing league cricket in Staffordshire, and then obviously the 2 seasons when he was the national hero in the England side, and then the little spell at Derbyshire, back at Northamptonshire, and then playing club cricket again and a bit of minor counties for Bedfordshire, and his role at Oakham School as a coach.
Sanderson's in, outside off stump through to the keeper, no run. I met him as a young man when I was on the ground staff at Lord's first, and as I said, I did 12th man for various teams, various counties at Lord's, but always enjoy his company. Send my very best wishes if he's listening.
Oh well, yes, and he celebrated his 80th birthday last autumn.
Gosh, don't like all these guys getting older, because we get older. Sanderson bowls, played nicely, but with straight legs again, stands tall at the crease. He doesn't crouch and get low into the crease. He stands tall as Critchley with straight legs as he just push drives it into the covers. There is 1 run. And this left-hand, right-hand combination rotate. Essex moved to 50 for 3.
And the following year, 1973, I remember watching Middlesex play Northamptonshire, and they got absolutely hammered. Northamptonshire did them by an innings and lots. Bisham Beddy bowled them out twice.
Wonderful. Sanderson. This time, the great oak tree that is Paul Walter, very tall, very big man, comes forward, full face of the bat, negotiates it, and plays it back into the offside no run.
Who was another sort of early hero of mine, Bisham Betty. What a wonderful left-arm spinner. But the Middlesex captain, Mike Brearley, made about 57 not out of just over 100, and I sort of took to him, and I thought he's another one that I should always look out for. And so Mike Brearley became another early hero of mine.
His birthday yesterday.
It
Walter
was.
Plays the ball back up towards the bowler, but mid-on does the fielding. Mike Brearley was 80 yesterday.
And so he was a cricketer who I always used to admire and watch out for, even before he played for England, and obviously before he captained England. And my first time at Lord's was the 1975 Gillette Cup final, Middlesex against Lancashire, when Lancashire beat Middlesex. But then, of course, the following year, Northamptonshire played Lancashire and beat them in the final.
Sanderson in, bowls to Walter, who respects that delivery, completes the end of the over. Essex, well, they're 50 for 3. And we've had 27 overs. With
John Dye bowling what I suppose you would arguably say is the most memorable ball in Northamptonshire cricketing history, when he, with that wonderful swinging Yorker to bowl Farouk Engineer early on and set Northamptonshire on the path to their first major trophy, 76 Gillette Cup final under Mushtaq Mohammed. I just about got to my seat because the traffic was awful around North London. And
who did you go with?
I went with some good friends of ours, a late, in fact, a former mayor of Northampton, late Alwyn Hargrave, and his family. Is Gareth Berg starting a fresh over outside the off stump to Matt Critchley, who lets it go, and Councillor Alwyn Hargrave drove us down. I was at school with his son, and we all went down and sat on our seats at the nursery end of the ground, and we just about got in place. And I always, my memory tells me the first ball I saw in the match was actually the ball that John Dye bowled Farouk Engineer with. But great moment, great day. Here's Berg in again, bowls outside the off stump, and Critchley lets that go. And I did actually play a little bit of cricket with John many years later for the Kangaroos at Wellingborough School, the midweek side there. And again, it was one of those slightly surreal moments when you think back and having seen this guy steaming in and bowling Farouk Engineer, and he was bowling a little bit slower by that stage, but great man to talk to. Pro at Wellingborough School for many years, of course, before he left to live in Spain. Here's Berg in again, bowls nice check drive by Critchley, hit it crisply but straight to Rob Keogh at mid-off. Critchley's looked pretty assured since he's been in there. So in contrast to Sir Alistair, who really was toiling away today, and it just nothing clicked for him at all. And he faced 47 balls before he was eventually dismissed for 6. Here's Berg in again, bowls to Critchley outside the off stump. Critchley doesn't need to play it, and he doesn't. Leaves it alone, goes into the gloves of Lewis McManus. Yeah, Sir Alistair Cook out to the 48th ball he received. A 300th wicket in first class cricket for Ben Sanderson, of which 294 have been for Northamptonshire and 6 for Yorkshire, who released him 11 years ago, which is extraordinary when you think about it. Ben's 33. And released by then, went and played some club cricket for Rotherham Town, I think, if memory serves. Here's Berg in bowl short, and that's pulled away by Critchley, but there is a man back there in front of the sponsor's tent. It's well fielded out there by Tom Taylor, and they're able to come through for a single.
You talked about the first game you went to watch. Here, Voss Trent, who contacts us again, says his first cricket match he watched was with his dad. It was Essex versus New Zealand in 1973 at Chalkwell Park.
Here's Berg in bowling to the left-handed Walter outside the off stump, and he lets it go through to McManus, end of the over. 51 for 3. Walter is 1, Critchley is 5.
That's a tourist game at an outground.
Yeah, Northamptonshire played some tourist games at outgrounds way back in the 30s. They certainly played New Zealand at Peterborough in 31, and the Indians, All India as they were known then, at Kettering in 32. But no, since then they've tended to play most of the tour matches at Northampton, obviously. Chalkwell Park, Southend. Yeah.
Yeah, is that not the Westcliff one? No, South Church is Southend.
Chalkwell's Westcliff, right? Okay.
As Sanderson bowls, plays into the offside and it goes up to mid-off where there is no run. Sanderson's continuing here, is bowling nicely. Berg's bowling nicely. The quintet of seamers have bowled well. We're going to probably see Kelly again, and then probably Taylor. Both. Listen, the quartet has actually bowled nicely so far. I mean, I've been impressed. They've not given Essex much. 4 slips are worryingly standing there, and this time Critchley gets one into the thigh pad. I'm pleased to say he doesn't off to do the fielding. He allows Northamptonshire to run in to pick the ball up.
Well, that was another Brian Reynolds pet aversion.
What, picking the ball up from the opposition?
Oh dear.
I did it once, and Jeff Arnold shouted at me from third man. And if you know Jeff Arnold, he doesn't mind shouting from third man.
The horse.
The horse, yes. And I was 16 years old, and thought I was doing the right thing. And he gave me an absolute tirade of abuse. This is a play and a miss, a good delivery. He succumbs Critchley to playing outside off stump, almost drags him to fourth line, and there is a genuine play and a miss. Doesn't need to play at that, Mr. Critchley. Keep fighting hard here, Essex. Can't afford to lose a wicket now.
Saw Jeff Arnold last season. Actually, he was at Northampton for some reason or other, and popped up to see us. Good to see him. What a fine bowler he was
wasn't he?
In his heyday.
As Sanderson bowls, driven into the offside, there's a gap because there are 3 slips waiting, and Critchley takes 2. Good looking shot into a gap. Most importantly, he'll be pleased with that. That was a better controlled shot just outside the off stump.
Thanks to our friend William C, who texts or tweets rather as at fourth slip, who's been on to me and saying, just catching up with another good day for Northamptonshire. We're now at 27 overs into that phase where our bowlers struggle to force home an advantage. Well, that has been the case a time or two of late, but they'll be hoping that that's not the case today, and that they can continue to make inroads.
Surface is still good though.
Yep.
Sanderson bowls. Oh, Nick, and he's been caught on the parry from third slip to second slip. It's a bit of a double take. He dropped it initially, but he had just parried it nicely for the second slip to just snaffle it, and Critchley has to go. 53 for 4, just as I was saying that Essex couldn't afford a wicket. They've played a shot, and he's gone 53 for 4.
Yeah, well, Emilio Gay will claim an assist there, I think, if they do the old, the fantasy football. He'll claim an assist because it flew to him at third slip and it really was travelling. And he knocked it up, and Will Young had the presence of mind to hang on. So that's Will Young's 3rd catch of the afternoon at second slip. It's Sanderson's 3rd wicket as he closes in on 300 for Northamptonshire, having made 300, taken 300 in all first-class cricket, and Northamptonshire having a good little session here. They've picked up 4 wickets in, which over we in the 29th over now, so they've picked up the 4 wickets in the space of 24 overs. Is this the young man?
Feroz Khushi to the
in.
wicket, his first game of the season. So Walter at the other end on, I think he's on 7. No, he's on 1, sorry. And the man out, Critchley, goes for 7, and in walks Feroz Khushi, who's got, well, both these boys have got a couple of runs in the 2s, particularly Khushi, but it's first team cricket. His team are in trouble. 53 for 4. What can he do? He's going to have to be patient because Northamptonshire are bowling nicely.
Yeah, just talking about Ben Sanderson. He was released in 2011, went and played for Rotherham Town in the Yorkshire Premier League, turned out for Shropshire, worked as a builder, and eventually got his chance to come into county cricket through Northamptonshire.
4 slips are waiting, and this is played back up the wicket for a cracking completion of the over. 53 for 4. Well bowled Sanderson. He'll be absolutely chuffed. He's got 3 for 23 off 13. That's a pretty staggering set of stats there. 3 for 23 off 13.
Well, he's a fine bowler, Don, as you say. And yeah, 2015 he was I think he was on a pay per play deal. Played 3 championship matches in the tour game against the Australians. Was then taken on the staff. Picked up 55 wickets in his first full season, 2016, including an 8-for against Gloucestershire. Took another 60 the following year, and he's just kept on doing what he does. Here's Berg, sun out for the first time today, and he bowls to Paul Walter, who plays that up to Kelly at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yeah, we actually have some proper sunshine. Very welcome it is too. Probably just, especially for some of the spectators who are a little bit chilled to the bone out in the Tom Pearce stand down to our right in the open air. We say there's a few very fetching Eagles bobble hats on display. Various colours.
Definitely.
3 slips in place as Berg runs away from us from the river end. Bowls to Walter, who whips that away off his stumps. It's gone down to long leg, where Sanderson fields, and they come through for a single. So Walter goes to 2 and Essex to 54 for 4. And now Feroz Kushi is going to be facing his first ball of the innings, and already a little bit of a consultation going on between Vasconcelos, who's run up from first slip to have a chat with his bowler, Gareth Berg, and Tom Taylor, who is vice-captain in this side. There are 2 Red Bull vice-captains appointed this year, Tom Taylor and Simon Kerrigan. Kerrigan obviously not playing in this match, Taylor is, so he would be vice-captain. And 3 slips in as Berg comes in, bowls, and Kushi's nicely behind that. Confident looking stroke, plays it up to extra cover, where it's fielded by Rob Keogh. And there's no run. And I think the thing is, Don, I mean, you look at that record of Sanderson's in the last few seasons, and we did touch on this earlier, but it's testament to obviously how well he trains and how well he looks after himself, that in that time he's missed very, very few matches through injury. Is Berg in again, bowls to Kushi, lets that go through outside the off stump, goes through to Lewis McManus. Keep an eye, of course, with what's happening elsewhere in the country. Various matches obviously going on around the country this afternoon. We talked a little bit about events down at Bristol, where Surrey eventually all out for 603. Gloucestershire just started their reply, 14 for no wicket in reply. Lancashire have been bowled out for 240 by Hampshire at Southampton. Berg in, bowls to Kushi, plays it defensively up to Keogh at mid-off, and there's no run. So Hampshire claiming a first innings lead of just 6, so it becomes in effect a 1 innings match, and Hampshire are 10 for 1 in their second innings, so they're 16 ahead. At Taunton,
that game's moving quickly, isn't it?
It is. At Taunton, Somerset 458 all out, Warwickshire 106 for 6. Go on to events at Headingley in a second as Berg is in, bowls short of a length to Kushi, who just sways out of the way, goes through to McManus, end of the over. Kushi yet to get off the mark. Paul Walters made 2, Essex 54 for 4, Berg 10 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 12. At Headingley, Kent 291 all out, Yorkshire are 147 for 3. They are back on, obviously. They had a bit of bad light there, I think. And Harry Brook, what a super player he is. 55 not out. David Milan is 69 not out. Came together with Yorkshire 23 for 3. So they've pulled things round well. At Trent Bridge, Worcestershire hanging on. They might take it into tomorrow. 146 for 5 in their second inning against Nottinghamshire. Still 39 behind.
Sanderson starts a new over. He bowls outside off stump through to the keeper. Wide, happy to leave that alone.
Derbyshire 368 all out, Glamorgan 133 for 2. Middlesex have just been dismissed by Leicestershire at Lords, but they've built up a first innings lead of 221. Middlesex all out for 370, replying to Leicestershire's 149 all out. And at Hove, Durham 223 all out, Sussex 331 for 4 in reply, with Cheteshwar Pujara 109 not out.
Sanderson bowls, played into the leg side. There is no run.
Tom Clark, another one of the good young players they got down at Sussex, unbeaten on 43.
Okay. Sanderson walking back up the slope here at Chelmsford. Hayes close end, some maisonettes beyond the sight screen. He turns, 4 slips are down. In he comes, bowls a bouncer. This time he just avoids it, gets out the way. There's a chirp or two from the bowler to the batsman. He does a bit of gardening, and alas, all is well at Chelmsford. No run, no dismissal. Walking back, slips having a chat, getting into position. There's a backward point, mid-off, mid-on. There's one back on the hook for Paul Walter in front of the stairs here at Chelmsford. Sanderson around the wicket, he bowls outside off stump through to the keeper, no run. And in fact, it's that wide, it's been signalled wide, that wide. We're not quite behind the arm, but the keeper has moved towards the slips to take the ball.
Well, Ben doesn't bowl very many of those. Thanks to Pete Austin, who's been on to me and reminded me that, talking about tourist matches, of course, Northamptonshire did take some tourist matches more recently to Manor Fields in Bletchley, which we'll talk about in a minute.
Sanderson bowls. This is played back to the bowler, who parries it to mid-on. There is just no run there. You talked about tourist games. Essex played Australia famously in '48 at South Church Park.
721. Was the only side to bowl out Australia, the 48 Australians in a day, but they got 721.
They did. Yeah, correct. And thank you to Ian Sinclair, who contacted us to remind us of that famous fixture. Sanderson's in, bowls, and the Essex batsman, Paul Walter, tall, plays it into the offside. There is no run.
Yes, 1980 was the first time that Northamptonshire took a tourist match to Bletchley against the West Indies. They took the West Indies back there in 84.
Did they?
Which I do remember was in my first season covering Northamptonshire, and David Ripley was then 17 and was sent out as night watchman opener. And we were sort of wondering if his parents knew he was out that late.
4 slips waiting. This time it's nicked, and it's been cracking catched in front of his laces as Water's got to go. Sanderson collects his 4th. That was a super catch.
Emilio Gay.
Emilio Gay takes it off, basically his hands just off the grass, lace height, wonderful catch, and my word, 55 for 5.
Yeah, cracking catch by Emilio Gay at 3rd slip. It barely carried to him, and he took it really, really well low down, having contributed the assist, of course, to the one before when he parried the ball up, and Will Young completed the job. This time, Emilio Gay hanging on to it. He was in and out of the slips in the Yorkshire match, having taken a couple of good ones in there against Gloucestershire, and talking to John Sadler, he was sort of saying, obviously he's going to increase his value to the side. We've seen that he's a talented batsman. He's contributed runs in the last couple of games, played well here in partnership with Will Young yesterday. But if he's also able to offer, being a good slipper into the mix, then that obviously helps his cause a great deal. And that was, as you say, Don, an absolute pearler. That was a super catch.
Well, you guys have taken some good catches here. You've been a great credit to the county today. Look, I turned up this morning genuinely believing that Essex would knock over your tail, and Essex would be at 5 o'clock this afternoon looking at parity or looking tonight to get to start a lead, and you've whisked that away from me. You've performed brilliantly during the day, and you've caught your catches. Your four seamers have bowled well, and Essex are not in a spot of bother. They're in trouble.
Yeah, they've had a good day. Here's Berg in again. Big appeal for LBW against Cushy, not out, says the umpire. And I just wonder whether either he got himself just outside the line, or probably it may just have done a little bit too much and be shading down leg side. So we're not completely behind the arm here. We'll have a look on the replay, but it was a good shout. But yeah, and it's just Gareth Berg just having a little chat with Nigel Long and nodding of head. So obviously they have settled on why it wasn't out. Fair enough. 3 slips waiting for an edge.
It was close.
It was close, yeah, it was a good ball. Here's Berg in again, bowls to Cushy, plays that up to mid-wicket, and good stop there by Tom Taylor, who often is in the slip cordon, but he's rather been displaced because Will Young, Vasconcelos will always go in at first. Young has now made second slip very much his own, and Gay in there at third, and Gay proving in the last over why he's in there at third. And Sanderson's now taken 3 wickets in 3 overs. 27th, 29th and 31st. He's bowled 14 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 24, Ben Sanderson. Here's Berg in bowls to Cushy, who plays that nicely off the back foot into the onside. Again, it's fielded by Taylor at mid-wicket, but Northamptonshire, of course, will be looking to put a bit of pressure on the young man and try and keep him on naught for as long as possible. He's faced 8 balls now before getting off the mark. Adam Wheater is the new batsman, standing at the non-striker's end. And Taylor just keeping himself loose, so I imagine he'll be given a burst in the not too distant future. Here's Berg in again outside the off stump, and that seams away from Cushy. Goes into the gloves of Lewis McManus. I should just update BBC Radio Northampton in a few minutes' time. Just give it perhaps to the end of this over, and then Don, if you wouldn't mind just taking over for a ball or two while I just let people know back in the roads of the Shires, as we were talking about earlier, what's happening. Here's Berg in again, bowling to Cushy, who again is across his stumps, plays it up this time up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Luke Proctor, the century maker for Northamptonshire. And again, we keep going back, Don, to the context of the match, and Northamptonshire's batting performance yesterday, although as I say it wasn't a thing of great beauty or excitement, just laid a bit of a foundation. They built on it well today. They suspected, talking to Rob Keogh last night, that Berg and Sanderson would be useful on this pitch. Is Berg in again, bowls very full, driven like a rocket by Cushy. It was a beautifully timed stroke, but unfortunately for him, a yard either side it would have been 4, and he just happened to pick out Rob Keogh, who was in there at mid-off, who stopped it very well, and that's the end of a maiden over from Berg. 11 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 12. Essex 55 for 5. I shall just go and update BBC Radio Northampton, leave you with Don, and back with you in a second.
They'll be joyous in the streets of Northamptonshire tonight. This has been a cracking day's cricket for them. It hasn't really worked out. It really hasn't happened for Essex. We're going to see Sanderson continue. 4 slips are waiting, and there's fine legs, mid-wicket, quite square, mid-on, mid-off, and a backward point. No third man. 4 slips are waiting. So here we go. Sanderson to Wheater. Wheater's left it alone. Now I'm interested in that, and he's been given not out. Well, his shouldered arms, it's cannoned in off his front pad. I've got to be honest, I'm interested in that, but he's been given not out. Sanderson quietly suggests to the umpire anything. No, the umpire is unmoved. Interesting shoulders, arms, and nothing. So 4 slips are waiting. That was a good appeal. 55 for 5. People around the country will be going, what's going on at Chelmsford as Sanderson's in again, outside off stump. Ball possibly just nips back there, and there is no no run, through to the keeper. Four slips having a chat, a couple of hands in the pockets, probably getting a little bit colder this time of the evening, 5 o'clock. Definite cloud definition, so I'm not sure it's going to rain or anything like that. It's been good to watch the cricket today. Sanderson, right arm over, bowls, genuine play and miss by Wheater, through to the keeper. Well bowled. Will we see Berg continue, or will we see perhaps Taylor take over? Berg's very different to Taylor, who's very different to Kelly, and indeed Sanderson. You have to play these bowlers in a different manner with the way and the things that they do with the ball. Sanderson's in. This time Wheater's equal to the task, comes forward, smothers any swing and seam movement, comes forward and plays it into the offside. Well bowled, well played.
Including his 300th first class victim, and those all today, the 4 wickets including Sir Alistair Cook.
55 for 5 of 33 overs. Hard work in here for Essex. Best part of an hour left, looking at remaining overs, 16, so about an hour's play. Through to the keeper, no run, so bowling tight. Essex have just got to survive this passage of play. Sit in, wait, appreciate and respect the way the opposition have bowled. Sanderson to continue again. Here he goes. Right arm over, bowls, and there's an LBW shout, and the only thing that might have saved him is a possible nick. Don't know, but it's the end of a decent over. 55 for 5, and that completes 33 overs. Two good shouts.
There were 2 good shouts. The second one especially, I think, looked a decent shout, but not out. There's an interesting debate now started amongst 1 or 2 Northamptonshire supporters on social media as to whether what we now have to call the Northamptonshire new ball pair. I've sort of coined Bergerson, but Rodney Marshall, who's another avid Northamptonshire supporter from this part of the world, has suggested Sanderberg.
Okay.
Which sounds a bit like a South African wine to me.
I was about to say that. Very good. Like that. I like that.
But anyway, so whether it's Bergerson or Sanderberg, you take your pick. But either way,
it would have to be I suppose. Well, yeah, it would have to be a South African wine, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be. But they've
Pinotage.
And if it's going to be, oh yes, and if it's going to be Gareth Berg, of course, it would be wine that's improving with age.
I like it.
Here he is.
Like what you did there.
41 years old, bowls to Cushy, who pushes it up towards Rob Keogh, and there's no run. There is a little bit of a running joke there because I think Northamptonshire, the communications department there, the comms department there, every time they do a story on Gareth Berg these days, they tend to put a sort of a glass of wine there and suggesting that he's like a fine wine improving with age.
Very good.
Yeah, so well, he's had a good day with the bat. It's still to strike with the ball.
Yep.
Into his 12th over, and he comes in and he bowls to Cushy, who jams down on that one off a bottom edge. It bounces up to Emilio Gay coming in from 3rd slip. Yeah, it's an interesting point you made a moment or 2 ago, Don, saying about Northamptonshire holding their catches, and it's been something that's been an Achilles heel for Northamptonshire for the last couple of years. I mean, they obviously one has gone down today, but it was a difficult one in fairness. But Will Young's made a difference in there. He's picked up 3 catches today, and a perler for Emilio Gay. Berg in again, bowls to Cushy, nicely in behind that, pushing it up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Keogh.
You don't stand at slip because you've got great conversation. Your job there is to catch. You know, that's honest. You know, I look back to the great slippers that I enjoyed: Kenny McEwen, Mark Orr, Graham Gooch, Alan Border, Fletcher at Gully. and then obviously people like NASA, Nick Knight. You know, you're there for a reason, and if you keep dropping them, it's demoralising. You don't win matches if you've got to go and get 13 wickets and innings because you drop them.
Yeah.
You simply don't win games.
Here's Berg, and again bowls to Cushy, plays that down to safe Zabe at backward point. There's no run. No, and it's interesting because we mentioned earlier, in fact I think we were talking about him earlier, weren't we? Jim Yardley,
Yep.
the late Jim Yardley, played for Northamptonshire, before that for Worcestershire, and when he was signed by Northamptonshire in '76, it
Yep.
was partly because he was such a good slipper, and
Yep.
they were thinking that with Northamptonshire then had one of their strongest attacks ever with John Dye, Bob Cottam, Sarfraz, Bisham Beddy, of course, bowling left arm, the likes of Jim Griffiths and Alan Hodgson in support. And so it was important that you had people in there that could actually catch them, and that was one of the reasons why Jim Yardley was brought to the club. Brilliant slipper.
Yep.
Roy Virgin, very good, of course, immediately before him. So that same 76 side is Berg in again, bowls down the leg side, and it's gone off the pad, I think, down for 4. It is 4-leg buys, and then we're just starting to appeal for LBW as Firoz Cushy shaping to play that down the leg side. There was, as I say, a strangled appeal, but it just clipped the pad, went down for 4 leg buys, down to fine legs, so 4 more onto the total. Essex up to 59 for 5, but Cushy still on naught. Tom Taylor, who's gone in at 4th slip, is warming up, so I suspect he's going to be in the attack very soon. Bowled a good spell before tea and picked up the wicket of Tom Wesley.
That was a cracking catch.
It was a good one, yeah. No, Northamptonshire have caught well today, as Don was saying earlier. Here's Berg in again, bowls to Cushy, who plays that to backward point. Zabe fields, end of the over. Cushy still on naught, Wheater still on naught. A maiden over from Berg, 12 overs, 5 maidens, no wicket for 12. And Essex are 59 for 5. Gareth Berg is trotting in the general direction of the pavilion, so he might be just going to have a quick rub down with Sporting Life or whatever. And Josh Cobb comes out as 12th man, so wearing his blue Steelbacks cap as opposed to his red Northamptonshire Championship cap. And well, Gareth Berg's put in a decent shift today, 12 overs with the ball, batted pretty much the whole of the first session and into the afternoon session to make 75. So as they used to say, he will know he's been in a game.
Wheater not ready. Sanderson already starts his run up. He pulls away. Ports, and the umpire says dead ball.
How many more would you give Sanderson then, Don? In this spell? One more?
What's the time? How many overs?
Time is 5:10.
15. Certainly one.
Maybe
if he's
two.
happy to Sun's gone now. We enjoyed probably only about 10 minutes of sun.
That was spring, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Lasted about 10 minutes.
It's quite nice and bright. Crowd still hanging in. A few from the pavilion have gone. Tom Pearce stand still looks pretty healthy for numbers. Sanderson bowls. Wheater respects it, plays it out to mid-off where there is no run. Friday night in Chelmsford tonight.
What do you recommend?
There are quite a lot of restaurants actually in Chelmsford.
Yeah, I did have a little walk out last night, and yeah, went past quite a later on.
I think it can be quite popular and noisy on a Friday night. As this time squares Wheater up and bowls nicely, but it's the end of the over. No run, 59 for 5.
It's at this stage that you're always thinking about all the wonderful options, and you think, will it be Indian, will it be Chinese, will it be something else, and then you finish up getting home and thinking, the snooker's on, I'll let them get a sandwich from the supermarket down the road or something. We'll see. Oh. I'm getting old, Don.
I know what you mean.
Can't stand the pace.
People think it's a lovely job talking cricket, commentating. I love it. I wish I was still good enough, young enough to be out there playing, but we're not. But I genuinely love doing this job, chatting cricket. But 2 hours session, 3 sessions. There's a little bit of prep as well, and a little bit of after the match. I go home quite tired.
Yeah,
and each day takes its toll.
Well, as predicted, Tom Taylor comes into the attack to replace Gareth Bergen straight away on the mark around the line of off stump, and Cushy's able to let that go through. It's interesting that Luke Proctor at mid-on has also been having a little bit of a loosen up, but so is Matt Kelly, who's at mid-wicket at the moment, so may well be Kelly for Sanderson. Taylor has replaced Berg, and of course having these 4 frontline seamers does give Vasconcelos plenty of options, able to keep bowlers fresh. Here's Taylor in again, bowls down the leg side, and that's taken by Lewis McManus, but it hadn't come off anything. It was, I think, almost it's more of a celebration of the take. It was a superb take by Lewis McManus down the leg side, but there's no real indication that it had come off anything dangerous as far as the batsman was concerned. Cushy survives. He's faced 19 balls, still looking for his first run. But
sorry if you've lost the connection for the streaming, but hopefully we'll be back soon. If you're listening on the radio, we're bringing you live ball by ball action from Chelmsford County Ground.
Here's Taylor running away from us, bowling to Cushy. Plays it up to extra cover. It's fielded by the substitute fielder Josh Cobb, and there's no run. He's down on the boundary, down in front of it's the sponsors pavilion down there, isn't it? Ben Sanderson's having a chat with Chris Liddle, Northamptonshire's bowling coach, who's got a bottle of drink down there as well. So having a little chat with him, bit of a debrief. The daily debrief, which always makes the day even longer while we're waiting for players to emerge. Did you have a daily debrief when you were playing, Don?
Not really.
No. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Cushy, stretches for that one, plays it to backward point, Zabe fields, and there's no run.
In the local bar.
Well,
normally chaired by John Lever or Graham Gooch.
I suppose that's the thing. That's one of the big changes, isn't it? That it always used to be, certainly my early days reporting county cricket in the 80s, that you would always adjourn to the bar. Players, journalists, umpires would always be down having a drink after the day's play, and that doesn't tend to happen now.
It's a bit more of a challenge for autograph hunters as well, isn't it?
Yes,
it really is.
Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Cushy, appeal for I say appeal, sort of a half appeal for LBW, more excitement from behind the stumps, but it was clearly angling down, and Taylor didn't really join in. Yes, I mean the place to stand, of course, at Northampton used to be when the players used to come for their lunch before the new pavilion was built and opened in 1980. Before that, the players used to obviously change in the what's now the Spencer Pavilion and walk across the ground to the County Tavern to have their lunch. So that was the place to stand then. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Cushy, behind it, pushes it up to Proctor at mid-on. End of the over, Cushy still on naught, now faced 23 balls, Essex 59 for 5. And that's a maiden for Taylor. And the lights are on. They come on. Some of the floodlights come on sort of a bit at a time. And then suddenly it is like literally switching on a light.
Two seasons ago, during the COVID season, these were put in, and these were ICC approved. And it is a light switch, unlike just getting slowly warmer. And they are terrific lights. Now, I'm going to be honest with you and say this could be a little bit of fortune for Northampton, because you know what? This might do just a little bit more, and Essex are in trouble at 59 for 5. So if I would try it. Don't bowl fourth channel, fourth stump. Make Essex play here, because you don't know what you could get as reward here.
And to be fair, you called that very early on this afternoon. You said that could well be an issue.
It won't maybe this over, but in the next 3, 4, 5 overs, something could happen.
Kelly back on.
Kelly bowls this time. Wheater plays back and across. He really plays with a degree of conviction there. Gets back and across, plays off the splice of the bat into the offside, no run. I'd certainly be looking to bowl. You've bowled so well. You're direct bowlers here. We had an email from Michael Alexander, who says, just wonder, when your time's up as a bowler, is it the mind or the legs which go first in most cases? Kelly bowls, plays on the front foot, does Wheater. Well played, well negotiated, no run.
Be careful how you answer that, Don.
Well, look, most people don't get an opportunity to say, I'm going to leave the game. Most people are told they are leaving the game. Sadly, most people. If you're very good, you probably have the opportunity to announce that you're going to retire. And I think one, bowling is really, really hard work. Kelly's in, bowls, and it's an edge. It's going to go down to third man. First runs for a few overs here, and it's gone for 4 runs. Wheater collects 4. He's up and running. The first runs for a considerable amount of time. Score 63 for 5. So it's you know that your body's starting to pack up. You know that it's not necessarily an injury from your legs. For some people it is. It may be that you just lose that bit of extra pace. You're no longer hitting the deck as well. You're not making things happen. You're not quite as good a bowler as you once were. Kelly bowls this through to the keeper, no run. So it could be a difference. It could be a difference that, it could be somebody's shins, it could be somebody's back, it could be somebody's shoulder, could be, but generally speaking, because you're just not the bowler you once were. For others, it could be that that you're just getting out of bed and it's hurting, or you're getting out of bed and it's not happening. And once you don't enjoy bowling, that certainly is a time to give it up. Hopefully I've answered that question. Matt, Kelly bowls down the leg side. There could be a little inside nick on that's gone for 4, and it has. Wheater, the benefactor there, for another 4 runs, 67 for 5.
I spoke to Gareth Berg at the start of last season, the start of 2021 season, when he just turned 40, and said to him he just bowled 22 overs on the first day of the opening day of the season against Kent in Arctic temperatures, and I said to him, you still feeling that you want to carry on? He said, he said, it's like Christmas for me. It's still first day of the season. You want to get out there. And he said, as soon as I stop feeling that, that's the time to stop.
Yeah. Kelly bowls, driven down the ground. That's a super shot. That's going to be Essex's best shot of their innings. They move to 71 for 5. Wheater's timed that beautifully. He's walked his shot, played the check drive, but it was a shot of complete control. Not a bad delivery from Kelly. Well played, Adam Wheater.
Yep, and now the situation greeting Feroz Kushi is the fact that he's still looking to get off the mark after 24 balls. Adam Wheater is away now with a couple of boundaries. Yes, absolutely. That the last ball of that over was a cracking shot. The on drive, which they always say is the most difficult shot in the game, and the real hallmark of the good player. And that was a gorgeously timed, lovely balance, and got what it deserved. And now Tom Taylor, with the floodlights on. We have 12 overs to go in the day. It's about 20 past 5 here as Taylor comes in, bowls outside the off stump, and still a little bit of zip. New ball's 37 overs old, or the ball 37 overs old, not particularly new now, but there's still a little bit in it, a little bit of bounce. And again, it ties in with what Rob Keogh was saying last night, that they felt that pretty much all day it was just doing enough to keep the bowlers interested, and also a little bit of swing. Obviously, it being overcast now, we're just interested to see, as Don was mentioning, what effect bowling under the lights can have. Here's Taylor, bowls to Kushi, and appeal for LBWs. He gets half forward, and I suspect he just about managed to get himself outside the line. Behind the stumps, they weren't interested at all. It was really only Taylor who asked the question politely to umpire Nigel Long, who didn't have to think too much about it. Now, Proctor has also been keeping himself loose, and I wonder whether, obviously, he brings something a little bit different to the battery of seam bowlers. Very quick arm, rather skiddy, and whether that might be worth.
Oh, he's had a cracking day.
Well, he has, yes. I suppose it would just write the story for us, wouldn't it, if he then nipped a wicket out as well. Here's Taylor, 3 slips in place, and outside the off stump, left alone by Kushi.
I'm prepared to put my neck on the block here and say that the lights are starting to have an effect this over. We've seen 3 balls. The first one bounced nicely through to the keeper. Okay, it was just outside off stump. We then saw another delivery which cannoned off his pads, and we've just seen that one nip back. So it is my humble opinion that I think it's quite a nice time to bowl just now.
I suppose the other thing, of course, is how much longer the umpires will be happy with the light, and whether if the natural light fades and the artificial light takes over. Here's Taylor in again, bowls short. Kushi ducks underneath it, goes through to Wheater. Yes, whether they'll think that that's always the measure, isn't it? When the umpires decide that the artificial light has then taken over, then they will obviously have a little look at it.
You want to try and stay out there as long as possible.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just trying to have a little look out through the non-tinted window. It's not. Light isn't great, is it? No. To be honest. Well, the lights wouldn't be on if it was marvellous. But
it's okay. It's okay.
It's playable at the moment,
yeah
but
definitely.
I don't think it would need to get a lot darker before the umpires got a little bit twitchy. Here's Taylor. In again, bowls, and that's cracked away, and that's brilliantly fielded at backward point by Save Zabe. It looked for all the world as though Kushi was going to get away there, probably with a boundary, and Zabe diving away to his left at backward point, keeping the pressure on the young man, and that's what it's all about. This is good stuff from Northamptonshire in the field. Gareth Berg is back on the field and being given, by the look of it, a bit of stick by Rob Keogh.
Kushi, he's on naught. He's faced 29 deliveries. Well, that would have got him off the mark then.
It would. It was a good shot as well, but it was very well fielded. Here's Taylor in again, bowls wide outside the off stump. That's a bit of a wasted ball, and Kushi doesn't need to play it, and he doesn't. End of the over, 71 for 5. Was a maiden from Tom Taylor. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 10. Picked up the wicket of Tom Westley earlier on, and Essex are 71 for 5. 12 to Adam Wheater after those 3 boundaries in the previous over from Matt Kelly, and Feroz Kushi yet to get off the mark, and Matt Kelly preparing to run in again from the Hayes close end.
Well, Very interesting here. Who's going to bowl? Kelly. Kelly continues. 3 slips are waiting. And Wheater's also waiting. Inside edge, he gets 1. He's going to look for 2, I sense. Yes, he does. He touch turns and gets in easily. Well fielded, well run. He really ran quickly to get the 2 to remain on strike. 73 for 5. Kushi's on 0. And Wheater has amassed 3 boundaries and now with another 2 gone to 14. 14? 14. At the end of the over, I'm going to leave you, bring back Glenn Speller to join Andrew Radd, BBC Northampton, BBC Essex, and we're delighted to give you this ball-by-ball coverage. 3 slips awaiting. Kelly's in. This time, well played, well negotiated as he comes forward. Plays with the full face of the bat, just slightly walks into his shot, does Wheater, but alas, it's safe. We'll be able to, I'm sure, have a look at round the country, some of the other scores. The games are moving quite quickly, involving Nottinghamshire, Middlesex. Day 3 is always an important day. And day 3 could be a really important day for Northampton tomorrow. Kelly, outside off stump, through to the keeper, well bowled. Left alone.
Good news is for my friend that's going to Trent Bridge tomorrow, it looks as though there will at least be some cricket to watch, because it's definitely going to go into tomorrow now. And in fact, Worcestershire have recovered pretty well in that game. They're 175 for 5 in their second innings. Ed Barnard 75 not out. Ben Cox is batting with him, and so they're 70 odd runs ahead of Nottinghamshire. So still a bit left in that one.
Good cricketer, Ed Barnard. I'm not sure his ceiling is much further than county cricket, but a good cricketer. Matt Kelly down the leg side, well taken by Lewis McManus, diving to the leg side, ensuring there's no byes.
Yeah, Surrey 603 all out in the Division 1 match at Bristol. Gloucestershire 54 for no wicket in reply. At Southampton, Hampshire 51 for 2 in their second innings. So they lead Lancashire by 57 with 8 wickets standing. Warwickshire still toiling against Somerset. Somerset 458 all out at Taunton. Warwickshire 139 for 7. And at Headingley, Kent 291 all out. Yorkshire 200 for 3.
Kelly bowls. Wheater comes forward. Bigger stride there, this time by the Essex keeper. Plays into the offside. There is no run.
Mentioned the situation at Trent Bridge, where Worcestershire 175 for 5 in their second innings against Nottinghamshire, so 68 runs ahead. At Derby, Derbyshire 368 all out. Glamorgan 160 for 2 in reply. At Lords, Leicestershire have already lost a couple of quick wickets in their second innings after starting their second innings a long way behind Middlesex.
Who's got those?
I'll tell you in a second.
As Kelly bowls, and he's left-handed. His shoulders, arms, the angle of the ball, the middle stump has been taken out of the earth and has rolled back. Wheater's been bowled. Essex lose their 6th wicket with a score on 73 for 6.
Yeah, real misjudgment there from Adam Wheater. Left that alone, and it didn't knock out off stump or leg stump, it knocked out middle stump. So Matt Kelly highly delighted, and as you say, I think he's just done on the angle there. But Northamptonshire won't mind too much about that. The umpires, as they're repairing the wicket at that end, just having a little chat maybe about the light. But Northamptonshire have struck again. They just keep, and the point that one of our correspondents was making earlier, that sometimes in these sort of pitches that we've seen in the Championship this year, new ball gets 30 overs old, it becomes a bit difficult and hard work for the bowlers. But again, I think because Northamptonshire have picked the right team for this game and they've gone in with the 4 front-line seamers with Proctor in support, they've managed to give them relatively short spells. They've been able to run in fresh, and in that case, a bit of misjudgment gives Kelly a wicket.
It does, and I'm sorry to repeat it, but I do think the ball's done a little bit in this in the floodlights since they've been on. Probably no more than that, a judgment of shouldering arms. It's come back on the angle, and he's been bowled. Been bowled not off stump but middle stump, and he was shouldering arms. So is either a bad judgment or a pretty good delivery, and I think it was possibly a good delivery. And I certainly thought, and the way Taylor's bowled, did a little bit last over. So good luck Essex, well bowled Northamptonshire. And from me, I will bid you a good night and welcome back Glenn Speller. Andrew, it's been a pleasure.
It has.
Talking cricket
Thoroughly.
for the last couple of days.
Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it.
I won't be here tomorrow, but good luck.
Thanks very much, Don. I'll see you at the Oval, and that's driven by Kushi, who's still trying to get off the mark as Taylor starts another over from this river end. And again, it's an acrobatic bit of fielding, this time an extra cover by Rob Keogh, and Northamptonshire doing a good job of just keeping a bit of pressure on the young batsman, who's played some nice shots, just hasn't managed to get a run so far. To answer Don's question about what's happening at Lord's, Leicestershire 15 for 2 in their second innings, and Shaheen Afridi has got them both. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 2 at the moment. 3 slips in place. Taylor running away from us to bowl to Kushi, plays that up to mid-on. Still no run for him, fielded by the century maker from the Northamptonshire innings, Luke Proctor. Yeah, so Leicestershire are 15 for 2 in their second innings against Middlesex at Lord's. That means they're still 206 runs behind with 8 wickets standing, and they're off for the light at Hove, where Sussex are 362 for 5, replying to Durham's 223 all out. So that's the situation elsewhere in the country. Here we've got just under half an hour to go. 9 overs. Balls to Kushi full length, driven up to mid-off, where it's fielded there by Gareth Berg. And there's no run. Josh Cobb back on the field. So he's having an interesting day as 12th man. He's been popping on and off the field at various times, trying to see who's not out there at the moment. I guess is one of the seamers.
The good news for Northamptonshire and the bad news for Essex is the weather forecast is fine for the weekend.
I think it'll be a bit warmer tomorrow, isn't it, Glenn?
So
I was seeing. Here's Taylor in again, bowling to Kushi outside the off stump, showing good patience. Lets it go through to Lewis McManus. This is a real test for us. Kushi's been saying it's his first game of the season. 22 years old. His Essex second 11 debut was far back as 2015, when he would have been, what, just 16 years old. He played national counties cricket for Suffolk. Highest score of 66 against Surrey here at Chelmsford 2 years ago. Here's Taylor running in, bowling to him, and again he plays crisp looking defensive push out into the covers, fielded by Keogh at extra, and there's no run. Yes, we have 1 ball to go in this over, and then there'll be 9 to go before the close. Whether we get through those 9 overs, as I say, given the situation with the light, clouds pretty heavy. But I say the forecast I saw was certainly for a bit better tomorrow, a bit more in the way of brightness, a little bit warmer as well, which will be good news for the spectators. A few of whom have drifted off. Here's Taylor in again, bowls, and there's Kushi is away. Well played. Plays it just behind square on the leg side, and comes through for a couple of runs. So Kushi's patience is rewarded. He's off the mark with 2, and Essex at the end of the over 75 for 6. He's too harmer yet to face a ball, and Taylor has bowled 8 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 12. And we're going to see a bit more of Matt Kelly, who picked up the wicket of Adam Wheater in the previous over. I haven't seen the replay of that, Glenn. I'm not sure if it was, as we say, whether it was an outstanding delivery or just a bit of a misjudgment on the part of Adam Wheater. So you're not here tomorrow, are you?
No.
You off doing?
I'm footballing tomorrow.
Footballing, yes, of course.
Yes,
it's still association football.
Yes, it's our penultimate Saturday of the afternoon tomorrow. Yeah. Very much the excitement of lower mid-table Colchester United against 2 places higher Walsall, mid-table League 2, or mid-table Southend at Wrexham in the National League. What a treat for us all. There's this next ball then from Kelly, first of a 5th over for him. He's allowed to pass through by Harmer for no run, and Harmer batted well in the second innings up at Edgbaston. He's going to have to bat even better this time around, because the Essex batting, you always look at the Essex lineup and you think that looks powerful, and they're without Lawrence and Rossington for this game for various reasons, and that looked powerful as well. But the fact of the matter is they haven't lived up to the billing so far this season, other than in the first innings against Kent. A better effort with the bat in the second innings last week against Warwickshire, but not a lot else in between. This next one from Kelly has Harmer playing defensively. It's come off the inner part of the face of the bat and out to the onside it goes for no run. And with all due respect to everybody, I don't think Northamptonshire have done anything spectacular or startling with it. They've been nice and disciplined. They've found the edges, they've caught their catches, they've restricted the run rate, and the scoreboard pressure has paid dividends.
As I say, I just think they picked the right team. I think they have to go in with a 4 frontline seamers. Has meant that they've been able to keep them fresh, keep them rotated. Sanderson's been excellent. It's been his day. It could easily have been the wickets more evenly shared.
Kelly in again to Harmer, and Harmer feeling for it out into the onside for no run. Yes, Essex went in one seamer short in this game. They elected to leave out Jamie Porter and use Paul Walter as sort of the backup seamer.
And as you said there, Glenn, one of the other big points is that they've caught the catches, and a couple of good ones from Will Young. The one that Emilio Gay took was an absolute blinder to get Paul Walter, wasn't it? Was a wonderful catch.
Kelly turned at the end of his run from the Hayes close end in with the lights burning bright and bowling to Harmer, and Harmer's let that one go. He's surely plumb in front, leaving it alone. He's struck a roundabout knee roll, given out LBW. He's disappointed, not with the decision, but I think disappointed with his poor judgment. 75 for 7.
Well, they say lightning doesn't strike twice in the same place, and I'm here to tell you it just has, because it was an almost identical delivery to the one that dismissed Adam Wheater. The difference was that Wheater missed it altogether and it knocked his off stump out, and Harmer let it go and it would have knocked, I think, middle stump out. So extraordinary stuff. And Matt Kelly coming to the party. He had a fairly quiet debut against Yorkshire. He did more of note, I think, with the bats than with the ball in that match, with the 42 in the second innings helping to save the game against Yorkshire. But again, we were talking earlier about Mark Steckerty and how well he'd sorted out the length that you need to bowl in English conditions, and I think Matt Kelly has just worked that out as well, that you maybe do need to bowl that little bit fuller, and he's been handsomely rewarded in his last couple of overs with 2 wickets. And well, I don't think Northamptonshire can quite believe what's going on. 75 for 7.
Well, I was mentioning about the Essex first innings against Kent and then the second innings against Warwickshire, and not a lot else in between, and they do have this in them. They have a collapse in them, and it happens far too frequently over the course of the last couple of seasons. You can pick out individual matches where you can remember just a tumble of wickets, and Don was mentioning the fact the lights are on. He thinks that's having a little bit of an effect, but it wasn't for the first 5 wickets, and Essex going to have a look at this, because at the moment they're folding like a cheap 10.
It's a lovely expression.
And that has brought Shane Snater to the wicket. He's with Feroz Koshi, who scored 2 on 36 delivery.
Stuart Bingham used that the other night, didn't he, in the snooker?
Taylor is into Snater, who lets that one go by, and there's no run.
Explaining his defeat at the hands of Judd Trump, he said he folded like a cheap 10. It's a lovely expression. Yeah, it's a big sporting weekend in terms of Northamptonshire at the moment. We've got Northampton Saints playing tonight in about a couple of hours' time against Harlequins in the Rugby Union Premiership, which is a big game in terms of possibly getting a top 4 finish. And then tomorrow Northampton Town, who are chasing promotion out of Division 2, take on Exeter, already promoted, I think. So a lot going on this weekend.
This next one from Kelly. Oh, Snater's feeling for that one. He probably needed 2 bats to reach that one. He hasn't got anything on it. It's gone through and there's no run. 75 for 7. Essex are 315 runs behind, and a wicket maiden for Matt Kelly. 2 for 21 for him.
Yes, I think he might just about have reached that with a line prop, but it probably wasn't, again, quite the stroke in the circumstances, with Essex needing some sort of partnership just to hang on through to the close. There are in theory, at least 8 overs to go. It's about 20 minutes to 6 local time here in Chelmsford. And Tom Taylor, with 1 wicket to his credit, starting his 9th over, comes in and bowls to Cauchy and slips that past the outside edge. And there's still a little bit in this pitch. This for the seamers, it's just zipping around, nipping around a little bit. Whether, as Don was saying earlier, it's the impact of the floodlights, may well be. Don knows the ground very much better than I do, but Ben Sanderson, whose hands in pockets at mid-on, I think he's probably done his bit for the day. He's just offering a few words of advice to Tom Taylor. Still a few spectators hanging on, but it's a cold evening, and cold comfort so far for Essex is Taylor in, bowls outside the off stump. Good carry, but the line not quite as Tom Taylor would have wanted. It was an easy leave for Cauchy. Goes through to Lewis McManus, who's been pretty efficient again behind the stumps. News yesterday that his loan period from Hampshire has been extended. Northamptonshire feel that they've got a man who's a good fit in the side, obviously capable of scoring some runs, good keeper. Here's Taylor running away from us from the river end, in bowls to Cauchy, who just fends at that a little bit, but he steers it wide of the slip cord and it's running down to third man, and it's 4 runs. Long chase for Safe Zabe from backward point, can't reel it in, and it crosses the rope. 4 to Cauchy, goes up to 6, and Essex to 79 for 7.
Well, he comes into the game in form for Rose Cauchy, got a century for the second 11 this week. Josh Rymond got a double century, so he comes in form, and he's the next taxi off the rank for Essex as far as batsmen go, and he's got an opportunity here, and he's not been flustered by anything that's going on at the other end. He's just carried on going the way he's going.
It's been a real test of his temperament, and he's done very well indeed. Here's Taylor in again, bowls full, and Cauchy's playing that back down the pitch for Taylor to field in his follow through. Yeah, I mean, Northamptonshire obviously did everything right in terms of trying to keep him on naught and build up the pressure on him. A couple of cracking bits of fielding, one by Safe Zabe, one by Rob Keogh, to prevent potential scoring shots from actually yielding any runs to Cauchy. But when he did get off the mark, he's prepared to be patient. I suppose the issue he has now is how much confidence he has in the batters to come. But he just needs to play his game. Here's Taylor in, bowls to Cauchy, beats him outside the off stump. I say he beats him, I think he did end up playing a little bit inside the line, but I think he was committed to the stroke.
The thing you'd say about Feroz Cauchy, just watching him play, is he goes at the ball. He's not waiting for the ball to come. So his bat almost ends up almost in front of his pads. It's not beside. He's almost feeling and pushing at it. And I just wonder, because his trigger movement is to put that front foot out there, and as a result, the bat and pad aren't together, and his bat ends up out in front of his pads. Just an observation. But who am I to I'm certainly not a criticism, but bearing in mind how well he's going in making a career for himself in the game. But that might just be something that opposition bowlers and captains will see.
Well, the man has now been dropped back to deep square, and is it going to be the double bluff? Well, it is really, because Taylor bowls a length ball that's forced down the ground by Cauchy off the last ball of the over, and they come through for a single. So despite the fact that Luke Proctor had been dropped back on the hook, might have been expecting the short ball, wasn't there, but he pushed one down the ground, picks up a single and keeps the bowling. So Cauchy to 7, and Essex 80 for 7 at the end of the over. Taylor's bowled 9 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 17. We have 7 overs to go. Mid-wicket conference between the two batsmen. And Kelly to bowl again, having picked up a wicket in each of his last 2 overs.
Bowled very nicely. And he's 2 for 21 from 5 at the moment. 1 for 17 from 9 for Taylor. Ben Sanderson is the pick of the bowlers at the moment with his 4-fer. Kelly's at the end of his run, way in the distance. Now he's close end. Lights very much on and in evidence here at Chelmsford, as Kelly is in and bowling to Feroz Cauchy now, and outside the off stump, and Cauchy again with that trigger movement gets the front foot out there and pulls everything out of the way, and there's no run.
see a few of the spectators that were in front of the members' pavilion, I think, have drifted off. There's not quite as many sitting there. It must be chilly down there. Not sure if it'd be chillier down there or up here in the Tom Pearce stand to our right.
See a gentleman down front with his winter coat on and his hood up. It's almost like the opening day of the season, isn't it?
Yes, the dreaded duffel coat. Luke Proctor's going through a fairly elaborate limbering up exercise, so he might be on soon.
Kelly is in again. There's that trigger movement again from Cushy, pushing up to mid-off, and there's no run. James Vince is out for Hampshire. They're 70-3 against Lancashire, so they are 76 runs ahead. James Anderson's got Vince out LBW.
It's almost an annual thing that at the start of the season there'll be a lot of people saying that James Vince should be given another go in the England side.
Well, there are places in the batting lineup up for grabs.
Absolutely, yes.
Several of them. Here's Kelly. In and bowling to Cushy. And Cushy again with that trigger movement forward, edges it out of the outside part of the face of the bat to the offside. Shane Snater comes herring down the wicket, is sent back by Feroz Cushy because Cushy had almost fallen over in the shot. There's a shy at the stumps which misses. Snater's back in his ground, and after all that, nothing happened. 80 for 7.
Yes, I think suggesting from the other end is that with Ben Sanderson, who was backing up, that if Saif Zaib had hit the stumps with that throw of his, it might possibly have been tight. I don't think there was a run there.
Kelly in again, and Cushy again pushing at the ball, feeling for it into the offside, and there's no run.
I think Essex supporters would have been slightly unnerved at this stroke that Snater played. Was it the first or second ball he faced when he went for the big wind up outside off stump? I suppose he will say, well, just got to try and be positive, and if the ball's up there to hit, I'll try and hit it. But Essex really need to try to get through to the close tonight and then just regroup tomorrow.
It would help if you could reach it.
Yes, that's a good point.
80 for 7.
Good point.
Kelly, 3 slips into Cushy, and Cushy back down the wicket, pushing back to the bowler, who collects in his follow through. Good over this from Matt Kelly. One more ball to go. He can collect another maiden here. And Northamptonshire have done all facets of the game very well. Patient when they batted, didn't panic when they lost that very, very early wicket, and have come out, bowled very disciplined, caught their catches, restricted the run rate for Essex as well, and everything's going swimmingly in the Northamptonshire camp. Here's Kelly into Cushy. Cushy plays defensively up to mid-off. There is no run. That's the end of the over. It's a maiden, and it's 80 for 7. They are 310 runs behind Essex.
Yes, we were talking, Glenn, I think, when I was on with Don earlier about the post-match or the post-day's play debrief that is now part and parcel of county cricket. It's an essential thing and keeps us standing around in the cold, usually waiting to do an interview while they're doing their debrief. Well, I'm not quite sure what head coach John Sadler will be able to say today to find fault with the day's performance, really, from Northamptonshire. It has been, and I mean, I know there's no such thing in professional sport or indeed in life as perfection, but it's been a pretty close to being a perfect day for Northamptonshire, really, having resumed at 233 for 7, boosted the total to 390, and then reducing Essex to 80 for 7 with still a few overs to go, 6 to go if they manage to get through. And it is going to be Luke Proctor. I don't think this is a bad move from Ricardo Vasconcelos just to give Proctor a little run. It brings something a little bit different into the mix, and he has had a good day with the bat. He bowls this quick arm action of his outside the off stump, and Snater lets that go through to Lewis McManus. Handy little partnership breaker, Luke Proctor.
It is one of those things, isn't he? He's made a century, he's batted very well, he's put his side in the box seat here, his innings which other people played around, his and Gareth Berg with the major contributions, and that half century from Will Young. So you think, well, you've got 100, go on then, never go with the ball.
Yeah, might just as well. I think it's definitely worth a go. Here's Proctor bustling in, ball's full length, driven up to mid-off. It's fielded by Gareth Berg, who, as though trying to suggest that the ball was hit with massive force, which it wasn't really, just fell over backwards onto his backside.
And talking about Essex not going in with that extra front line seamer, the days when they had Ravi Bopara or Ryan Tenduscarter who would be in there, and Bopara was sort of a second change, third change sort of bowler, those days are gone.
Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Snater, comes across his stumps, plays it back down the pitch. Proctor to field off his own bowling, and there's no run. I wonder if we might even get the, maybe not, the obligatory over of spin, which we always seem to have just either before lunch or before tea or before the close. I'm not sure Rob Keogh's going to get a roll this evening. Certainly, if there was even a prospect of it, I'm sure he'd be limbering up now, because here's Proctor in again. That's whipped away by Snater down towards deep backward square. There is a fielder down there, Matt Kelly, and they settle for the single. Good throw, right over the top of the bails. And Snater is off the mark, one to him, 81 for 7. Yes, Rob Keogh's warm-up routine is it's a fairly lengthy process as a rule. He has had a few back problems, and so he likes to make sure he's loose before he has a bowl, but there's no sign of it yet, and I suspect we would have seen it if there was any prospect of him having a bowl tonight.
The over rate, by the way, today is level.
That's not too bad then. Here's Proctor in again, plays that ball Cushy up to mid-off, or it's fielded again by Berg, and there's no run. Still the 3 slips in place. Vasconcelos at first, who dropped Tom Wesley, a difficult chance above his head when Wesley had made 11. Will Young is at second, and he's already held 3 in there today. Emilio Gay's at third slip, and he's held 1. Reaching forward defensive push, really, or quite a nice timed push by Cushy, and he's got a couple of runs as it runs away. Just gets away from safe save down there. I think they have just turned his ankle in, or maybe just twisted his knee as he went down on. You can see there's a little green patch down there. It's just off the edge of the square, and maybe he just lost his footing a little bit, and they're able to come through for 2 runs. He's got a dirty great mark on his trousers, literally, and 2 more to Cushy. He goes to 9 at the end of the over. 83 for 7. Essex. Snater has made 1, and Proctor bowling that 1 over, which has cost 3 runs.
Century for David Milan for Yorkshire, 222 for 3 in reply to Kent's 291 all out. He's had a good open to the season, Milan, as well as 3 or 4 half centuries in amongst that lot as well, and he's added a century to it now.
Played well at Northampton again.
Right, Kelly is on from the Hayes close end. He's in, and he's bowling to Snater, who lets that one go through to wicketkeeper, and there is no run. Gloucestershire 81 without loss compared to Surrey's 603 all out, so Bristol might well be a batsman's paradise. Just mentioning that Hampshire game again, they're 77 ahead of Lancashire with 3 wickets down in their second innings, and Somerset 458 all out. Looked like they were going to roll Warwickshire over at one point when Warwickshire were 96 for 6, but Warwickshire now 176 for 7, so it's a bit of a recovery for them. Go through Division 2 for you in a couple of moments as Kelly comes in, still bowling to those 3 slips into Snater. Snater gives it the big booming drive and no timing, and it goes up to mid-on for no run. Derbyshire in Division 2 368 all out. Glamorgan 191 for 2. Middlesex 370 all out compared to Leicestershire's first innings of 149 all out, so they had a first innings lead of 221 runs, and Leicestershire are 37 for 3 in reply. Worcestershire are 78 ahead of Nottinghamshire at 185 for 5 in their second innings, and the close at Hove, Sussex 362 for 5 against Durham's 223 all out. Chiteshwar Pujara has made a century for Sussex down there. He's unbeaten on 128.
Interesting field change. He brought Rob Keogh over from the covers to mid-wickets. There's now a big gap through the covers.
Kelly into Snater. Snater covers up defensively on the walk, and there's no run.
Possibly just attempt Shane Snater into something extravagant around off stump. It's a good recovery by Worcestershire, isn't it? It's a good fight back through Ed Barnard and Ben Cox, because I must admit the thinking was they would probably struggle to take the game into tomorrow, and as it is, they're still afloat there. 80 odd ahead now.
Yep. Still 2 days to go. Nottinghamshire, as you say, would have fancied that when they had them 3 down very early on in that game, that Right, lads, we can put our feet up Saturday, Sunday. Here's Kelly into Snater, bouncer, and it's wide as well, and Snater goes down on one knee. Goes through again for no score, 83 for 7. If you want people drifting away from the members area. The hardy souls paid for their membership. I'm going to get every ball for my membership. Every single wicket, every single second.
It is chilly though today, isn't it? It has been a cold day. It was 11 degrees, I think, when I parked up this morning in the car park down at the back of us.
Here's Kelly in again, penultimate ball of his 7th over, in, and Snater lets that one go through, and it didn't get up either, and it's just past that off stump, and the oohs and the ahs from the slip cordon are justified this time, because that didn't miss by much.
No, that looked a very, very tight leave, very tight. And well, let me say, with Kelly having picked up 2 wickets with batsmen leaving it alone, Wheater losing his middle stump, Harmer pinned absolutely plumb in front. Maybe not the best tactic in the world.
So Kelly's going to finish up then, his 7th over. There'll be 4 to go after this delivery. He's in and bowling to Shane Snater, who plays defensively back. Past the bowler, it strikes the stumps at the opposite end, and that is the end of the over. And Essex are 83 for 7. It's been painful watching for the Essex fans. That's a maiden for Kelly as well, in terms of the wickets going down. It's been painful for the spectators in terms of the run rate as well, because Northamptonshire have dried that up too. They've done all facets of the game very, very well here, and looking to their first championship win of the season. At the moment, you wouldn't back against it.
Well, long way to go, but yeah, certainly Northamptonshire in a good position. I suppose the need to think a little bit about the follow-on. So Essex still need about another 150 to avoid prospect of possibly being asked to follow on. Is Proctor starting another over to Cushy, plays it up to mid-wicket, fielded by Keogh there, and there's no run. It's very noticeable, by Kelly rather, and it's very noticeable that there's still a buzz out there in the field with, what, 5 to 6, and Northamptonshire have been out in the field for 45 overs, but if you can't put a bit of bustle and energy in when you got the opposition 83 for 7. There's Proctor in again, bowls to Cushy, who plays nicely up to mid-off, fielded by Gareth Berg, and there's no run, so we're just going to be into a little bit of overtime tonight. There's 3 overs to go after this one. This will take us pretty much up to 6 o'clock. Northamptonshire obviously be very keen to get the full quota in, see if they could nip another one out tonight.
They're off for bad light at Lords, Leicestershire 37 for 3.
Here's Proctor in again, bowls, and it's edged and caught behind, and Northamptonshire have got the wicket they wanted. And well, what a day Luke Proctor's been having. A century today, his highest score for Northamptonshire, and that ball was fairly innocuous looking delivery wide outside the off stump. Cushy this time, having showed such patience, finally lost patience, had a flash at it, took the edge. McManus took a good diving catch in front of first slip. Proctor joins the party with the ball, and Essex are 83 for 8.
Yeah, he'd been so patient as well for Rose Cushy, and he saw that one. It was outside off stump, long hoppish, and it probably asked for it. His eyes probably lit up, and I think he might have gone under edge to that. We can't see the replay because our screen's gone down. But yeah, and he looked a little bit forlorn because he battled and battled and battled, and in the end he's gone for just 9. And Northamptonshire could wrap this Essex first innings up before the close of play.
Well, it's just about possible. Yeah, 8 down now, 83 for 8. See if I can just catch the replay on that one, whether they're going to show it again. Yeah, a bit hard to tell. I just caught the I'll have to catch it on catch up later, as they say. But yeah, wicket for Luke Proctor, and well, I think he's had probably worse days in his long county career than this one. Century, picked up a wicket before the close, and again we said, didn't we, Glenn, that it's a good idea just to give Proctor a role. He just brings something a little bit different. He's very different to the sort of other 4 seamers that Northamptonshire have used, with this very bustling run up and quick arm. And it's been his day, and sometimes you just back a hunch and think, well, it's been his day with the bat, perhaps it'll be his day with the ball, and so it's proved. Mark Steckety is at the crease. He's going to be facing his first ball from Proctor. 3 balls left in the over, and Proctor's in bowl short, and Steckety maybe just thought about getting inside and helping it down to long leg. In the end thought better of it, got out of the way, and it was taken by Lewis McManus. So Essex have lost Brown for 12, Wesley for 25, Sir Alistair Cook for 6, Critchley for 7, Wheater for 14, Walter for 2, Harmer for 0, now Cushy for 9. And here's Proctor in again, bowls to Steckety, who's just taken slightly by surprise at that one. It just looked as though it got a little bit big on him, bounced on him a little bit more than he thought. He's now having a little suspicious prod of the pitch. The handy bowler, Luke Proctor, David Ripley, when he was head coach, always felt that Proctor hadn't bowled as much as he would have liked him to, but because of the success of Bergen Sanderson in particular last year, who wasn't really required very much. That's an on drive by Steckety up to mid-on, fielded by Sanderson, and the end of a successful over for Luke Proctor, who's bowled 2 overs, 1 for 3, and Essex 83 for 8, wicket maiden that for Luke Proctor, 83 for 8, with Shane Snater on 1, Mark Steckety yet to get off the mark.
Yes, do not adjust your sets, Essex followers. Your team have been this poor, and Northamptonshire have been that good.
Well, it's a bit different to say again. It's a bit different to last year, anyway. Thank goodness.
Yeah, I mean that was towards the end of the season, though, wasn't it? It was the end of the season, wasn't it? And
it was. Yeah.
It was, you can probably, well, if you can forgive professional sportsmen for maybe not giving it the full bifter, then maybe you could have forgiven them that particular game. Kelly's back in, and he's bowling to Shane Snater, who will continue to play and pushes defensively out to the offside for no run. And 83 for 8, a small matter of 307 runs behind. Essex after Northamptonshire, resuming at 233 for 7, were eventually bowled out for 390, and I do mean eventually as well. As at the far end is Kelly once again, keeping the 3 slips in Northamptonshire, manning at short mid-wicket now as well. Here's Kelly in, and Snater ducking under what he was perceiving to be a bouncer because it was short of a length, but it didn't get up, and he has to sway and get his head out of the way as well as it passes by. There's no run again. 83 for 8. 2 2/3 overs left in the day. Kelly ambles to the far end, turns, comes in, a couple of wickets to his name already. He's in and bowling to Snater, and a strangled appeal for LBW as Snater tries to work that one in front of square on the onside. He's got something on it. Has been given it a run. 84 for 8. Brings Mark Steckety down onto strike. And Essex desperate to get in. And you were talking about the end of day debrief. I remember on one particular occasion, Essex had won a game here. This is a number of years ago, and to speak to one of the players, I won't name him, and I said, a few moments for a chat. He said, I'd love to talk to you, but we have to go and sing a song first because we've won, so I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Here's Kelly in and bowling to Steckety, who works that one down to fine leg and down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs, 88 for 8. I don't know what they were singing, but he said, we have a victory song. He said, I have to go and sing that.
Yes, Northamptonshire have a victory song which annoys me. Well, it's sort of mixed feelings. It shouldn't annoy me every time Northamptonshire sing it because it means that they've won. But the song itself is a sort of not particularly imaginatively adapted football song from Northampton Town, and
is it not something from Aida? No,
sadly not. No, I'll probably manage it otherwise, but no, it was not. It doesn't do a lot for me.
Here's Kelly into Steckety, pushes into the onside for no run. Nothing from something from Faust maybe. No.
Well, the problem is, you see, especially coming from Northamptonshire, the county that gave the musical world to Malcolm Arnold and William Olwen and Edmund Rubbra. It talks about no finer town. Well, of course, it's a county cricket club, and I always sort of say, well, which town are you talking about? Of course, they're talking about Northampton because that's where the county ground is, but it is a county cricket club, and there are lots of towns in Northamptonshire, and it really annoys me.
Kelly finishing things off, and Steckety into the onside repeat of the previous shot. There's no run, end of the over. 2 more to go in the day, and Essex are 88 for 8, all the 8s in the 47 overs or 47 overs we've had now.
It brings out the shocking pedant in me every time I hear it. But I have made representations to the club about this. But needless to say, they're taking absolutely no notice of me, and nor should they. But
it would be hilarious if they've got a classically trained tenor in their in their squad who belted something out.
Well, yes. I mean, you could even think of putting a few appropriate words to one of the wonderful tunes that Sir Malcolm Arnold wrote, but well, maybe it's a job to do for next winter. Let's see. Here's Luke Proctor. It's a bit brighter as well, actually, and that's worked away into the onside by Shane Snater, who's going to pick up a single as Tom Taylor comes in off the deep mid-wicket boundary, sends in his return. 1 more onto the total, 89 for 8. Yes, we've actually got a bit of blue sky up above us, directly over the Tom Pearce stand. The sun's trying to break through. And it's about as bright, it's in fact brighter than it's been probably for the last couple of hours, I would suggest. Here's Proctor at the end of his run, running into bowl to Steckety, and he's got that past him. There's I'd say a big appeal for a caught behind. There was interest behind the stumps. Luke Proctor wasn't very interested as it bounced a little bit on Steckety, and he's now going down and prodding the pitch. But once again, Proctor's just getting a little bit of zip with this quick arm of his.
Yeah, the slips and the wicketkeeper went up, and Proctor kind of turned round and looked at the umpire and went, "You going to give that?"
It was like this one from Gareth Berg earlier, wasn't it? But I think the slip cordon were going up, and he didn't look really very interested at all. Aforementioned Gareth Berg just tossing the ball to Proctor and having a word of encouragement, no doubt. He's got Berg at mid-off and Sanderson at mid-on. Here's Proctor in again, and that goes off a leading edge as Steckety was looking to play that through the onside, finished up going to Berg at mid-off. So Proctor still making things happen. Ben Sanderson down below us, wearing the blissful expression of one who doesn't know yet that he's going to be interviewed by me after close of play.
Oh, he's got the prize, has he?
Well, here's Proctor, beats Steckety again outside the off stump, goes through to McManus. Yeah, I think so. I think it's always difficult over the course of a season because you don't want to be talking to the same player, every day, and it's a long season, and there are lots of opportunities for players to talk to. But I think when somebody gets a little milestone like Sanderson's 300th first-class wicket today, albeit not 300 yet for Northamptonshire, then it's perhaps a nice opportunity to talk to him about that. And he always speaks very well, Ben Sanderson, and can, I'm sure, put the performances of Luke Proctor and Gareth Berg into their proper context as Proctor comes in, bowls, and Steckety's playing that back down the pitch, not stopped cleanly off his own bowling by Proctor.
7 innings for Essex so far this season. They've gone past 200 twice. Okay, the second innings against Kent was a dead rubber, and they were only chasing 84 to beat Somerset, but finished 84 for 9. But when it's mattered, they've only put over 200 on the board once.
Here's Proctor in again, worked into the onside by Steckety, goes straight to Keogh at mid-wicket. This bright sunshine now bathes the ground here at Chelmsford, greeting Luke Proctor as he finishes his bowling work for the day. And at the end of that over, 89 for 8 Essex. Steckety is 4, Snater is 3. Proctor's bowled 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 4.
You look at the Essex first innings, 514 all out against Kent, 180 all out against Somerset, 168 all out having won the toss and batted at Warwickshire, and 89 for 8 here at Chelmsford. I should shield my eyes to look at the scoreboard there because the sun's so bright.
It's a shock, isn't it?
Just a bit. It's been locked in that greyness over the last couple of days, so it's nice to have a bit of sunshine out there. Nice to see some shadows, the lengthening shadows that the players are projecting. So 6 legal deliveries left in the day. Kelly, very tidy figures of 2 for 26 from 8. who's going to finish things off for us here from the Hayes Close end in the sunshine at Chelmsford. He's in and bowling to Snater. Snater pulls out the big drive. It's in the air, but it's gone through the extra cover area. He's certainly not got all of it, so it's kept the fielder interested all the way to the rope, and they'll come through for 3 runs. It's hauled in, and Essex move on to 92 for 8. Shot from Snater. He'd got plenty of area to hit that one into. There was a big gap there. He'd have been very unlucky if he'd picked the fielder out, but it was in the air. And Essex snake their way to 92 for 8. We're in the 49th over of their innings. So well under 2 and over. Kelly has the ball back in his hands. They put a 4th slip in of Northamptonshire here, because Mark Steckety is the man on strike, and he shoulders arms and it goes through. There's no run. 92 for 8. Don't forget, join us again tomorrow from 11 a.m. Andrew will be here. Paul Neaton and Dick Davis will be joining him as well. BBC Essex and BBC Radio Northampton. 5 to 11 will be on air from tomorrow morning. See whether Essex can fight back or whether Northamptonshire can wrap this one up. You certainly would hope that Essex will be able to make a better fist of it in the second innings. Kelly at the end of his run turns in now, bowls to Steckety. Steckety, there's a big shout for LBW there, looks high as he works it down to fine leg, and he pick up a leg by. 93 for 8 with 3 balls to go, and what has been a very disappointing day for Essex, but the perfect day for the visitors from Northamptonshire. Thank you for all your correspondence today as well. It's been very enjoyable. Subjects have been wide-ranging. Hope you've enjoyed it as well. You can get back in contact with us again tomorrow. If anything strikes you overnight at 3 a.m, I won't be there to read it, but drop it in and someone will pick it up in the morning. If you wake up in a cold sweat worrying about Essex's front line batting or anything. Here's Kelly in again. Snater plays defensively, pushes up to mid-on, and there's no run.
I've just had a thumbs up from Northamptonshire's head coach after my suggestion that Sando might be the man for the interview, so hopefully that will be facilitated.
2 balls to go. Amazing the number of people that have stayed, to be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah, absolutely. It has been a bit of a cheerless day for watching cricket.
Kelly in from the Hayes Close end into Snater. Snater driving up to mid-on. He's certainly not playing for the close, and it's stopped, and there's no addition to the score. 93 for 8.
So where are you actually broadcasting from tomorrow, Glenn?
Colchester United's Community Stadium, where you hope it doesn't rain, because even though you're under a roof, you get wet. Thanks to the unique way it's designed. Remember in commentary we were getting rained on from behind, bizarrely. I'm not sure how that happens. We were getting rained on from behind. I said, well, this stadium certainly won't win any design awards, will it? And my co-commentator nudged me and said, it has one design award.
Yes.
Really? What for?
Leg slip for the last ball of the day.
Last ball of the day then. Kelly into Snater, and Snater drives. It's in the air, but it's into the gap though, and there are cries of anguish from the slip cordon. They take 2 runs, and Essex will close on 95 for 8. Andrew, a good day, a great day for Northamptonshire.
Yep, it's been a terrific day for Northamptonshire, as we were saying. I think if you were trying to map it out, and if talking to John Sadler before the start of play this morning, and he was saying, well, we don't want to be too greedy, 300 will be quite nice. Well, they finished up getting 390, thanks largely to Proctor and Berg, that Century partnership for the 9th wicket, and then they'd have been hoping to make inroads, but would have expected it to be hard work, and in the end, as I've said before today, I think Northamptonshire picked the right side, picked the right bowling attack. Sanderson was excellent, as he usually is, but very well supported by Berg, by Taylor and by Kelly, and Proctor just rounding off a superb day for him by nipping out a wicket before the end. It's been an excellent day for Northamptonshire. Only halfway through the game, still a lot of work to do, but well, maybe the 24-year Northamptonshire bogey at Chelmsford may be laid in the next day or two, who knows, but it's been a good day for Northamptonshire certainly.
Thank you, Andrew Radd. He'll be back tomorrow. Just to close on, Harry Brook has got his 6th first-class century for Yorkshire. David Milan also. They're going well. Essex are going to need their batsmen to put their hands up tomorrow. They close here on 95 for 8. and they trail Northamptonshire still on first innings by 295 runs. From myself, Glenn Speller, and Don Topley and Andrew Radd, enjoy your Friday evening and do join us again tomorrow from 5 to 11.